Well, good afternoon from the Seat Unique Stadium. Welcome to a very sunny, again, Bristol for Gloucestershire's fourth game in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Busy day of matches, a lot of them starting at 11 o'clock with the only 2 o'clock start. But some things don't change. Jack Taylor's won the toss again, fourth time in 4 matches. And once again, he has decided that Gloucestershire will chase. So he's put Surrey in. Surrey are fourth in the table with 8 points. Gloucestershire have also 8 points, but from a match fewer. And the result yesterday where Lancashire beat Notts probably didn't help the chasing group, because those top teams both have 12. And then Somerset, who are at Kent today, have 8 from 3. Surrey 8 from 4. Leicestershire 8 from 4. Gloucestershire 8 from 3. And then Northamptonshire, Warwickshire and Kent at the bottom. Team news. Ed Seaborn is with us again today. Delighted to have him. And I'll do the Surrey team and Ed can do the Gloucestershire side. So the Surrey side, they have no fewer than 16 players away at the 100. It was 17, but Ollie Sykes has been recalled and he plays today. So the Surrey side looks like this. Dom Sibley and Ryan Patel will open the batting. Adam Thomas at 3. He's already got some significant scores in this competition. He's got an 82 not out, a 57 and an 83, so very much in form. Rory Burns at 4. He will keep wicket today. At 5, Ollie Sykes. Josh Blake, who has been keeping, has got an injured finger, but he is playing. At 7, Ralphie Albert. At 8, Tommy Elam, a grandson of Alan, those of you with longer memories, son of Mark, of course. Benji Floros, Hisham Khan, more of him in a moment, and James Taylor, who is off to Yorkshire for 2027. Hisham Khan, 26 years old, another product of the SACA, the South Asian Cricket Academy, has played in this competition before for Worcestershire, but not this season. And more interestingly, perhaps, has been on trial, I suppose you'd call it, at Gloucestershire, and he made an 86 in a game against Notts for the seconds. And he's batting at 10.
According to the card, whether he'll actually come in that low, I'm not sure. But the other thing is that he was dismissed by James Hayes after having made that 86. Oh. So it all comes full circle because, of course, James Hayes was on loan from Nottinghamshire here at Gloucestershire when they played against Surrey in the T20. Earlier on this season.
I think, spooky. I think we can say that is a strong top 6 for Surrey batting-wise. So Rory Burns will captain the side and keep wicket. Ed, what about the Gloucestershire team?
Well, I'm going to tell you. Thank you. That was good. Have we managed to get our headsets mixed up already? We have. That's worth noting. So let me give you the Gloucestershire team now that my microphone's switched on. They're unchanged from the victory against Kent last time out. So when the time comes, Cameron Bancroft and James Bracey will open the batting. Ollie Price, Miles Hammond, Jack Taylor, Cameron Darrywell, Graham Van Buren. Then the 3-pronged seam attack, or 4-pronged, I should say, with Daz Ahmed, Aman Rao, Will Williams and Luke Charlesworth. So the same balance. So no Eklund, for example, no Phillips, no Borman, but the 4 seam bowlers and, of course, seam bowling all-rounder with Daz Ahmed towards the bottom, who got a few runs against Surrey last year. This is the first time these two sides have played each other in the sort of current guise of the One Day Cup at Bristol. There have been several fixtures away from home for Gloucestershire. There was the win at Guildford last year, a couple of wins at the Oval, Surrey beating Gloucestershire in the 2021 playoff match at the Oval. But now a fixture between these sides at Bristol. And a couple of slips for Will Williams, who has the new ball from the Ashley Down road end, and Sibley to face. And immediately, Dom Sibley away in characteristic fashion through that onside. And around for a couple Charlesworth patrolling that fine leg boundary.
Not get a century
He did.
in the one-day cup playing for Warwickshire at Cheltenham, where I think 75 runs out of the 100 were on the leg side, probably 50 of them behind the square?
I'd forgotten that second part of the stat, but he got 200s for Warwickshire against Gloucestershire that season in 2022. And one of them was that 100 where Gloucestershire just didn't get enough runs on the board and Sibley really controlled the chase. They won with about 10 overs to go. Well, there you go. 100% of his runs have come on the leg side. Exclusive statistical insight from the Gloucestershire live stream. But he also got 100 in the game probably most remembered in these parts for Tom Price's 8 for 27. The championship match at the end of that year. Again, looking leg side, but picking out mid-wicket.
If you are watching on the stream and for some reason the graphic at the bottom is just not quite out of your sight, the only way to tell which team is batting and which team is fielding is that the Gloucestershire kit has the yellow piping on the shirts. Otherwise, there's an awful lot of black out there.
And then the Surrey brown helmets. Just fading down leg. Good take from Bracey, but the arms outstretched from umpire Shanmugam. We've got Surrey, Shanmugam and Casper Fulyun as the standing umpires.
Helen Pack's our match referee today. I don't think there's well, I'd be amazed if there's any weather issues.
Yes, that's true.
One or two interesting scores from around the country from the 11 o'clock games. When they get to the break, we might just filter those in because they'll be somewhere between 2:15 and 2:30. Most of those innings will be coming to an end.
Same pitch
same
the
pitches.
Game against Kent, should mention that as well. Back on Sunday.
It's been interesting to listen to some of the coverage around the country of these matches, which are obviously staggered depending on which group you're in. And there's been a lot of chat about pitches being used more than once. But the follow-on from that has been that the grounds have so much cricket on them now. There isn't anywhere where a groundsman can produce a new surface.
Fairly metronomic start from Williams and from Sibley as well, with 3 runs from the opening over. When you think here, in addition to the usual Championship and T20 Blast cricket, there's been multiple internationals played here. A couple of internationals against India, one for the men and one for the women, and of course those games in the
Women's
T20 World Cup. Exactly. So even here, where there isn't the added workload of 100 cricket being played as well as the one-day cup, I mean, at the Bowl, for example, where Hampshire are playing, I think of Hampshire, are they once again this year playing all their games there, or they've got a game at the Isle of Wight this year?
No, there's no, all the matches are at Southampton.
So I don't know how they're managing it, and well, judging by some of the scores, even in the 100, it must be feeling the effects when 128 for the men is a winning score as it was last night.
So there are 6 left-handers in this Surrey 11, and one of them, Ryan Patel, is facing Luke Charlesworth. Oh, that's gone off the toe end of the bat. Second bounce. Down to Bancroft at slip. Another look at that. Charlesworth's first delivery from this Bristol Pavilion end.
Threw it too early, I think.
Yeah, well, there's a big gap on the leg side for Ryan Patel. If you are with us from the home counties, welcome to coverage of this match. He lost him to lose his run up there, Charles, on his way into bowl, but he kept going and didn't bowl a no ball. And we will try and adopt the law of Mark Church today, and that is we'll try and refer to the Surrey players by Christian name and surname at all times.
That's your is that your name for that? That's an official thing, is it? I've not heard of that being an official term.
Very, very rare. Have I ever heard Mark Church refer to a Surrey player other than my full name? I don't think so. Charles within 2. Ryan Patel again, perhaps threw that a bit soon, through to James Bracey. The 2 men out at the moment for Charlesworth. He's got quite a wide third man and a long leg to whom there is probably a very comfortable 2 on the side of the ground with the bigger boundary. Not that it's that small to the man stand side, but it is particularly large the other way. Charlesworth staying round the wicket. Now this time Ryan Patel is through the shot at the right moment, and he's pulled that away very comfortably into the big gap on the leg side for 4.
Yeah, you are more than walking a tightrope if you're bowling that length to Ryan Patel. A very strong cutter and puller of the ball, and what Luke Charlesworth did so well in the last game, where he claimed 3 for 42 from his 10 overs, was he just targeted the top of off stump, so just searching for his length a little bit in this opening over.
Well, I think you're right in saying Kent didn't have a left-hander, did they? Might have had one.
One, yeah.
Charlesworth around the wicket. Driven pleasantly, but straight to the fielder, Miles Hammond, at extra cover.
It's funny how, perhaps I shouldn't put it this way, you can be an underrated cricketer at Surrey. But I mean, in terms of when you are surrounded, I suppose, by, well, all those players who are away with England and away with 100 sides.
Charlesworth stays in. That's punched pleasantly away. That was hit right out of the middle. And despite a full-length dive from Hammond, that was, not surprisingly, racing away very quickly to the boundary.
He's driven that on the up, on the back foot.
Punched.
Yeah, but it was beautifully played. It was a beautiful punch, if it was a punch. But yes, I only mean that in terms of the fact that you have a whole group of players who are household names and are therefore going to tend to be rated quite highly. Ryan Patel has a List A average of 47 and a perfectly decent first-class record as well. Ability to get through some overs with the ball and be an extra seam option, a sort of stand breaker type option.
Bracey standing up. Afternoon to Bob Pook. Is he on the right game?
Sussex. Are they playing today?
I don't think they are.
No. Well, already there's, in addition to that keeper up that you can see, the second slip that they had has come out pretty quickly, and Ahmed in at short mid-wicket and Hammond at a fairly short extra cover. So I think the feeling already appears to be that this surface is not amazingly quick. Won't beat Charlesworth, who Hammond even coming across from cover. It's as if Sibley might have just pushed it in the gap between backward point and cover, but not quite. No, he's a very classy player, Ryan Patel, and already seen signs of that. And as you say, this top order is very much not to be trifled with. This time just not finding the gap on the leg side.
Darrell doing the fielding. I did see an article done with one of the real, can I call him a Trojan of the county circuit? Nick Friendin, the cricketer, who seems to have really good contacts with players all around the country. Did an article with Darrell last couple of days. Interesting read, bearing in mind his studies and his cricket and the balance of, which he said is a good thing.
In terms of the fact that he's balancing, or
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
The
one helps the other, he says.
Really? Well, yeah, I don't know how he does it, really. Studying medicine and playing first-class cricket. Well, first-class cricket, you know what I mean.
First team cricket.
Yeah. County cricket.
Well,
He's yet to make his first-class debut.
You must have had pupils, it's a long time ago for me, but at your school, who you thought, they turn their hand to anything, and they're really bright as well. You know?
I don't think there was anybody quite of that level of Darrell, though.
Yeah.
In terms of studying sciences and playing cricket. On a length, and Williams gets through a maiden.
So we had a pupil at the school I was at who was, I think he played fullback in the school rugby team. He was a forward in the school football team, and he kept wicket and batted in the school cricket team. And he went to Loughborough to do, his degree, and not sure what he went on to do after that. But he just had and so he's clearly bright and could just anything with a ball, basically. Really, really adept. Luke Charlesworth then to try again to Ryan Patel. That's probably fractionally a better line, but straighter.
Again, hasn't come on, has it? Patel has gone for that similar shot to try and cream it through the covers off the back foot, and has shaped up beautifully, but then the ball doesn't get to him. But yes, there is another good doctor at Gloucestershire, and indeed another Hammond, as there has been for a while. So we'll get a Parker soon, perhaps, or I don't know, Milton.
Charles was staying around the wicket and off the bottom half of the bat from Ryan Patel. First inference seems to be to go back here. So he's had 3 scores in this tournament already, 3 notable scores. 58 against Lancashire in a win. He got 97 in the defeat at home to Leicestershire. And then he got 64 in the win over Northants. So 2 of those games at Guildford. Bancroft's come out and gone to short mid-wicket. Charles was persisting with the round the wicket approach, and that's the best ball he's bowled.
It's just pitched up that little bit fuller, wasn't it? And it's more the length, and yeah, just around about top of off stump height, just a little bit wider, but drawing Ryan Patel into playing
Just
at
held
it.
The line.
And he's not played it too badly, Patel. He's not got to within an absolute whisker of it, but very nicely bowled.
4 inside the circle on the offside. Charlesworth again. You sense that Patel hasn't quite got the measure of the pace of this pitch yet. It was a no ball. So I think that's the first time Sibley's been down Charlesworth's end, actually. So it will be a free hit.
So they can change the field. So they'll put 2 fielders out deep on the leg side. Well, they know they've changed their minds. They were going to go with a deep square and a deep mid-wicket. Sibley, when he's looking to hit big as well, very strong hitting leg side. But In fact, now they've gone for the exact opposite plan. They're going to try and hide it wide outside the off stump and put 2 fielders deep on the offside. So very much suggesting wide Yorker, this field.
So Sibley to face a free hit from Charles with his first ball, and he's struck him on the pad, and he doesn't get any profit from the overstep earlier on.
So whether he tried to bluff him a little bit there, because he went quite a lot straighter than wide Yorker. The length kind of had to be a Yorker, because you just can't really let somebody like Sibley free their arms off the back foot, but went straighter, gets out of the free hit.
Charlesworth is quite busy approached. That's back of a length. And Bancroft fields no run.
Speaking of these sort of polymaths, I was reminding myself about C.B. Fry, back in the day representing England at cricket, football, made an FA Cup final for Southampton, equalled the world record for the long jump. Oxford student, author.
Simply, little tentative prod at that. So Charlesworth, having overstepped, has a much tidier second over, and probably happier bowling to the right-hander. Actually, there's a little tentative prod at that from Dom Sibley. Fry was one of the names. Sorry, this goes back to school again. But our 6 houses, Fry was one of the names of the houses.
Right.
In terms of famous people, etc.
I'm also reading, and I'm sure I've heard this said before. His party trick was to leap from a stationary position on the floor backwards onto a mantelpiece. He would then face the mantelpiece. I'm reading this from the Oracle of all things. Williams continues. Just riding the bounce nicely there, Patel, but not going through with the forcing shot. See, I'm trying to visualise this. He'd face the mantelpiece, crouch down, take a leap upwards, turn in the air, and bow to the gallery with his feet planted on the shelf.
It's the sort of thing that on social media today would have 3 million views in about half an hour.
Can you imagine a professional cricketer being allowed to do that now? Wide, and he gets away with it. Clattered away. But Darrowell in position at cover. Patel frustrated that he's not found the gap. Don't get too much of that from Will Williams, just a little bit short and quite wide. Going for a quick single to mid-off, and they'll get it. Van Buren quite deep there. And somebody that does attack the ball well and has a very accurate arm. Graham Van Buren wasn't even allowed to loose a throw.
A couple of the matches have actually got to their between innings break because sides have been dismissed. Northants dismissed for 246 by Leicestershire, and Durham all out for 165 against Yorkshire at York.
It's a bit slow moving that, 49th over.
Well, Ben Code bowled 7 overs, 1 for 4 at the start of the day.
Poor Graham Clark, 1 off 30 balls. I mean, somebody who's quite an attacking top order bat usually in this form of the game. Emilio Gay playing for Durham
and Stokes
today, and Ben Stokes. Yeah, Gay 1 off 13 and Stokes 12 off 39. Simply not getting as much, I think, to work with as Ryan Patel. But I suppose probably already understanding that it's important in this situation that Surrey do the hard work at the start of this innings.
Oh, that's been...
Away for 4 this time, having said he hasn't got much, then gets one just into his pads and beautifully timed away through mid-wicket. So 5 overs gone and Surrey 18 on the board.
And anything middle stump or just the leg side of middle stump, that's, well, that was actually outside the leg stump, just about. Simply just put that away. He's probably scored boundaries like that in his sleep. Absolute bread and butter to him. As a lot of the conversation I've heard over the, say, coverage of this competition is that you have time. You can start slowly. You can make the run rate up later if it is awkward early on. Charlesworth staying around the wicket. Ryan Patel is out, caught, very well caught, very low chance, grabbed by Miles Hammond, and Patel didn't keep that down, and Hammond at extra cover, diving forward, just gets his fingers underneath it, and Patel trudges off. That's a sharp chance.
It just wasn't quite a half volley, and this may be the sort of surface where it needs to be that absolute almost throwdown half volley, because it's already shown that there's a bit of stop in the pitch, and Ryan Patel has already had a couple of instances where he's been through the shot a little bit early. The warning signs were there, and he's gone after that one as well, thinking it's full enough that it doesn't matter whether there's a bit of stop because it's right on the half volley length, but it's just a little short of it. And Hammond, for a moment, looked as if he wasn't thinking that was going to get to him, but then realised that it was, and fingers clearly underneath the ball. And an early wicket for Luke Charlesworth.
Yes, and a welcome early wicket for Gloucestershire, given the strength of Surrey's top order, but one man who's had some good contributions in this competition, replaced by another. In fact, Surrey's second highest scorer. Patel had more runs than anybody else, but Adam Thomas wasn't far behind, and here he is batting at number 3, only 20 years old, but another one off the production line at the Oval. Charlesworth to him. Well, he's almost played that on, and he's been sharp enough to kick it away.
And well done for not going after it with your
the
glove
bat
as well.
Yeah.
Well, the bat would be fine, but it's the glove, isn't it? When you're protecting your stumps, you can hit it again, but what you can't do is punch it or shepherd it away. Otherwise, obstructing the field comes into play.
How close was this?
Yeah, I thought it was going wide, but it's always best to make sure. We've seen some strange spins in the past.
Adam Thomas waits and clipped from outside leg stump by the new batter, and he's off the mark. He got a 100 in this competition against Derbyshire last year, and I'd say has had already 3 half centuries.
He's had 2 unbeaten 80s in both Surrey's wins, hasn't he? So he's been at the crease
at the
for
end.
both of Surrey's victories.
So Charles to Tom Sibley, and that's played into the same area, and a lot of this looks as though it's going to be about the line for Gloucestershire. They bowled very straight against Kent and gave them nothing to hit, dried the runs up, and I suspect that drying up the runs against this Surrey batting lineup with a very straight approach might not be quite so easy. Slip's gone back in. And Adam Thomas waits for Charlesworth and defends. Out to Hammond.
I also saw from that latest Sibley flick what we saw plenty of times in that game the other day against Kent, where actually Sibley's worked that into what is a fairly sizable gap between that short straight mid-wicket and deep square, but because that side is so short, they just jog the single. There's no chance of a second.
Charlesworth is batting, bowling with a third man at the moment, and Adam Thomas a bit surprised by the lift on that last delivery by the looks of it. But Charlesworth with the 1 wicket to fall so far, and Surrey 24 off 6. I say they have their 2 home games, as Ed said, have both been played at Guildford. They got 270 against Leicestershire and lost, and they confined Northants to 254 and won by 6 wickets. So kind of the sort of scores you tend to get at out grounds where there's a little bit more for the bowlers.
Yeah, I guess it depends, doesn't it? I mean, the one thing that you do know, as we were having that discussion on the use of pitches around the country at out grounds, you know you're playing on pretty fresh ones, which can work both ways in terms of...
But the only 1 or 2 that they prepare in the whole year for for the county.
Sibley on the drive and can't time it.
Is that Dom Sibley on the drive?
Dominic. Should say also, second innings tickets are available for today's match if you're in the office or out and about and you can't make the whole game and you're watching and listening at the moment. A bit of a thrashing drive there that again isn't middled up to mid-off. But yeah, if you fancy joining us, it should be a lovely evening for cricket. Then you can join us after 5 p.m. Second innings tickets / after 5 p.m. tickets are available online and at the gate. Oh, a little bit of bounce there, and the surface, it does look a bit blotchy, as it did the other day against Kent as well, and I think it is just simply a product of the fact that we have had no rain at all, and there is only so much that can be done in terms of how the surface has dried over the course of the summer. What you'd like to happen is for the soil underneath to be getting water and for it to be a real even surface underneath, but unfortunately, as I think everybody listening to this knows, that is not the case this summer. It has been outrageously dry, and so you often get these surfaces where it's not quite divotty, but it's not as smooth as it might be, and there will be some slightly different bounce at times.
Well, I think I saw a note that, and if you live in Surrey, particularly in Wisley, you'll know this, that they have had at least 39 consecutive days without any rain. It's one of the places of recording weather in the southeast that is often quoted.
Oh, happy to use his feet there, Sibley, even with the keeper up. And this will test the long side of the boundary, with Ahmed getting across, and they have run back for a third.
What to do with the pace of the ball running to the rope, but able to take just about one on the arm, because it's a long throw from where Ahmed had to chase to. Right down a deep long leg, very deep long leg, deep wide long leg.
I do like that from Sibley. Still using his feet even with the keeper up, because you'd still do it for a spinner, you know. You'd still come out of your crease, and even if you're just looking to work a single, it doesn't completely root you in your crease. But also, as Williams completes over number 7, 23 for 1. Also, with a bowler like Williams, you know he's bowling straight. That's just what he does. So unless he really maybe just premeditates that you're going to come down, and as a spinner might just fire it wide and hope that Bracey can do the rest behind the stumps, you sort of know that you might even be taking LBW out of the equation a little bit if you were to miss it.
So at the innings break at Repton School today, 315 for 5, Derbyshire against Glamorgan. That'll be a good day for them there. I think the capacity there isn't that much though. It's only about 1,800, I think. Luke Charlesworth to continue to Dom Sibley, and just chopped into the gully area where it's fielded by Ollie Price.
I did go to Repton in a past life in terms of their cricket ground, and I think there's not much room on the far side.
There is a bank on one side, isn't there? I think?
Yeah, that goes up towards the school, and you've got the thatched pavilion a little round the corner, but on the other side there's not very much room at all.
Charlesworth, he's got 2 right-handers to bowl it now. Just gives me the impression he's a little happier doing so. He can't prevent Dom Sibley getting a single up to Jack Taylor. Doesn't have the, I know he was bowling Ryan Patel a lot at the outset, but in terms of getting everything in line, he just looks more comfortable. Adam Thomas just scanning the leg side boundary here. Charles pitches that right up. We haven't quite seen the Yorker yet, not the full-on Yorker, but that was driven against up to Taylor at mid-off. So
yes. So you know he'll try them. I suppose we saw a Yorker on the free hit, but in terms of more usual.
That score at York today looks the outlier. There are some pretty big scores elsewhere. Other innings not quite complete yet, notably at Radlett and at Canterbury. Charlesworth again defended. I haven't seen the balls faced for Thomas is 230 runs, 254 balls faced before this innings in this competition. So his strike rate's not too shabby. Charlesworth, it's the inside half of the bat. He's got that away though, past Daz Ahmed. There's a chase around the boundary for Darawal, and they'll come back for a comfortable 2. To prove that you can have a 2 on that side of the ground, but you've got to find a gap and ask the fielder to make up some ground to give you the time to return to the striker's end. If you joined us since the start, Gloucestershire won the toss and decided to bowl. 4th time in a row Jack Taylor's had the choice. Charlesworth in on that. That didn't get up very far, and Charlesworth does a DeLanger style tumble on his follow through. Looks okay though, and 26 for 1 off 8. Should mention the game at Canterbury where Joe Denley is playing the last match of his career today for Kent. Should be quite an emotional day. He has taken a wicket as well, certainly one.
2 for.
2 for.
Yep, 6 overs, 2 for 42.
And Somerset 302 for 8, approaching the last over. And Middlesex are in the last over, 285 for 7 against Worcestershire. That's actually at New Road, not at Radlett. Apologies.
was giving him the charge there. That'll be 3 bounces and over the rope for 4. It certainly wasn't a particularly clean connection from Sibley, but it's done the job. So again, happy to use his feet. Goes quite late. Certainly hit it well enough in terms of pace. Just flicked off to backward square, so a 4 followed by a 1. But yes, you're mentioning strike rates. Strike rates are not going to bother the man at the non-strikers end very much. And
I was almost going to say, actually, it's harsh to call him unfashionable, but he bats in his own bubble, doesn't he?
A little fine glance, and despite Luke Charlesworth's furious pursuit down to the fine leg boundary, he will not get there. So 9 runs already off what will be Will Williams' last over of the power play. Again, just more leg stump, maybe even, again, just outside leg stump.
And arguably too short as well, really.
Wide down there as well, so don't know whether it's anything to do with that shimmy down from Sibley, but it's unusual for Will Williams just to lose his radar a little bit.
If the previous one was an effort ball, that one was just felt like he held that back a fraction. More of a rhythm delivery. I used the word metronomic earlier on, and that very much is how Will is in red ball cricket. Just trying to squeeze, and then force the mistake.
Well, when you've got a surface which has a little bit of variation in it, you'd think that your line is much more important than your pace. So settling in on whatever allows you to put as many deliveries in a similar spot to get that natural variation as possible would you think be the key. And to the over 37 for 1, I'm not sure there are many surfaces where it's great to bowl all over the place, but you know what I mean. Sometimes when you've got an absolute road, you've got to vary it, because otherwise, what else have you got?
It's too samey, isn't it?
But there's no real need as yet to change the plan, and that was exactly the case against Kent as well. They just stuck with the same plan because it was working.
Charlesworth to complete the power play. Nudged down to the offside by Adam Thomas. Not a bad crowd in. Obviously, it's a Friday, so working from home might include
working from the cricket.
Working from the cricket. Bring the iPad. And I'm sure that the offer of being able to come in after 5 o'clock on effectively a separately priced ticket will be attractive to some. Carved away by Adam Thomas. That'll be 4. Square of the wicket. That was his most forceful shot so far. And once he picked the gap of the ball, was always going to race away. More words of wisdom from Will Williams to Luke Charlesworth. I think he will know that this is the wrong length and too wide.
It's the first time he's dropped short, I think, really since his opening over. As you say, the width just really allowed Thomas to chuck his hands through it.
He waits once more, and that's a bit of overcompensation, perhaps predictably. And he's worked that away to Daz Ahmed, who's on the deep square leg boundary in front of the scoreboard.
So turning into quite a nice finish, this, to the power play for Surrey. So you don't set masses of stall by runs, really, but should feel a little bit better to get it over 4 runs and over for the power play, but particularly key part being they're only 1 down.
Sibley with the same shot. Straight to Ahmed. It's only 1. That's it's probably seen by Sibley as very much just a routine way of rotating the strike at this point. Low risk.
Not to harp on too much about the score from Clifton Park, York, but Yorkshire are 5 for 2 responding to that 165 all out.
Interesting day there. Charlesworth this time forces Adam Thomas to play defensively. So how quickly, we wonder, do we see a change once the power play is through? Williams has bowled 5 overs from the Ashley Down Road end. This is Luke Charlesworth's 5th from the Bristol Pavilion end. Williams' overs have cost 22. Adam Thomas was just tucked up a little bit and just chops the ball out to Ollie Price. The end of the power play, 43 for 1 Surrey after being put into bat. Ryan Patel, the 1 man out, caught by Miles Hammond diving forward off Luke Charlesworth, and there was the joyous scene after the wicket.
Perhaps if
there will be, in fact, an immediate change.
Yes, there will be. Aman Rao is going to replace Will Williams from the Ashley Down Road end. Perhaps thinking about Clifton Park in York, if you would like to get in touch about perhaps some of your favourite one-day cup trips in recent times, or even times gone by, grounds visited, that sort of thing. Certainly Clifton Park in York would be right up there for me, really. Lovely days cricket, one of those places where there's no advertising boards or anything, the spectators are just right there next to the action. It's a good start from Aman Rao. Simply having a bit of a fish. It was just a really good day's cricket, and I'd gone up the night before, had a bit of a wander around the National Railway Museum.
Not at night, I hope.
No. No. Night at the museum with the trains all coming to life. Oh, that's off a leading edge, I think, down to Charlesworth at 3rd man. Sibley wanting 2 and getting it as well. In control of that one, so a couple of deliveries to start with from Rao.
I think James might put the email address up on the screen in a moment if you want to get in touch, as Ed suggested. There it is. And if you want to talk about a game against Hampshire at Northlands Road in the Benson Hedges Cup a few years ago, I'd be happy to talk about that.
Well, it was...
That's not an outground though, is it?
No, I suppose not. It was the anniversary of it very recently though, wasn't it? The 50th anniversary. Another one of those things, I suspect, where there were probably a lot more people who'll say they were there than were actually there.
Yeah. It was a tight venue, Northlands Road. I did a game at Portsmouth once at the Forces ground.
Gosh.
Again, Hampshire don't play there anymore.
No. Suspect even if there were armed forces around the ground, it might be slightly easier to get into and out of than the Utilita Bowl on a busy night.
A lot of chat about that.
It's lovely once you're there.
But the transport.
Yes, also getting interviews after a day's play can be slightly entertaining. They'll let you out, but they won't let you back in again. And just calmly picking off what runs they can. These two will be pretty happy with this position, 47 for 1 after 11.
I think it is all about the line, isn't it? It's all about the line of the bowling at the moment. A little bit of variable bounce if you are fourth stump, say, fourth stump line. Just makes the batsman think. Yes, they might milk some singles, but it makes the boundaries more difficult. And just to see if there's going to be any response for the slower bowlers, we're going to have Graham van Buren.
So I
First over out of the power play from this Bristol Pavilion end.
I think this is 20 overs earlier than in the last game that we did on this same surface in terms of when spin was introduced. I don't think we saw Van Buren until was it 31st over, somewhere around there?
It was late. It was late. Anyway, here he is into the attack, and Adam Thomas just steering that out into the offside. That Joe Phillips is out there. So who has gone off? We'll check that in a moment. Chopped away by Thomas out to Darawal for a single. Simply just checking his guard to Van Buren. And Graham's line is one of his stocks in trade, you might say. Doesn't tend to vary it too much. And Sibley's gone for the reverse paddle. He's just got it away past Luke Charlesworth. There'll be a couple here. Darawal again is the boundary rider. That was fetched, wasn't it?
Was there a little fingertip on that from Charlesworth as well? Because I thought it might go to the boundary, but he just slowed it down a little bit as the 50 comes up.
Change the field a little. Chopped to Bancroft, who's at short cover.
As far as I can see, Gloucestershire must have 12 fielders out there, because I've counted every single one of their original fielders and they're all there.
Buren in once more. He gets through his overs quickly, of course, and again driven to Bancroft. End of the over, just 3 off it. But Phillips is definitely out. So I wonder whether Will Williams has gone off.
I thought I'd seen him at backward point, but I think that might have been Phillips after he'd moved there. It wasn't short extra cover, and then I think he moved to backward point when they put 2 of those in there, so I think that's why.
Yes, Phillips is at mid-on at the moment, which is where Williams would normally be.
To Price there at backward point, still wearing plenty of strapping on that left hand.
Talking of strapping, I saw Rao with a bit of support around his right knee as he was warming up today.
And he's a very tall man. Aman Rao has got some sense of as he is near
The-
Dom
the-
Sibley, who's
yeah,
a
the one
sizable
thing that I
individual
would say
himself.
about him, and for people who haven't seen him a lot, his action is quite uncomplicated, isn't it? There's not an excessive whirl of arms. It's quite simple.
One of many Millfield products around the county circuit.
Quite a few of them ended up at Somerset.
Indeed. Though we did see one escapee last match in Daniel Bell Drummond.
Just quickly as Hammond does the fielding there to that dot delivery. Somerset 313 for 9 against Kent. And Middlesex are finished on 293 for 7 against Worcestershire. So all the other matches now at least at halfway.
$130 for Josh De Carey's in that Middlesex innings at New Road.
He's not had a bad time with the ball either this season, has he?
He might well have an even better time of it in September. Fancy as dry as it's been, even if we do get a little bit of rain. I'm looking forward to seeing how much some of those pitches turn. It's a bit of a hack from Sibley, and Haman Rao, I think possibly understandably, even by members of the batting fraternity, having his head in his hands after that one, but good fielding out at deep mid-wicket from Darrowell, and only the one, so 52 for 1, and a good start from Rao, who's picking up where he left off as well on whatever day it was.
Sorry,
Sunday.
Yeah, they're just ticking along, Surrey, at the moment, aren't they? Really? I probably think they can just pick the time at which they can press the accelerator. Van Buren then, after a tidy first over, to continue, and that's chopped by Dom Sibley off a thickish edge down to third man for 4. Van Buren says, well, how did that happen? Why was there not a slip in there? Well, because I think the pace of the pitch is such that it says the mistimed drive is probably more the risk from the batsman's point of view. That's why Bancroft is in where he is. And Charlesworth's just going a bit finer now, right on the edge of the circle. At short third man. Dom Sibley playing that almost understated clip up towards long on for a single.
It's almost arguably your most important shot against spin in 50 over cricket.
It's almost doesn't quite read that one, and has to just prod it out to Miles Hammond.
It needs to be turning a long way, even if it's away from you, for that shot not to be on.
Van Buren in quickly once again. Thomas doesn't time that. He's got Bancroft in very much saving the one. Short extra. He's got a deep point, a long off, and 2 behind square. 4 was for the chop. That was cut absolutely perpendicular to the stumps, and an easy single out to Darrowell. So Sibley just quietly accumulating here, very much in his own fashion. There's another single out to Darrowell. So far for Graham Van Buren, not much in the sense of being really attacked by the batters rather. But equally, Nothing much for him to encourage him too much either. It's a holding operation.
I can see somebody on the floor below us with the hospitality box down to our right. And they've come very much with the idea, with a pen in their hand, of filling out their scorecard, as many like to do. I certainly used to quite like doing that. They've even gone a step further. They've actually got a score book there, but they're not using it. Perhaps they're only interested in the runs that Gloucestershire score.
Doesn't give you a very accurate record of the game, though, does it? If that's the case.
You've never taken a scorebook to a county match?
Yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
And I mean, coloured pens and all?
No, just a pencil.
Gosh. What an exciting day that must have been.
Well, it was quite a, and somebody might remind me which year this was. I think it was 76 at Cheltenham. I've mentioned this game before. It was a game in which Zahir scored a century after tea, and John Lever took 8 for 127 for Essex.
Driven into the gap between short extra cover and mid-off. All the movement was well timed there from Dom Sibley. Momentum into the ball. Didn't really hammer it, but just timed it, having got down far enough. He made it pretty much into a half volley and then piercing that gap.
Tharawal apologised for the return there to Bracey. It was not a kind bounce.
Was it one of those where sorry, accidentally bounced it in 3 times? Sorry, umpire, didn't mean to do that. Slipped. So 5 runs from Aman Rao's third over, 64 for 1, and I think it is time for us to have a special guest.
So one of us is going to have to go. Are you going to leave
Well,
it?
I thought last time we did it the other way, but I'm perfectly happy to go. I'll go.
I'll introduce our special guest in a minute. Here's Van Beeren with a chop out to, I think, Williams is back on the field now. He does the fielding at backward point. 64 for 1. And worked by Dom Sibley for a single. Gives me a chance to say hello to Liv Daniels, who is the captain of the Gloucestershire women's team, but who's walking around at the moment with a strapping on her hand. And you're not playing at the moment, are you?
No, unfortunately not, but hopefully Cheltenham is calling me, so excited for that.
Van Beeren in, and Thomas happy to go back and take a single.
Still having a good look at the surface though, because I believe this is the wicket that we're playing on Sunday. It's, like you said earlier, looking a bit patchy.
That will be a third use when it gets to, you might fancy a bowl on it then. Your team with the spin options that they have in particular.
Especially in the women's game, there is normally a lot more spin, but it's nice to see GVB introduced earlier today.
Played from the crease this time by Sibley. They've looked quite unruffled, these two. And bearing with one that's just dragged down with a good one-handed diving stop by Miles Hammond.
Gloucestershire appreciating that well with a big round of applause for that stop.
And it's the small wins when you get to this point. 66 for 1 off 16.
Yeah, these two seem comfortable at the crease. A lot of gardening's been going on today, but even I've been watching Dom Sibley take off his gloves, reset quite a lot. He seems to be quite calm.
I think that is him, unflappable.
Unflappable.
Aman Rao from the Ashley Down Road end. And Thomas helps himself to a single down to long leg. I say that Rao wasn't looking. Van Buren, my initial thought was he was going to throw to the keeper's end, but you could see perhaps that Thomas was dawdling, went to the bowler's end just as well Jack Taylor was backing up.
Well, Rao was dawdling himself as well, not turning around to have a look at throw it.
Dom Sibley waits for Rao, tries the... Has he really seen the bounce he used today? So that was just testing with one.
One for the over there, called. Well, as a man of that stature, to another rather tall man as well.
So you've got definitely 3 matches left in the 50 over. Is there a fourth? You've got 3 homes left, definitely. Is there an away one somewhere?
Yes, we're playing away at Bromsgrove for our last game in September.
Good partial stop from Rao off his own bowling. Gloucestershire will keep them down to a single.
He's done well there to get low, seeing as he's tall, as that brings up the 50-run partnership between Sibley and Thomas.
.30 of those to Sibley, 68 balls for the stand. And Ryan Patel's departure, the only one Gloucestershire have managed to put together so far. It's a bit of a slash off the outside half of the bat down to Charlesworth from Adam Thomas. But he'll get one more.
I think Rao's settled in quite nicely here, kind of bowling that hard length to both batters.
He's bowled, it's the same end he bowled from in the game against Kent. And we remarked both during the match and indeed after it that he'd bowled very straight.
Especially on a pitch that seemed to be quite variable. At stumps is always the best option.
Back foot pull by Dom Sibley, goes straight to mid-on. Wanted to hit it squarer than that, I would have thought.
Looking to attack that rather large leg side boundary, actually. Graham Van Buren and Darrell are at least 5 or 10 yards off, looking to attack.
There's only 2 fielders in front of square on the leg side. One of whom is Bancroft at that short straight mid wicket. Rao in again, and Sibley goes straight this time, and he'll pick up 4.
Using his feet once again, shimming out the crease. He's gone to that option quite a lot.
He probably timed that one better than the one he tried to hit off Williams earlier. 73 for 1 off 17. It's a different length of game, T20 and 50 over, but getting to the T20 final as you did, do you think you can put some of that into your 50 over game for the back end of the season?
We're hoping we can take that momentum into the 50 over. We did a similar thing last year of the back end of the 50 over. We were very successful, but we're very lucky.
Beeren, that's cut. It's gone underneath the dive of Will Williams. Charlesworth is on the chase, but that's going to go all the way for 4. Despite having 2 fielders behind square there. From Beeren, probably frustrated, and Williams, I think, angry they didn't stop it.
Kind of dived over it, didn't he? But
yeah.
Managed to bisect those 2 fielders who are both actually quite close together at short third and backward point.
There's probably only about 8 to 10 yards, or less than 2 discs between them, put it that way. From Beeren fields off his own bowling. Thomas, he's almost got to 24 without anybody really noticing. He's only 20 years old, doesn't have a vast amount of experience in this competition, but has shown by what he's done this season you can score runs on a regular basis, or he's got the ability to do so. And Van Buren very nearly forcing an error. Again, that's a bit of a drag down. It's chopped away.
Looked like he tried to dart that one a little bit quicker.
That's very much the trait for Graham in T20. It's almost a hybrid here. Not quite bowling at championship pace, but not really fired. And Ollie Price keeps them down to a single off the last ball of that over. James can put the graphic up with the bowling figures for all the bowlers. Those are the 4 used so far. And as you can see, very little in terms of the run rate for between any of them. And Jack Taylor having the extra seam option today, and Ollie Price is a potential off spinner as well. He's going to use one of those now. Daz Ahmed is going to come on from the Ashley Down Road end.
Product of Golden Hill Cricket Club, not too far from me in Bristol.
So which is your club in Bristol?
Well, even though I'm from Stoke Bishop, I do play for Frenchay. So, but the setup at Golden Hill is one for the women and girls that is very good. But also they've managed to produce a lot of very exciting players.
So Ahmed from the far end from us. Into Sibley, just works that into the gap. So have Frenchay got anybody coming through in the Gloucestershire women's system then?
Myself and Izzy Patel,
right.
both have played at Frenchay and got quite a few girls in the kind of under 18s and under 16 setup. But it's been somewhere that's pioneered women and girls cricket for a long time. The Donaldsons kind of run the show there.
When you say run the show, that takes a lot of time and effort.
Massively so.
Ahmed, almost slightly off the wrong foot, it seemed there. Not quite. But Adam Thomas again squeezing a single.
Darrywell still patrolling that longer leg side boundary.
Yeah, he's a boundary rider either side. He's got a good arm, covers the ground quickly.
He did so very well in the blast as well.
Just remind you about the position about tickets for Cheltenham too during this little phase with Ahmed into the attack in this 19th over. Obviously the festival starts on the 8th with Liv hopefully being fit to captain Gloucestershire women, and then the first of the men's One Day Cup matches is on the following day, on the Sunday the 9th, and that is the match against Notts. Here is Ahmed once more. Sibley again doesn't really time that, just places it up to long on. Will Williams is the fielder. That is the Sid Lawrence tribute match, completely now sold out. So if you are a member, you can get in. Otherwise, if you haven't got a ticket, I'm sorry, the house full signs are up. Obviously, the club raising awareness of MND on the day.
With hopefully
Adam Thomas defends back up again to mid-on.
Hopefully those pink for Sid shirts will hopefully be on sale as well.
And that's the point I'm coming to, is that there is a commemorative shirt and a bucket hat which will be worn by the team for that game. It will be available exclusively at Cheltenham. Full details on the club website, but the important thing to say, as Ahmed fields that on the bounce, he felt that too. That's his right hand, bowling hand. It's hit hard into the ground by Adam Thomas. And Ahmed rings that right hand as he walks away. The important thing is that that match is sold out, other than for members. So if you have a member's pass or you become a half-season member between now and next weekend, yes, you can get in, but all the open sale tickets have now gone. Van Buren to continue from this Bristol Pavilion end. Another single for Dom Sibley.
Darrell doing the work once again. He's been busy out there today.
I think what's equally important is the number of boundaries in Sibley's 50, if he gets there, is how many singles he's hit. Because that could be quite a large number, I think.
These two have rotated the strike together really well as well. Just looking to hit those gaps with the 5-out.
Van Buren. More flatter this time. Thomas goes again to the leg side to hopefully the recovered Ahmed for another single.
Hopefully that hand's fine now if he's managed to fizz it in.
Sibley just stands up and once more plays that shot quietly up to long on to Miles Hammond. We're in that phase of the game now, which is seems to be just accumulation for Surrey, Liv, doesn't it?
We always talk about that kind of period in the middle of 50 over cricket where actually the team that rotates the strike and here as they look for two gets the most twos is often the team that will go on to win the game. It's now trying for Gloucester to not search for that wicket too much. Often that's when you can give them a bad ball and a fuller ball to get free, but it's kind of being patient now, but keeping at them as much as Graham Van Buren continues.
Off the back foot once again by Thomas. So a 2 and 4 singles off that Van Buren over. 20 overs gone, 88 for 1. A few words from the Gloucestershire women's captain, Liv Daniels, and Ed Seaborn will be back.
I think, like I said before, these two have been rotating really well, but Graham Van Buren's mixed up his pace a lot here. I think looking at the wicket that's been slightly variable at the moment, he's trying to get as much turn as he can out of it. It'd be interesting to see actually how much it does turn in the second innings with that Surrey lineup.
Hello, Liv.
Hello, nice to see you. No, good.
Well, it's actually the first, I can't remember if I said this earlier on, it's the first day-night 50 over match I've ever covered. I've never done one of these before.
Oh, it's very exciting. Hopefully some more people will be in for those tickets after 5 o'clock to watch the second innings.
Yep, there's certainly plenty going on. The activation zone is back again.
And some live music we've had already today as well. I believe there is some in the intervals.
Right, you're going to have to let me know more about this because I must admit I didn't know this was happening.
Well, I think we had some country before, and I'm not sure who's doing the music in the middle. All I read that it was a multi-genre artist, so maybe they'll take requests. I'm not too sure.
No sort of tribute acts or anything.
No, we did have. I thought we did have. There was an ABBA tribute last year after one of the games. How they keep the ground going maybe in the winter is to have some tributes.
Oh yes, yeah. Just angling down, but again Sibley threw the shot a little bit before the ball got to him. There's also that drone show, and I'm not talking about me on the live stream. There's the drone show that's happened the past couple of winters, and if you've been to that.
No, the new version of fireworks, isn't it?
Yeah.
Probably. Quite a few cricket grounds across the country have held similar things, so I haven't seen it myself.
Flicked in the air, just one bounce to Van Buren.
Sibley still working off his hips. As we talked about earlier, it's slightly leg side dominant, but anything straight he seems to be whipping out to Darrell or Graham Van Buren out there.
So it's like the reverse Lewis Hill. who scored 100 here for Leicestershire a couple of years ago, didn't score any of his 100 between extra cover and deep backward square, and about 80 of the runs, I think, came through backward point.
That is very impressive, actually.
Oh, there's a big wallop, and that could go all the way, and it has. So the first 6.
That has been absolutely launched.
It's so out of nowhere, isn't it, when it does happen?
He's picked up that length early, slightly back of the length and wide. But he's hit it over wide of long on.
He's kind of fetched it, hasn't he? Certainly an impressive young player, Adam Thomas. Century on championship debut. Looking for a quick single here, taking on Taylor. Jack, that is, at mid-off. Getting home. I have to specify even J Taylors isn't enough. It has to be Jam or Jack.
Well, Gloucester seem to have a habit of producing kind of brothers on the same team, don't
Yes,
they?
or people with very similar or indeed identical names.
Yeah, we do also have 2 Charlotte Phillips in the women's squads. I have good fun with the scorers at the toss whenever they ask me which one's which.
Which one? Oh, in the air! Just off the fingertips of Ahmed.
Oh, as he lays down. I think he got a good hand to that as well.
Yeah, I think he did get there. He moved so well. This should be a good look to see. In fact, he's almost over dived it, hasn't he? It's off his wrist.
Hit him almost in the forearm where he's got that bandage. He'll be disappointed with that, I think.
He moved so well but he actually almost moved too well.
He's jumped too far. Maybe he'll be saying that's the hand that he got hit on earlier.
Meantime, speaking of those 2 J Taylors, James for Surrey and Jack for Gloucestershire, it is time for your counterpart to come into the attack with Captain Jack Taylor. Enjoying the view?
It is very, very nice up here in the commentary box. I must say, I do prefer this to the dugout. I feel a lot calmer up here as well.
Sort of detached from things and yet part of it at the same time.
Sibley again, working it down to that long on area. He's just ticking along very nicely here. No, I'm quite a nervous watcher as well. I don't know how I'll be on Sunday not playing. I think I'll find that tricky.
Ooh, down the leg side and missed by Thomas. Might be thinking that was 4 runs for the taking, but then Gloucestershire might be thinking, well, actually, that wasn't that far from leg stump when missed it. Yeah, it does get quite addictive, this view from the commentary box, as the 3 figures, the 3 figures was up with the wide. I just feel a little bit awkward applauding the 100 when it's come up with a wide, especially if it's the away side.
Hopefully, Gloucester crowd. There's a shout there. It looks like he's almost played for the spin there, but it's kind of just gone straight on.
Yeah, it's quite a thick inside edge, wasn't it, onto his pad.
Again, punched along on from Sibley.
It's almost as if they've really mapped out exactly where they want to be here, and actually just even subtly have increased that run rate from just over 4 to over 4.5 now. A diving save from Hammond and 5 runs from Jack Taylor's opening over. But it's not quite been imperceptible because there was that 6 from Thomas, but it shows, I suppose, if you're rotating the strike well, then the odd boundary really does raise that rate.
I think the intent was shown clearly by that shot from Thomas. But I also think that this period now, of just rotation and looking to run ones and twos is also really tricky when you're the fielding side, because you feel you're not exactly getting hit for boundaries, but also you are aware that these two now are building quite a healthy partnership. So at some point, I think we'll start to look to attack the lineup a bit more.
I suppose that's always a tricky thing, and especially, I mean, from your point of view, captaining in a 50-over match, you've got a lot of spin options, yourself included. And when do you decide, well, okay, this is sort of working for 4s and 5s, but I'd really like to get a wicket here, so then you bring pace back, but that may also accelerate the rate further.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's trying to weigh up the options as to whether I have a strike bowler as a Caitlin Belcher, bring her back to maybe just have a short spell. But it is tricky because, especially with pace on the ball, you can if it's over pitched, will be driven, or even a bit of a streaky edge for 4s. So long it happens if it's not going your way. But I think this is the right option, is trying to keep it tight now and not search too much for that wicket.
You mentioned Caitlin Belcher. It's been so nice to have her up your sleeve as a captain, almost like a joker up your sleeve.
Well, yeah, came back into the blast and took 7 wickets within 2 games.
Yeah. Lovely looking on drive from Thomas, but there is protection on the long on boundary.
No, she's been a very kind of pivotal. Her coming back was a pivotal point within our blast campaign as well. So hopefully it'll be exciting to see her with a new ball on Sunday.
Correct me if I'm wrong, she came back as a batter, didn't she, in that County Cup fixture against Essex?
Yeah, one of our opening batter, Becca Halliday, actually got a concussion in that game.
Yeah. Wided by umpire Shanmugam. What was that experience? You played at Colchester. What was that experience like?
They had like a fun fair day at the same time, so they're kind of a bit like last week, bouncy castles around the venue. But playing a tier 1 side was obviously going to be a challenge, but we were all very happy of how we performed and rose to that.
Mostly vaulted by Thomas at the non-striker's end.
So that brings up Sibley's 50 with a punch down to long on as he's rotated the strike so well.
Yeah, and it hasn't particularly looked in bother, with the exception of one delivery earlier on in his innings that got a nasty rap on the gloves from, but it has just been classic Sibley, really. 71 ball 50. Other players might start to tick and get a bit twitchier. Not that he's not played attacking shots, because he has come down and hit straight a few times, but he's been so seemingly clear about when he's done that.
I think he seems to be someone that's very clear on his options, like we've said, with straighter on his legs, whipping through the onside, but also if it is up there to drive back past the ball, he has done so. But he's looking very comfortable at the crease at the moment.
Oh, is there a nick there? There is. Up goes the finger. So Ahmed strikes, and Thomas just looking to cut a little bit close to his body. And that is a big wicket for Gloucestershire to break that partnership. The talented Thomas gone for 41 and 106 for 2.
Brilliant take by Brace. He stood up to the stumps as well. I'll be very happy with that.
See how full that was. It was fairly short, just hasn't really got up. It was almost a bottom edge, was it?
Well, it stayed low there, hasn't it? It stayed very low, and Bracey's done well to keep low in his approach. Potentially another sign of the wicket being variable today.
Again, Sibley and Thomas as well in his innings, just assessing.
I think it is a bottom edge.
Yeah, it looked as if it was from front on. Just assessing the fact that you don't need, potentially even 280, 300 on this, that actually it's more important to ensure that you get maybe somewhere near 250 even. And Surrey have been playing games at Guildford, I guess, which isn't always the highest scoring venues over the last couple of years. Certainly been some big scores there in the past, but yeah.
Oh, it's Daz Ahmed to break that partnership that was looking like it was building quite nicely. In comes Rory Burns.
Yeah, so Sibley
Sibley
and
and
Burns
Burns.
together. Well, Joe Root back as test captain.
Oh.
You just never know.
Well, I didn't know whether you were going to go there. Not exactly the most dynamic duo, but a duo of the sort. Burns taking the gloves today as well was something that has not been seen for a while.
I meant to double check that. Actually, I'm sure we did some keeping in the blast not so long ago, but it's certainly a rare sight these days.
I was trying to look earlier to see whether the first List A game was, I think it said 2012, but that was when he took it almost. I think it was his debut in the championship, so not in the 50 over or T20.
Right. I think I was remembering finals day a couple of years ago, but I think that may have been Ollie Pope, was it? No, Jamie Smith was playing. I'm completely wrong. Jamie Smith was released by England, of course, because in those days he wasn't playing as much white ball. Burns did play, but as a batter at 5. A bit of a top edgy sweep, but he'll get enough on this and potentially enough for a boundary. But again, Darrowell sprinting around that boundary, thinking about a third, and then Sibley elects not to take on the arm of Darrowell out there, so just 2 for Burns.
I'd be interested to see how many yards Darrell does in these 50 over games. I wonder whether he's one of those Garmins. That's what all the cricketers are wearing at the moment. Those watches that say how long he must do quite a lot of yardage on those boundaries.
Seems to get the longer side.
Oh, bit of hockey now from Burns.
Sending Bracey the wrong way. Those 2 England teammates, Rory Burns and James Bracey. Not sure, what would you give that dive from Jack Taylor style marks wise?
Oh, I don't think he was. Well, I think actually style wise, I was looking at his Oakleys, his glasses. They're quite flare. Dive wise, maybe not the most pretty. Again, down to long on from Sibley. Still looking to rotate, especially now. A bit of a rebuild with these 2.
Yes, I think they'll take 5 off that over for sure without, I mean, it's not much risk. Yeah, okay, Burns first ball, so it was a little hint of top edge, but there's an awful lot of leg side to hit that ball into.
Especially with the way Burns sets up as well against a leg spinner. It's looking like he's looking to sweep kind of behind square where there is a big gap on that longer leg side boundary. But as Darrowell has done the whole innings so far, he's covered that space very well.
So Ahmed looking to follow up a successful end to the previous over.
There seems to be an Archbishop or Pope on the run over here.
I think we're going to have to come back to that in a moment. Deep third called into action here. That looks like hot work on a day like this. I don't know if we can get anybody to track what's going on out in the car park.
He's still going. He's still legging it. You'd expect to see somebody else dressed up running around with him, but it does just look to be him on his own today.
I think it is a Pope, isn't it? Were they expecting Ollie to come today?
They've not been keeping track of the 100.
Oh, he's just spilled some beer. It's always a classic sight. So yeah.
Not exactly what I expected to see at the county ground today, but a sight nonetheless.
Well, it's seemingly now, I think, being photographed. Yeah, somebody's taking a snap of the Pope with his pint of beer. I don't think that's Pope Innocent.
Sibley again taking his gloves off. Marizanne Kapp does this in the women's game. She'll always run.
Oh yeah.
And I just think I couldn't.
I don't like that.
I drop one and then you can't run back for it. Then it's in the middle, but I kind of shows how much he is kind of exuding calmness at the minute.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of when Marizanne Kapp does that.
It stresses me out.
Played firmly underneath Bancroft. Williams will just get there, and only a single again.
He's done well there. It looked like he was going to dive too early then, Williams,
Yes.
but he actually did well to stay on his feet.
I thought for a moment he was going to give up on it as well, and then dive too early, and then yeah.
Especially as he went off earlier for some sort of treatment. He's always having a bit of a stretch now down.
Oh, that's a help yourself.
Just helped on its way around the corner there. Actually, right where the Pope has done some more running.
Is he off again?
He's now stopped.
Well, there are two of them, are there? Oh dear.
Oh no.
That's been a little bit too much, I think.
He's stopped at the bound stand. Looks to be quite out of breath here. Driven.
I think it's pretty much a classic for the two things that the Pope carries, isn't it? There's the papal staff, which apparently is called a ferula, and a pint of beer. I think that's just what he's seen with. Speaking of drinks,
I was going to say, as he's helped himself to a pint, the players are helping themselves to water as I will hand back over.
Thanks very much indeed, Liv Daniels, the Gloucestershire skipper. I believe he'll be back with us in the second innings as Ian Randall and I attempt to disentangle and do a bit of a dance in the commentary box. Halfway stage, 118 for 2.
I think Gloucestershire will be a little happier now that they have the second wicket, but Surrey have still got a good base. Rory Burns is still getting acclimatised, I think, but Sibley looks in no bother. 21 singles in his 50, I'm told by the Surrey scorers, and there'll be a few more of those to come later on. We started here, of course, at 2 o'clock. The other games today started at 11. Perhaps Ed might do the scores from those just while the players are at drinks. But I'll just remind you once again about matters, Gloucestershire matters. Here at the Seat Unique, there is an international to come next year against New Zealand, with England men playing here on the 19th of September. You can register your interest now on the club website to be among the first to hear about ticket information and on sale dates. Of course, more imminently, Gloucestershire still have 4 matches after today: Lancashire away, Warwickshire away, and 2 matches at Cheltenham in this competition. I know that the Notts match is sold out. I'm pretty sure I saw a note yesterday the Northants game is also sold out, other than to members. And of course, as part of the festival, Liv's team, the Gloucestershire women, will be playing matches on the 8th and the 16th, which I think are Derbyshire and Kent.
Sussex and Kent.
Sussex and Kent,
Yeah,
respectively.
Derbyshire on Sunday.
It's Derbyshire this week, sorry, yes.
One score that is certainly worth reading out, that was the one that was hit on the bounce back to Daz Ahmed in his follow through. That he rather fought it off in self-protection.
Ben, head groundsman Ben, has just remarked the crease.
What a shot that is, sorry, and just whilst we've got that on the screen, that was the attempted court and bowl that he actually just slightly over dived. What a great shot that is.
So we're going to get underway after drinks with Jack Taylor bowling from the Bristol Pavilion end, worked away by Sibley. He'll want two, but he won't get two because Darrell again is onto that quickly and throws into the bowler's end.
I was going to give you the score from Northampton, where Northamptonshire were bowled out for 246, 4.5 overs shy of their 50 overs, and Leicestershire are 102 without loss after 12 overs, and Rishi Patel has 84 not out from 42.
But Rory Burns with another big sweep. Yeah, they're going to try for two. There's a partial stop by Luke Charlesworth, but Will Williams had to make ground to cover the parry, almost, you might say. Rory Burns put his foot down to get back for a second run. Jack Taylor staying round the wicket to the left-hander. And now it's the reverse switch hit. This time out to Joe Phillips. So again, one of the Gloucestershire bowlers has gone off. I wonder what Aman Rao's definitely out there. You can spot his very tall frame. Taylor off the back foot this time. Sibley can't pierce those two fielders behind square. Taylor wheels in. That's a full toss, and that will be four. That was a freebie, really, to Dom Sibley. Line wasn't really right, and even the reach of Rao couldn't get him to haul that one into another boundary to Sibley.
I think it's Ahmed who is just nipped off the field.
Taylor in. Sibley punches straight to Cameron Bancroft. So I wonder if that might mean a bowling change. It will, I think, at the Ashley Down Road end.
Yeah, Ollie Price seems to be moving
Ahmed's
with
bowled
intent.
4 overs for 23, but I say he had a couple of bangs on the hand, so it may be that he's gone off just to be assessed. And a first introduction for Ollie Price into the attack. So 7th different bowler.
7th by the 27th over. Not flying along Surrey, but Gloucestershire have just got to be a little bit careful that they don't let it drift to a point where Surrey can then really attack. I think Surrey will be very happy with this position. I think they would have very much taken this if you'd offered this to them. Hard sweep from Burns. This will take some stopping and it won't be stopped. With Charlesworth on that boundary, it's so short and the angle of that boundary really quite steep, and Rory Burns has come out with his broom here and signalled his intent with a sweep shot for 2 first ball to the longer side, but this time he can target the short side. Happy to go against the turn. There doesn't seem to be a massive amount of turn here. This time the other side of Luke Charlesworth, but he'll get to this one fairly comfortably.
They do score heavily on the leg side, these two, don't they? I mean, James Healy put the Sibley graphic up of his runs, jokingly at the start when he got his first ball away on the leg side. I wonder how that graphic would look now.
He has also scored quite heavily through straight mid-off. Come down and hit a couple of boundaries there. Back to the leg side there.
The singles are in yellow, I think, aren't they?
Yes. It's quite even, really. This might be another boundary. It is 4 more. It's really beautifully played by Burns because he just weighted the shot well enough to get it away from deep square. It's just a rock back and a flick.
It's all about placement.
Yep. So 10 runs off this over. Should just be 11. So Hammond takes cover at backward point from the Darrowell throw. That has got Surrey's innings run rate over 5 now.
You've got to think they would still think 300 is very much on here.
Question for Ed and Ian: if there was one cricket law you could change or amend, what would it be?
You bowl 90 overs in a day in a test match, however long it takes.
I think technically that's a playing condition rather than a law.
Yes.
He says, dragging the mood down.
Yeah.
Oh, see, this is one of those questions that I did have an answer for once, and it's escaped me. One answer. It's not a very entertaining answer, but I think you should be able to bowl 2 bouncers in an over across all limited overs cricket.
Is that not a playing condition?
I think it goes across both, doesn't it? Because it amends the dangerous unfair bowling law. But I think you might be right.
Will Williams back into the attack. Must have a change of ends for him. And this is very methodical cricket by Surrey at this point.
Yes, I guess you are right. That is also a playing condition.
Bob, can we have playing conditions as well as laws?
That is definitely, I mean, let's say that I might be able to come up with a more entertaining answer in a moment, but I'm not one of those that wants to abolish leg buys. I don't feel strongly or not about leg buys. I know it elicits some strong reactions either side of the spectrum.
Williams bowls from close to the stumps, and as much as anything else, that means that the delivery is gun barrel straight and Dom Sibley can't get it away. It's such a difference, this, isn't it, in terms of the tempo of the game to a T20, where every ball is an event. Here you feel, as that Gloucestershire supporter has done, you can go and get an ice cream and you might not feel as if you've miss too much if you walk around the ground, stand in the queue, and then walk around the ground again afterwards. Yes, you might miss a wicket, I suppose, but
Actually, that is one change I would, that this is definitely a law. I find it really irritating that handle the ball is now obstructing the field. We sort of referenced it earlier. What was wrong with handle the ball?
Williams and Sibley. Low risk cricket from Dominic Sibley. 5 boundaries in his 61.
Bob has answered his question. So I suppose if we're going for that, then we're allowed what we said earlier.
Yeah.
Getting rid of umpire's call. If the ball's clipping, it's out. Worth.
Around the wicket to Rory Burns. Everything is worked to the leg side for Burns. Anything on middle stump, he's stepping across, working it away.
I might
Picking up another 2 there.
change the margins of umpire's call, personally.
Williams striving for a 3rd wicket. Oh, and for once, Burns tries to chop that through the offside. He's pretty angry he didn't get anything off it. 141 for 2. The 2 batters out for Surrey. Ryan Patel caught by Hammond off Luke Charlesworth for 10. That was when still in the power play in the 6th over when the score was 18, and then Surrey got to 106 before Adam Thomas was caught off a bottom edge by Bracey off Daz Ahmed for 41, and he has hit the only 6 of the match so far.
I think if you're going to get rid of umpire's call completely, you probably still have to have that error built in when, if the batter comes down the pitch, then the error in the ball tracking is such that you can't, I don't know exactly what margin it is, but it definitely becomes less reliable in terms of its tracking if the batter's come down. Even as good as it is, there's a good ball from Ollie Price, and that's, I was thinking in the previous over, probably the one that he wants for Sibley, because he will be happy to work against the angle. Just slide one past the outside edge like that, or take it. Go for a reverse. And again, Luke Charlesworth pursuing it to the boundary. Well, that would certainly be one where the 3rd umpire would have a look at that if they could do so, but has been kept in, and 2 runs, 2 leg byes. Of course, having bowled some terrible leg spin in my time, would quite like to get rid of the pitching outside leg, part of the LBW law. Well, why? Why is that the case? Why shouldn't you be allowed to bowl outside the leg stump if you're turning it? And there's another regulation I'd get rid of. You're allowed to bowl over the wicket as a left-arm spinner and target the rough in the county championship. That one drives me up the wall. The umpires are there to determine if it's negative bowling or not. That's your job, to be there to make decisions. If it's a legitimate attacking ploy to bowl into the rough, you should be allowed to do that. And then it's up to the umpires to decide whether you're doing it for a negative tactic or not.
I think that there will be some bowlers who would say the LBW law should be as simple as, if it's hitting, it's out, no matter where it's pitched.
Or also, actually, I think if you're struck on the pad and you've played especially a reverse sweep, you should just be out if it hits you anywhere.
Gloucestershire need another wicket here. Probably a couple pretty smartly, but it doesn't look the sort of wicket where there's going to be clumps, or the sort of pitch where there's going to be clumps of wickets. So we have Ollie Sykes and Josh Blake due in at 5 and 6. So still quite a bit of batting to come, despite the fact they're so decimated by calls to the 100. Williams has lost his run-up, and equally Sibley pulled out. Somebody was moving behind the bowler's arm there. Probably up on the second level, I would think. The umpires are just walking. In fact, the umpire Shanmugam has just walked down to the far end to see what Sibley can see. If there's something causing a reflection.
Yeah, I think it must be that,
way.
Mustn't it? Given the total stoppage, everybody's down tools.
And some batters are more fussy than others about disruptions like this.
I bet it's the Premier Club. No, I'm not sure. It's over. It's over more in that direction.
Can't be coming from the far end and bouncing back, surely.
Confused. I mean, the entire balcony down below us is in shadow.
Well, clearly, Sibley has seen something. There is no play going on. You're not missing anything at the moment. So a chance for me to say that just before Christmas, on the 19th and 20th of December, a new drone light show will arrive at the Seat Unique.
I was talking about that earlier.
Bringing hundreds of illuminated drones. You'll have giant dragons, magical kingdoms and fantasy worlds above you in a breathtaking outdoor experience from cutting-edge drone technology. It's created by a company called Yup. It's a perfect show for families and anyone looking for a spectacular night out. Again, you can join our wait list via the website and be first to hear more about that show.
What I would say is they've gone down incredibly well from what I've heard the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And those who've gone to it say it is quite an experience. So, yeah, I mean, I live in a fantasy world anyway, but it's just be a different fantasy world. I live in a fantasy world where everything that I bowl is an LBW automatically that hits the pad.
As you can see, 146 for 12 to 29. We've only had 4 overs since the drinks break, but now clearly there is something that Sibley does not like when batting at the Ashley Down Road end, and something that needs to be changed. Whilst that is happening, let me just give you the scores then from the other games, all of which started at 11 o'clock today. At Repton School, Derbyshire 315 for 5 against Glamorgan, who are 80 for 2 in the 16th over in reply. Essex made 317 all out against Hampshire, who are 76 for 1 in the 13th over, so they've started briskly. At Canterbury, Somerset 313 for 9 against Kent, who are 55 without loss in the 12th. At Northampton's 246, Leicestershire 131 for no wicket, as Ed was saying. Rishi Patel, they're only in the 17th over there.
Well, it's especially remarkable because Eskenazi's 27 off 46, but Patel 106 off 57.
So, completely different ball game being played by those two. Middlesex 293 for 7 against Worcestershire, who are 45 for 1. That's very old school in reply. And at York, Durham 165 all out, Yorkshire 86 for 3 in the 24th. So tight game there. And here, whatever was causing the issue hopefully has been resolved. And Williams is to bowl the 30th of the 50 overs. So we are 5 overs at this point, 5 overs from deciding which ball we're going to have for the last 16. Williams to Dom Sibley, who just allows himself 1 ball at least as a sighter to get his head back in the right concentration space. $300 still on, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's the olden day adage maybe of doubling after 30, but yeah.
Williams again close to the stumps. Sibley wants a single up to mid-off, but he won't get one. Jack Taylor does the fielding.
And Sykes certainly be an explosive player.
Yes, call
Comes in. Yeah.
what called back from, released by, I think the 100 is way more accurate, isn't it?
Yeah, so Tom Laws played in the last match for Surrey and has been grabbed again.
Sibley punch up to Van Beeren at mid-on. He'll get 1, but he won't get many more than that. In fact, even that was a comfortable enough single, but he needed to go straight. He and Burns needed to go straight away. Burns answered the call. He's going to go round the wicket to the left-hander.
I still think at one stage it felt as though they were making more of a push to try and have more collaboration between the tournaments, a more direct collaboration in terms of if you haven't played for
2 matches.
Yeah, but I suppose the fact remains that most people will take the opportunity to stay in the environment that they're in.
Williams to Burns, who defends.
Because what's tricky is you've got situations where young players are being called up, and I'm not saying, I mean, they will learn an enormous amount from being in the other environment, but at the same time, if you're almost being called up just to be a bench player as a young player, then isn't that what this competition's for?
Williams to Burns just dabs that really out on the offside.
Isn't this competition supposed to be where you're learning your trade? If that's the idea, rather than just something that it's convenient to play alongside the 100.
Burns waits once more. That's clothed by him, but it's over the infield where Bancroft was, and it will drop safe, and Darrowell will pick up. Tidier over from Will Williams after that unintended stoppage. Scored 30 off the last 5, Surrey, so they're going steadily along at the moment. In fact, they've scored 30 off the last 2 sets of 5, in fact.
Sets of 5? Which competition are we in, sorry? You're not supposed to call them that anymore.
You can't call them sets anymore.
No, they're not sets. You would actually prefer overs if some come full circle. You'd actually prefer overs now, if they must be referred to as a collective. No sets, no lots.
So Ollie Price, 1 over for 11, but he's going to be kept on. 2 overs 14 rather. My board hasn't updated.
Yes, he came back well in his second over, got that play and a miss, and found the pads of Sibley for a couple of leg buys. Now, Sibley was a little bit slow setting off, but I don't think they would have got two there anyway.
So we've really had 2 wickets and 1 chance that's gone to ground today. That's been the nub of the danger from the bowlers.
Just think we used to have 60 over cricket with run rates of 3.5. If you think 30 overs at 5s. That's felt a bit more old school in terms of pace. So the 150 in the 31st over. I don't know whether, I mean, it is still possible that Surrey could score 300, but whether they will, I suppose, give away, I don't know, whether they'll give away 270, 280 to try and get 300 and then risk being bowled out for, or they're bowled out for, or getting 250 and just continuing at the current rate. I think they'll still work their way into a position a few overs' time. Rao positioned at backward square there.
But even 270, I think, will take some getting.
Yeah, I think so. Reverse attempted by Sibley, and by the looks of things, he's been hit in the throat. On the Adam's apple.
Bottom of the strap round his helmet, perhaps.
Must have bounced up off something. Yeah, it was the look of his leg, elbow, and then up into his throat. Ouch. It's horrible when that happens.
He certainly felt that.
Yeah, you still feel it almost hitting you for a little while afterwards.
So from Beeren back. Short third man and short fine leg, both inside the circle, in case there's a paddle or a miscued paddle shot from Rory Burns. Plays the reverse this time. And he'll get 1. Out to Will Williams.
Grant van Buren's already gone for more runs in this 5 over and 2 ball spell than he did in his 4 over spell in the T20 match here. It was his 100th T20 match that night, and 4 overs, 2 for 23.
I mean, it is worth making the point that Surrey do have fairly inexperienced bowling attack today. Another reverse, this time from Rory Burns, doesn't get the intended power on it and stopped by Luke Charlesworth.
Even some of the options that they would have hoped to have, minus the 100 call-ups, have sustained injuries.
Orthodox sweep this time. It's good placement. They'll get certainly 1, and Ahmed stops it, but they'll take 1 on the arm. It's a long boundary out there. Just a couple.
So Tiaan van Vuren was signed as an overseas player. He is injured. So just the 1 overseas in Flores.
Van Vuren again to Burns. Pin from Bracey, not quite sure for what.
LBW, I think.
And he was the only person asking.
See what that has come off. Might have been a bit of glove brush there. Close to being outside the line as well, but... Oh no! We've all had days like that.
Is that Daz Ahmed
Yeah.
after the catch? Yes.
I think that's me just about every morning, actually, in my head. That's a bit more energetic. I'm sure Ollie Price has loved that facial expression being shown. Probably made another one there as that one just went past him. And the 50 partnership between Sibley and Burns. 55 deliveries. So decent time, and the subtle acceleration continues. Forcing bottom-handed shot from Burns. You can see what he was looking for there with a gap between mid-on and deep mid-wicket.
So 200 off 40? Saying probably. If they're ahead of that, that's fine. That's where I want to go.
Sibley cracking that away, one bounce four. Just decided that that was a little more on a length that he could get underneath easily, and that's been his area when he's looked to attack in this innings. Straight mid-off has been the region. Knows it's short there, and Jack Taylor fairly wide at mid-off. Just an easy lift. And that prompts the shorter ball, but there is a bit of licence for dragging it down a bit, or bowling it into the pitch, I think is the term for a very short ball in white ball cricket now.
Almost as if it's deliberate.
Ooh, it skids through. That's the one you've got to watch a little bit. It's the one that removed Thomas from Ahmed. And you think it's going to be short enough to play off the back foot, and then it just skids on. Good finish to the over from Price. 7 runs from it, 162 for 2.
So Jack Taylor's got, obviously, with 7 bowlers used, he's got quite a few options. He and Ollie Price have bowled 6 overs for 35. You probably needn't bowl them anymore, but when does he go perhaps back to Rao, for example? Williams has only got 3 overs left, and he's a little bit at the end of the Kent match. We did pick up a couple of wickets. Sibley accumulating again out on the offside this time, another single.
They do get a lot of time to bowl their overs in these.
Oh, I've always thought that 3 1/4 is plenty.
I mean, Gloucestershire 16 overs to bowl. Actually 15, because it'll be when they start the last over, isn't it? They've got an hour and a half.
Reverse pull from Rory Burns out to Will Williams. Generally, I've tended to think they allow 3.5 hours, but I tend to think most sides bowl them in 3 1/4. Beer in again to Sibley. Back foot this time, but can't force it past Bancroft.
I mean, rightly so, they've added time on, because we have had quite a lot of stoppages here.
But from a Gloucestershire point of view, only 2 wickets. Van Buren with rolled his fingers over the top of that and almost bowled it a little cutter. That's Ahmed, fielder at backward point. That's more orthodox again. Sibley, same shot. And the applause of Van Buren. He's only conceded 3 singles in that over. He's a very understated batter, Sibley, isn't it? There's not much flourish in anything that he does. He just, you know, I bat, I score runs. What else do you want me to do?
Well, quite. That's the aim, isn't it?
That's.
And I don't think he would exactly be rolling up this surface and taking it with him, but he does have quite a successful method for batting on the sort of surfaces that we have tended to have at Bristol. And again, I mean, if you were, as a Surrey supporter, if you were watching that T20 match where, I think, was that the one where Janssen bowled the ball over James Bracey's head? I think it might have been. He certainly gave it a good try in some of them to Arne Janssen. That was not a pitch that was lacking in pace, as Aman Rao is back, being walloped back over his head for 4. Well, that was about as much flourish as you're going to get from Sibley. A straight strike of the highest quality. Again, I think he'd shimmied down, almost premeditated it, and then got exactly the right length that he wanted. Turned a full ball into a half volley. Shy at the stumps coming here, and missing from Ahmed at mid-on. The plan could turn into, with Rao and Charlesworth, who in the last game I think came back on from that Ashley Down road end, having bowled his first spell from the pavilion end. And with that big side, I'm not saying they will do this, but something that could happen is that there's an awful lot of short stuff bowled at Sibley, hoping that he might miscue one into that massive leg side, whereas for Burns, everything pretty much angled across him, just doing as much as possible to take that short boundary out of play. Bottom-handed thump and a good piece of fielding.
That's probably
mid-on.
Sibley probably thinks, right, I've seen 100 balls now. I probably think I'm in. Just.
Jack Taylor, the fielder, up at mid-on, having to get his skates on there to prevent that boundary, because that was timed as well by Burns. There is that short ball. Simply not getting greedy at any point here. Even when he's actually looked to go down the ground, he's not tried to hit it for 6. He's just tried to hit it hard. Everything's been 1 bounce, 2 bounce, or just about 3 bounces and 4.
And a lot of it through sort of straight long off.
Just take that mid-off fielder out. Ooh, he's looking for a bigger shot there, Burns, and then alertly coming through for 1 underneath the hand of Rao. Here's one for you, Ian. Zach Crawley versus Dom Sibley. How long before Zach Crawley made his debut did Dom Sibley make his debut? Short and pulling, this time in the air, but you've really got to nail it if you want a boundary to that long side.
Are we talking first class debut here?
Test debut.
Test debut.
Sorry, I didn't specify, did I? 174 for 2. How long would you say?
It's probably not as long as you think. How are we quantifying it? Number of matches, or
well, whichever way you want.
Months or time,
whichever way you want.
I haven't forgotten the question. A single to Sibley. Oh, okay, I'll go. I'm guessing here. I'm going to go Beeren. Rory Burns uses his feet, can't get it past Jack Taylor. I'll give you the answer at the end of the over because Van Beeren is quickly through. Good work from Bancroft at short mid wicket. Down the leg side from Van Beeren, he's got away with that. Rao saw the ball coming straight to him off that sweep from Rory Burns. Using his feet this time, it can't beat Bancroft. It's a better over from a Gloucestershire point of view. Can Van Beeren get out of it economically?
It's also characteristic, isn't it, that as Burns has tried to go harder at the ball this over, he's actually got less for it.
And that's gone straight to Rao as well. So only a single off that Van Beeren over. He's hit the fielder 5 deliveries out of 6. Rory Burns. He's called for drinks or towels, certainly for the batters. Joe Phillips is coming on to the field as a sub fielder. So somebody has gone off, I would suspect. So the answer for Sibley, I'm going to say, I wonder if it might be a winter to a summer. So I'm going to say 5 months.
One test.
One test.
Yeah, they both made their test debuts on the same tour of New Zealand, just a 2-match series in 2019. And I sort of think of Sibley as being part of the, you know, let's say slightly more traditional approach that happened for a bit longer before that, but actually Burns played for a little bit further back. Down towards fine leg, Van Beeren's got to rush round the boundary, gets the throw away quickly, and after an over that has only conceded 1 run, the energy to come round and do that and save an extra single for his bowler at the other end is one of the many reasons why he is still a firm crowd favourite in these parts.
Why one of the squad's been round with a water bottle for him. Luke Charles coming up inside the circle for Rory Burns now. Right. Short fine leg.
Backing away Burns and then just watching a ball go inside the wide line. That's another thing that bugs me whilst we're on such things. And I'm sure I heard somebody say this the other day and I thought, yes, I've never heard anybody else say that before about these wide lines. Slower ball from Rao.
Would have been a wide, I think, as well.
But just for sake of example, Graham Van Buren's wide line should be different from Dom Sibley's, because the whole wording of it is about a batter reaching it, playing a normal cricketing shot from his original stance. So this absolute wide line that we have now is not actually right. Once again, like so many sports, you're punished for being short. Basketball, tennis. some things in cricket as well. Apparently, you need to be at least 6 foot tall to bowl spin for England in a test match.
Obviously, there are some sports where being small is handy, being a jockey, for example.
Is that a sport? In the air and past cover for 4. Well, he certainly hit it hard, Rory Burns, and taking some of the frustration possibly out of the previous over on that ball. He's really opened up for that, sort of cleared his front leg, and that was not the cover drive that Rory Burns would play on April the 4th, the opening morning. Or full toss, and he's clothed it badly enough it won't carry to long on. There's another one in the category of not the prettiest bit of cricket.
Munro with a bit of a mixed over there. Eight off it. So we haven't lost a wicket since the end of the 23rd over. In fact, they've only lost one since the 6th over, so it's been a real slog in the field for Gloucestershire. And Surrey, right where they want to be, really. They were 200 for 2 with 10 overs to go. Every chance they can really open up. Van Buren, though, to continue, and Burns uses his feet, clips that into the leg side. That'll be 4. That's very well placed. 2 men out on the leg side. Price is at wide long on, and there's a deep mid wicket as well, but he and Darrell couldn't haul that in.
It's a wonderful shot, really. I mean, forget the bizarre head contortion act that he does when he faces up. And he comes down, head over the ball, beautiful whip.
Fired down the leg side by Van Buren, but not given as a wide. Burns couldn't believe it wasn't. Charlesworth is limbering up. I wonder whether he may be introduced again from that far end. Van Buren staying over the wicket, and again the paddle. That's very fine. That's 4 more. Nothing Rao could do about that. And Burns could get to his 50 better than a runner ball here.
He's happy to take it off the stumps. He knows Van Buren is going to provide him with a decent amount of pace, and that boundary's so short.
Van Buren again to Burns, and there it is. That's his 50. I wouldn't say he's hit nothing on the offside, but not a great deal. 48 balls and 6 fours. And as has been the case for Surrey in this competition, all the top order contributing. And Sibley goes aerial into that same space that Burns hit earlier in the over. He'll come back this time for 2.
Again, just still picking these options so intelligently. There's no attempt to hit the ball 7 rows deep.
Van Buren staying around the wicket, and this time Tom simply can't get it past Bancroft.
But it's just a bit of that lost art of 50 over batting, really. There's my fielder that's up. Just clear that fielder. If it's 2, it's 2, but if I hit it well, it's going to be 4.
There's the guide. Really only 3 badly expensive overs for Gloucestershire, but just steady accumulation all the way through. From Surrey, you've only lost, I'll say, the 2 wickets. They've got power to add in the batting. And with Rao having bowled 6 overs for 35 in 2 spells, in fact the last 2 overs across 17, Luke Charlesworth is back with 12 overs to go, of which he could bowl 5 if Jack Taylor wanted him to.
Nobody's been expensive. I mean, nobody's gone at greater than a run a ball, but also nobody's really absolutely tied Surrey down. And I think that's to Surrey's credit, really, rather than anything about Gloucestershire. Oh, is that going to hit the helmet? Oh, wasn't far off. Going to be 4 runs. Not where Burns was intending, but at the same time, it was a very wide delivery. Close to being a wide if it hadn't been hit, and then, oh, I think if Bracey deflects that any more with his right hand, that would have been 5 penalty runs.
That's quite an untidy bit of cricket, or one way and the other.
It's gone wide outside off again, and the tinny noise off the bat, but again, it might not be pretty, but Burns knows if he just crashes that away square on the offside, deep cover's probably going to get around and have it just be 1. Whereas there's the 2, and the 2 that brings up the 200 for Surrey, so they've got there before the end of the 40th over. 300 very much still a possibility. That's a clean connection. Some gasps in the crowd, and 6 runs out towards those parasols there. And 100 partnership from 93 balls.
It's been very efficient batting, you'd say. Yeah, Burns knew he'd cream that away.
Picked it, didn't it? It was a length ball. I think pace off, and again, if he mishits that, there's a short mid-wicket. That's the only fielder who's got a clear playing that shot. It's good placement in terms of the fact that he's hit it in the stand, but also in terms of the angle that he hit at. There's a lot being middled in this over.
I wonder if it may be, of course, that he's got a problem with his bowling hand, but Ahmed's only bowled 4 overs. Might be thought to be a bit of a hittable pace in this situation.
Well,
he is loosening up, though.
But equally, you know, sometimes that stump to stump, mix up your pace type stuff, as opposed to pace on the ball. Yeah, they're certainly having to think long and hard out there. The stress levels will be higher today than on Sunday, that's for sure. And I think when you've been, I suppose, watching Surrey just pick off singles, and in a way it can almost feel as though when they do decide that they're going to go and hit some 4s and 6s, it can feel worse than if they're doing it all the time, in a way.
But they've manoeuvred themselves into a position here, haven't they, where they can decide when they want to really, really go for it.
And they want a single here to Williams, who misses the stumps.
But this has been this has been a pattern through their innings in this competition, with, you know, all the top order getting runs. Does Ahmed just having a chat with James Bracey. I wonder if he's talking about Bracey standing up, perhaps, because Ahmed is going back into the attack.
What umpire would turn that down? Eh? So you got those teeth flashing at you.
I'm sure he asked politely.
How is that, sir?
11 overs to go. Even 8s from here will get you to just about 300.
He kind of really felt it was out, though, Van Buren, because he didn't go down on one knee. That's when it's really imploring.
So Daz Ahmed just he needs 14 fielders, he probably feels at the moment. Rao is being moved, so he's going to bowl without a short fine leg. He's got a very deep fine leg. He's going to go round the wicket to Rory Burns on his reintroduction into the attack, and Burns goes for the little reverse paddle, and it'll be 4. Just spotted the length, picked the length of that very quickly and just helped it on its way. Let the pace of the delivery itself do the rest.
I think I'm contractually obliged to say innovation, but it's not innovation because so many people have played it before. It's a wonderful shot, but apparently it always needs to be said that it's innovation.
So now, Van Buren is up inside the circle. So what does Ahmed do as a response? So, and the answer is he goes for a fuller length delivery, and Burns plays a different shot. It was a much more aerial shot, aware that the man was up, and he's got a 2 bounce 4 out of it.
He's basically played him like a spinner there. And the first one was more of the ramp that you'd play off a fast bowler. But
it was a floaty one.
It was, and he's realised that it was quite full and just got down on one knee and swept it. And the problem is that Ahmed's not the sort of bowler that really wants to bang the ball in short. And also, we're still 4 balls away from Gloucestershire being able to put the extra fielder out. So they've still got to have 5 up for the rest of this over. And now only deep cover back on the offside.
There is the short ball, and this Burns has gone down the ground with a tennis smash, and he's only got 1 for it. Talking to Liv Daniels, who was with us earlier, the Gloucestershire women's captain, about several of the off spinners in the women's team bowling around the wicket, even to the right-hander, which kind of feels counterintuitive in a way, and you wonder whether Burns might be better even going over the wicket. Sorry, Ahmed going over the wicket to the left-handed Burns. He's going over the wicket to Sibley, who's driven that straight to Bancroft. He feels he's got all the shots. Well, pack the offside and try and force him to play into that area.
Problem is, that's the short boundary.
It is.
I think it probably is just a case of get to that stage where you can put that extra fielder out and then you don't have to make so much of a calculation of which option does he get given.
So 9 of this over. Again, he's brought 3rd man up again to allow him to have the extra man out. And Sibley will pick up another single out to deep point.
Striking at 130. Rory Burns. Which is actually higher than his T20 career strike rate of 119.
Well, you can see on on the screen. He's not that far behind Sibley in terms of runs scored, but he's a long way behind in terms of balls faced. That's another pull, potentially for 4 more, but a good stop from Cameron Bancroft. Got another of our friends sprinting around the ground again.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Pope Mobile was on the move again. I don't think it was.
40 overs gone. It's a Richie Benner score.
I can't actually see where the Pope has disappeared to.
He's in the mound stand on the block.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
That's three parts of the stand back from the front row.
Just shaking hands with a spectator.
So 10 overs to go.
I thought you were supposed to kiss the ring rather than shake hands, but I'm not sure he's entirely familiar with protocol. The election must have happened quite early this morning.
Williams has got 3 left.
Bowling from the Ashley Down Road end, Will Williams. Will Williams is sponsored by 6 o'clock gin.
Yes, Will Williams, sponsored by 6 o'clock gin.
Is that your
Great sponsorship? Yeah.
That's your answer to life? Is it gin at 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock's a bit late for me. So I think Williams on from the Ashley Down Road end.
Van Buren's got 1 over left.
Well, I do think that. Yes, I
But
wonder when. Whether it'll get used and when. What I was going to say was Williams from the Ashley Down Road end to Sibley, he's just got to bowl pretty much into his pads and accept that Sibley will almost certainly take the opportunity to avail himself of a single into the onside. For Burns, Williams's go-to plan at this stage of the innings is to bowl it in some instances outside the wide line and expect the batter still to hit it, which invariably they do.
So 3 out on the offside here, although only 1 is actually on the rope.
Across his stumps and dragging it away just for a single. So he actually did bowl it close enough that Burns could still hit into the onside. I wonder if that'll persuade him to go even wider. Thinking back, for example, to that spell that he bowled in the Somerset game to Josh Thomas at the end, where he was almost bowling it off the cut strip, but Thomas was moving so far across that he was still hitting them. That really, again, is pretty much bowling just to restrict the scoring to a single. And having to, I suppose, take their medicine a little bit here. Gloucestershire, they'd love to be putting fielders up and trying to squeeze and take dot balls, but 2 batters set like this, that's not really an option. Well, you might get some dots, but you're probably more likely to get some 4s and 6s. It's more heading for the wide Yorker, and even though he missed it, still the outcome that Gloucestershire SA just pretty much having to accept.
I think anything under 300 here is probably a win.
From that position, yeah. And until they take a wicket, they can't do too much more.
Take a run a ball.
Or maybe, with the exception of when Sibley gets to about 96 or something, it's fired away into the gap between long on and deep mid wickets, so they'll take 2 for that. Sibley not moving immensely freely, but then he has been out there for almost 41 overs, and he has to run a fair amount of his runs and other people's. It's a little bit of a stamina test out there.
I hope we'll see him out there for all the 50 overs. Fielding, I mean.
Short and slow and whacked away, and that's how hard you've got to hit it to get a boundary out there. And Darrowell, as quick as he is, not getting there, so he is on to 96 and 10 runs from that over, even with the extra fielder out very short. It was on its way down, I think, as it got to Sibley.
Yeah, some conundrums here for Jack Taylor. More drinks for Sibley and Burns. We started here at 2 o'clock, so they've bowled 41 overs in 2 hours and 40 minutes, and there was quite a stoppage at one point after the drinks break because of something that was bothering Sibley, chiefly when batting at the Ashley Down Road end. Look, may have been a reflection or something, or an open door, something that he clearly wanted solved. So that time will have been added on to the allotted time, of course, but to get to this point, only 9 overs to go. Jack Taylor's going to come back into the attack. 3 overs for 18 at the moment.
He is happy to shoulder that responsibility of bowling at the back end, and has done it with some real success in the past.
Now, in theory, of course, Burns is hitting with the spin, but he's going towards the longer boundary. So, lots of stepping across likely here. Taylor in. Perhaps he's made space there. He's pulled that away. That was too short. And it's pulled away into the gap at what you might call a cow corner, straight mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think there's into the pitch, and then there's just short. And Rory Burns is seeing them very nicely.
That was a long hop from Jack Taylor. Still the 3 out on the leg side on the boundary. There you go, higher up this time, fractionally. Burns able to get the single. Sibley back onto strike. So one big blow would get Sibley to his 100. I don't suppose he will look to do it in that fashion. That's not the way he does things. He's hobbling a little bit, but he's very close to a 6th this day 100. Dom Sibley. Burns looks really prepared to be the aggressor here. Gone back to that and threw the offside out to Will Williams again. One more. But with a positive start to the over, it's been. Surrey have they just ticked along very steadily right the way through this innings. And Sibley again goes for the punch off the back foot. It's a very simple thing to say, but they just pick the length of the ball and pick the scoring shot off the ball so quickly, so often. And Burns paddles this, and you're going to get probably one this time. It's gone straight to the fielder, one of the 2 fielders behind square on the leg side. And 9 off that over. Absolutely fine from a Surrey point of view. And Gloucestershire are going to have to bat really well here. And I know we've said it before when they've been chasing scores of, sort of the 280s. You cannot get stuck in the first 10 overs Otherwise, you just give yourself far too much to do later on. I mean, the alternative way of doing it is to do what Hampshire did when they were set 313 by Gloucestershire here last year, and that was to really attack in the first 10.
Very different surface, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
And also
different types of batters.
There was an awful lot of width given as well. You have to be, I think you really do have to be given the opportunity to get off to a flyer most times in this competition. Well, Burns knows what the plan is. And Williams knows, Burns knows what the plan is. And we can keep doing this forever. But way across to the offside. It's probably actually just within the wide marker anyway, but that moves with Burns. Looking for that short boundary. Gosh. It's a farcical shot down to short fine leg for a single.
Just let the ball hit the bat almost. Didn't play with any pace at all.
I do really enjoy this, I have to say. When you have players that open in the championship that are out there in this position, well, I mean, maybe not even openers, but players who have for so long been thought of and in some cases pigeonholed as red ball players. Watching them, I suppose, problem solving out there is a word that's often used, but manufacturing different shots. .99 for Sibley. Again, hopping and landing rather awkwardly as he played that shot. I still don't think he'll get too tired of batting.
Sibley?
Thoughts of carrying his bat, perhaps.
Yeah.
There we go. And this time Burns doesn't move. Rory Burns does not have a MATCHDAY 100.
No, 12 50s in 81 games.
Swept up by Bancroft out at deep cover. Thought they might get two, but it's that situation which often happens when you've had a batter in who's been out there for the whole innings, where you just can't run those extra runs quite so much.
139 these two have put on.
Really, the Thomas wicket came out of nowhere. There wasn't much beating of the bat with the new ball either, but you could see the sort of intent of Ryan Patel to go very hard at the ball, and that was possibly going to get himself into some trouble. But it's less a pitch where there's going to be seemingly much of a devil in it when it comes to moving sideways. Looking for the single, they'll just hobble through, and despite the direct hit at Burns' end, that is 100 for Dom Sibley, who loves batting against Gloucestershire.
124 balls, 9 fours, and I reckon if there aren't 50 singles in there, it won't be far short.
Yeah, this has been a really intelligent innings from Sibley. certain amount of disagreement between umpire and bowler. Actually, at this stage, even if Williams were to go for a single off the last ball of it, it wouldn't be the worst over. Limit boundaries, and it'll be a dot to end it. And you take sixes for the rest of this innings if you're Gloucestershire, that's for sure, at 247 for 2. Williams has now only got 1 over left, so they'll have to find some more from potentially either their young seamers or have to go to spin at both ends.
Well, Warwickshire got 341 against them at Edgbaston. Sorry, they've lost that game, but they might be getting. They might not quite get that far, but if these two stay in, they'll be well over 300.
Well, that was an Ed Barnard special, wasn't it?
Yeah.
140, I think it was. Yeah, got 150 here a couple of years ago. It's just what Barnard does in the One Day Cup. He turns into Bradman.
Jack Taylor back into the attack. And hit in the air by Sibley. One bounce up to Hammond. Long off. Yes, however inexperienced that Surrey attack is. They've got got some spin options in there.
Yes, looking forward to seeing Ralphie Albert bowling.
Taylor almost with a...
He's gone Usman Tariq.
Yes, I was going to say that was an Usman Tariq stop, wasn't it?
Oh, I love that.
Rory Burns picks up one more. Going around the wicket, that very much was an Usman Tariq stop, wasn't it?
Somebody get a headband out there to him.
Not this time. And reverse from Sibley, and he's got a feather on that, and James Bracey's taken a dolly of a catch. So Sibley goes, and it's only really when he's got inventive that he's looked like getting out. Otherwise, he could have probably batted right through there, but he might almost have felt that, you know, 6 overs from Ollie Sykes might actually get Surrey even further over 300. But Sibley goes off, raises his bat, and he gets a good hand too from the sporting crowd here in Bristol.
Yeah, it was time to go, wasn't it? In terms of not quite hit out or get out, but it was time, especially given that he wasn't running smoothly. You probably think, well, if I'm still out there and I don't really have the energy to hit boundaries and I don't have the energy to sprint twos, then it's time to start going for some more expansive shots.
Ollie Sykes are going to have 2 left-handers in now for Surrey. Sykes has got 100 in this format.
Nearly got 100 against Gloucestershire at Guildford last year. It was kind of when, I mean, he played so beautifully in that innings, and him and Josh Blake had dug Surrey out of a hole, chasing a decent score from Gloucestershire, but not an imposing one. But it was the first mistake that Sykes made in his innings, when he was just within sight of that 100 and he came outside his... I think he used his feet for the first time against spin in that innings and went past one from Van Buren and was stumped. And after that, Gloucestershire didn't really look back.
So will there be 2 centurions in this Surrey total? Sykes to face. And picks up a single first ball up to long off. There have been, actually, looking around some other scores, this has unravelled. There have been a couple of games where innings have had 2 centuries in them, and Surrey's 250 is up.
Still your currency in this format, isn't it? As a top order batter, to be getting hundreds.
Rory Burns with a long paddle, really, that one. Out to Bancroft to take the single. Gloucestershire might quite like to bowl to Sykes at the start of the next over. But I wouldn't mind if Sykes got a single here. And he will get one. Worked away to Darrowell. Deep square. So it's wicked for Jack Taylor in that over, but it's been quite an expensive stint for him. And all the bowlers, well, let's put that another way, really none of the bowlers have been really able to apply the break. When Williams at just under 5 is the most economical, then it shows how hard it's been to keep a lid on things. So with the two left-handers in, it looks like Ollie Price is coming back.
Yeah, well, I suppose what turn there is, turning the ball away from the left-handers and tempt them to hit against the turn to the shorter side, probably bowl a bit outside off stump, although long off deep cover, they're not, for example, going to have a deep backward point as well. So this is a move which isn't without risk, but you can certainly see why they've done this. And clattered away towards deep mid-wicket and getting across. Williams. So a couple of better overs back-to-back from a Gloucestershire perspective. There was a while when it looked as though 320 was
still might
very
be
much on it. It still might be. I'm going to have to go at closer to 2 a ball to get that now. You feel that is pretty much the plan here, especially to the set batter in Burns. It may look horrible bowling short and wide, but might be the idea.
if one of these should get out, then Josh Blake is due in next.
Ooh, tried to go straight there and spooned up, Hammond underneath it, and that is the end of Burns. So there will be no maiden list day 100. He has batted so well here. A shame from his and Surrey's perspective that he will not get to that 100, but he's out in the pursuit of quick runs, short into the pitch. It just held up and maybe straightened on him a fraction. And a hoik, really. But it was not an innings of hoiks. 10 fours and a 6, and some really fine striking in that knock.
Just a question just for James, who's on our camera duty as usual today. The graphics for both Sibley and Burns at your convenience. End of the over, perhaps? We'll do them separately, he says. So we can see just how dominant the leg side was. My name is Burns. Oh, Burns we'll get to in a while. There we are.
Yeah, Burns actually more so than Sibley probably in the end. But all those boundaries where Burns was either helping the ball with a sweep or ramping and getting them fine. So Josh Blake.
Another lefty.
Indeed. Who did sustain a hand injury and Alex Dodson had to come on and do some keeping in the last match. Oh, almost bowled him first ball. And he might get a fortuitous boundary here. Rao chugging his way after it and gets there. So 2 runs, courtesy of an inside edge. Still just a little period here where the boundaries have dried up, but then other way of looking at that is how important a partnership like the Burns-Sibley partnership will be in Gloucestershire's innings, because it may not be that easy just to come out and start afresh.
143 they put on.
And in what, 20
overs and 3 balls.
Yeah.
3 balls. So we're going at
7s.
Yeah, basically. Without really, that one Ahmed caught and bowled was the only half chance they offered.
Was that even in the previous partnership?
Was that, or was that Adam?
I think that might have been in the, yeah.
Was that Thomas?
Yeah. I didn't write it down, but it was certainly in the previous partnership.
Jack Taylor to continue, and a reverse switch hit from Josh Blake brings him a boundary.
That's wonderfully played. Happy to go against both the leg spin and the angle. Firing it in from quite wide of the crease, but it was, I suppose, full enough. No bounce was going to be an issue.
Not out, says umpire Fulyoon. 36 of the last 5, by the way. Sorry, but they've lost 2 wickets in that period. So can Gloucestershire, with 2 new batters, just check the absolute charge at the end here? More to Blake, out to long off, in the air for a while, but never going to be a catch. Pulled off a drag down from Jack Taylor. That will be 4. It's a vain chase for Hammond. Only Sykes didn't need 2 invitations to pull that away into the leg side.
As the gap Burns found a couple of times.
Step away, make the room, and a good contact. Again short from Taylor, and again 4 more, I suspect. Yes, Darrell can't reach that. This is where I suppose Sibley would say, right, okay, I've run a lot of singles. This isn't quite my thing for 5 overs to really have a slog. So let's get somebody in who can really put bat to ball. Taylor takes his cap a little ruefully after conceding a single up to Ollie Price off the last ball of his over.
Might have been a few Surrey spectators just itching a little bit after 2 wicket-taking overs without boundaries and thinking, well, we're actually just going to fall short of 300 here. But I think that over has probably allayed most of those fears, but the most pessimistic of Surrey fans.
28 off 4 they need to get. You probably think they would, unless both these get out, probably get there.
Oh, almost stopped that, Ollie Price. It did bounce in front of him, and they're wanting a second run here as well, which they'll get.
I almost thought he might have actually affected a run out there by partially stopping it and deflecting onto the stumps, but the deflection missed.
It was hit so hard. I think mostly just thinking from a Gloucestershire perspective, it's a good job that he got something on that, or 4 runs splitting long off and long on. There's another hoik, which is going to land safely. Not sure how, but loops up to where a cover would be. Luke Charlesworth is warming up at short third.
He's only bowled 6 overs, so
Reverse beats Luke Charlesworth. 4 more runs. Josh Blake bringing out that reverse sweep again, and a different one, this time a bit finer. So the boundaries have very much come back now. It's a really good counter to this bowl it wide outside off stump plan, where Price is pretty much hoping to get cut almost every ball here, but the reverse very much on. Going again. Charlesworth watches the spin. Oh, and then a very nice piece of backing up was done by Sykes. It's very kind.
much fuller length that last delivery.
Yeah, I think he tried to fire it underneath the reverse sweep, didn't he? Because he knew Blake would go again. He might take 2 as been mistimed, but no, short enough boundary. Williams gets to it.
He didn't run the first one very quickly.
I think he was just, judging by the violence of those swings at the non-strikers end, just frustrated that he didn't get hold of it. Reverse again, just short of Jack Taylor, and now he'll get 2 for this. Again, Price has known that the reverse was coming. Apart from anything else, it's the shot that he'd play in that situation. Tried to get it underneath him and get that top edge. He got it, but just wasn't quite to hand. 283 for 4 and 3 overs to go.
Yeah, sorry. Put in, remember, by Jack Taylor. Knowing that they've scored heavily even when they've lost in this tournament so far this season. They, well, again, they've carefully, very strategically, you might argue, have got to this point. They didn't blast off at the start. They've just scored steadily, relentlessly, really, all the way through. And Luke Charlesworth probably to bowl 2 of the last 3, you would think. Comes in that short, and it's again pulled to deep square by Ollie Sykes. So 3 out on the leg side. Remember, these 2 left-handers, slight advantage for Charlesworth to bowl with the big leg side boundary. So on the offside, 4 on the edge of the circle, saving 1 and a deep point. It's clothed somewhat by Blake up towards Hammond. That long on for a single.
Still the majority of boundaries coming off. Sort of using the pace, or I mean, okay, a couple of real drag downs have been smacked, but when decent deliveries have been bowled, it hasn't been straightforward to just club the ball out the ground, hit through the line.
Charles was staying around the wicket, very short, tennis ball bounce almost. And take 1. Sykes when you get 1. Again, Darwell does the fielding.
It's the sort of score where you'd think somebody has to, similarly to what Surrey have done, somebody has to get 100, and then you need one other batter to maybe a 60 or a 70, something like that, and then a little bit from elsewhere. Yeah.
Blake waits for Charlesworth. That's long, high, over Hammond for 6. I think that's only the second 6 of the innings. And Thomas hit one earlier. and Burns also hit 1.
I think that's the most authoritative, though. Down the pitch, getting a short ball, and wow, what a hit that is.
Hammond right on the rope, and he couldn't reach it.
On a fairly sluggish surface where you've got to create all the pace yourself.
And a soft ball as well.
Yeah.
Charlesworth again short. Pulled away by Blake, who wants 2, but he won't get it. Just the single.
Always impressed Josh Blake every time I've watched him, but just gets such little cricket.
Picking up his money in a second. Depends if that's what you want to do. Charlesworth around the wicket. Sykes again goes towards Hammond, but this time 2 bounces. Charlesworth completes another. They've only taken 1 off that last ball. Oh, that's what players in big squads have to decide, isn't it? You know, are they being well rewarded for effectively playing in cricket with virtually no profile? And what do they want to look back on their career and say, well, I had, 6 or 7 years playing in the second team at Surrey?
But then you fight your way into, I don't know. It's an interesting one, definitely.
There will be some players who would have gone to Surrey and gone back off to other counties because they just don't settle or don't get enough cricket.
I think that's the hardest thing, isn't it? When it's your club, which it is for Josh Blake, it's one thing. All turn and bounce there, and it was a bit of a wild swing from Sykes. But yeah, I think that is when it's hard, is when you are going effectively to be a squad player and then you don't play, and you find quite quickly actually that doesn't really suit you. Yes, he's sort of hitting the shot that he wants to hit, Ollie Sykes, in this over so far, rather than the one that as in this innings so far, the batters have really hit shots that the ball has presented to them.
But I kind of think that he feels that with 290 on the board and with only 2 overs to go.
Oh, it's the time for it's definitely the time to be going for bigger shots, but probably the options were through the offside off those first 2 balls rather than really looking for that short boundary. And again, I don't know whether he's got a reverse sweep in his locker, but you can be sure that Blake will be thinking that if the chance presents, because there might be a deep backward point, but third's still up. Chips it wide of long on. Will be cut off by Bancroft. That's smooth fielding on the boundary. Comes it to 2. Done a pretty good job in this spell, Ollie Price. And again there, saw him coming. Be content enough with a single. So he's gone for 21 at the back end of his 3rd over and got a wicket. And at the stage where you're kind of looking to limit boundaries, 7s is not bad, especially as a spinner bowling at the death. See if we can get out of it. Might do more than that. Bancroft waiting and taking. He'll finish with a wicket, so 2 for 45 in his 7 overs. Ollie Sykes getting hold of that one into the onside, but not well enough. And he sort of stepped across, tried to fetch it, just not out of the middle.
Well judged catch from Bancroft. I think you always felt he was going to take that, whereas the one that went over Hammond's head, when Hammond was probably 5 yards inside the rope when the ball was struck, even on the fence, he wouldn't have got it because it was clearing him by quite some distance.
Still not a bad little innings from Sykes, 21 off 17.
So Benji Floros is coming out to bat. Australian-born quick, 28 years old, and we'll have a small sample of him batting.
Must admit, I had heard of his brother, Jason, because he played some Big Bash cricket with the Brisbane Heat, but Benji I was not familiar with until he signed his deal with Surrey, was playing in the Sussex League, I believe.
He's registered to play for Queensland back in Australia. So Will Williams has been given the responsibility of the last over. See, the discussion at the interval will be how many totals of over 300 have Gloucestershire chased to win on this ground. Williams in. That's clubbed straight down the ground for 4. It's a clean hit, if you like, from Josh Blake. Mid-off was up, and Ollie Price had no answer to that.
Again, shimmying down, backing away, and
300 up for Surrey.
he has hit the ball cleaner than anybody, Josh Blake. Many and varied options, and 30 off 14.
Williams in the slot once more. This time, though, Price with a good bit of fielding and a throw, which very nearly causes Blake to just wonder if he's steadied his batting in time. But Gloucestershire have got what they want, at least for one ball, and that is that they've got the new batter on strike.
I don't envy Will Williams in this over, having been off for a few, and then you've just got one over left and you have to come on and bowl the last. And it is an opportunity to take wickets as well, though.
And when you got 2 late ones in the game against Kent, he's got a new batter to bowl at here. And Floros slaps that into the offside. About 5 or 6 strides, he's almost down the other end. Tall man. Charlesworth does the fielding, but Blake is back on the strike. 3 balls to go.
Got a very shiny helmet cover as well.
New out of the box, probably.
So they do that. They play for so many different teams. You just get these covers that you put over the top of the helmet. Whereas Blake's is very much a Surrey helmet.
Blake waits. Williams on his chip that over Ollie Price. 2 bounces. Can Price haul it in? He can't quite. It will go for 4.
Great effort. I didn't think he was going to have any shot at stopping that.
Almost a calculated chip over the infield. Price unable to haul it in.
This is great impetus at the end of this innings from Blake.
2 balls to go. What's he got left? Short from Williams. Oh, it's come off the top of the bat. What was it come up? Might have come off the helmet actually for a moment. But in the end, he's got a single and got it down the other end.
Q end, I guess, was it?
And Floros will face the last ball unless it's a no ball.
Let's see. No, actually not. Bottom of the bat.
Just got a bit tucked up. So this, unless it's a no ball or a wide, will be the last ball. Williams to Floros, and he slaps it down the grounds. A chase for Hammond. Price is coming round. They'll get 1. They'll try and return for 2, which they'll securely complete. And Surrey finish on 311 for 5. Really built around that stand between Dom Sibley and Rory Burns for the third wicket. It was a stand of 143 in basically a touch over 20 overs, and everything else built around that. Thomas in good impetus at the top, and Blake with impetus at the end. And that Ed Seaborn is going to take some getting.
It is, yeah. It was, I think, a really excellent blueprint of what a 50 over innings should look like. They did lose one early wicket. Patel was clearly going out there looking to get them off to a fast start, and then when that didn't happen, Thomas and Sibley just picked off singles, and occasional bad balls were put to the boundary, and that's just how they batted for quite a lengthy period. And Burns coming out and for a short while picking up where Thomas left off, but then accelerating, and they didn't ever go particularly crazy, but the way that Blake came out and struck it at the end with 4 fours and a 6 in his 17 balls, the difference between Surrey maybe even just falling short of 300 in the end and just getting over it. But equally, Gloucestershire have got to look at that and see from Blake's innings that actually it was possible to attack on this surface. It might not be some of the fast-paced, quicker scoring surfaces that we've had in some of the T20s here, but it certainly looks like a surface that you can score on, but you have to acknowledge that you're going to have to be quite selective in terms of how you go about attacking, and they're just going to have to find a way to do what Surrey did, really. They'll have to follow that blueprint as well.
Well, sorry, I have a couple of spinners in Tom Elam and Ralphie Albert. Gloucestershire, their bowling figures. Williams, no wicket for 4. Sorry, I'll give you Williams' figures. Not 57 of his 10. Charlesworth, 1 for 48 from 7. Rao, 0 for 35 from 6. Van Buren, 0 for 43 from 9. Ahmed, 5 overs for 35 and 1 wicket. Jack Taylor, 1 for 46 from 6. And Ollie Price, 2 for 45 from 7. Only 1 maiden bowled by Will Williams in his opening stint. So Gloucestershire will need 312 to win. We obviously started here at 2 o'clock. A lot of the other matches are approaching their conclusion. One game is already over. This is the latest situation elsewhere. At Repton, Derbyshire 315 for 5, Glamorgan 195 for 6 with 12 overs to go, so they need 121 off the last 12. At Chelmsford, Essex 317 all out, Hampshire 214 for 5, they need 104 from 14 overs. At New Road, Worcestershire chasing 294 to win. Middlesex 293 for 7. Worcestershire 171 for 3, so they need 123 from the last 16 overs. The result is at York, where Yorkshire have beaten Durham by 7 wickets. They dismissed Durham for 165 and then knocked off the runs with 9 overs to spare. At Canterbury, Somerset 313 for 9, Kent 187 for 4. They need 127 in 15 overs. It's almost a result at Northampton, when Northants 246, Leicestershire 244 for 2, so they're almost home, and they still have 12 overs in theory available to them. This game, of course, the only game that started at 2 o'clock. Spectators allowed briefly on the outfield during the interval. We'll be back with you for the resumption of play, which will be at around about 10 minutes to 6, maybe a touch before that. Chance for you to put the kettle on and join us for the chase, where Gloucestershire will need 312 to win.
Thanks to Aaron Miles, who's providing the live music during the interval.
Oh, the tickets! Thank you, Dan. That's so
This match will resume at 10 to 6. Gloucestershire supporters are reminded that tickets are selling fast for this summer's Harrogate Cheltenham Cricket Festival. Just a limited number of tickets available across the festival, including Gloucestershire's County Championship match against Worcestershire for 3 days. The women's team will be at Cheltenham as well. Frank Wilson's side begin the festival against Sussex Sharks on Saturday, August the 8th, before returning to Cheltenham to play Kent on Sunday, August 16th. Tickets available online as in the membership. You can also purchase tickets via the club shop. The Gloucestershire fixture against Notts Outdoors is sold out. It's now only available for members only. That match is a very special occasion because it's our awareness raising match for the most neuro disease association. It's the St Lawrence tribute match. And to mark the occasion, we've got a limited edition American shirt and bucket hat available exclusively at the Cheltenham Festival. Spectators are kindly reminded to please follow the directions of our ground staff when they're on the outfield. Thank you. Welcome back to our mascot, Alfred the Gorilla. This match will resume at 10 to 6, just under 15 minutes from now. While we're waiting, a special thanks once again to our sponsors, Seat Unique, St. Austell, MATCHDAY Celebrate Studio, Pit 58, Matches Tiger, Hunter, Martin Kirby, Towergate, Rumley, Heineken, 6 O'Clock Gym, Easy, Sports Rooms, Race Projects, Almondsbury Garden Centre, Nutrition X, BS7 Gym, Bristol Dijon, Missouri, NCR Systems, and Alliance Wales and West. One more result to bring you in the Metro Bank One Day Cup competition. This one's at Northampton. Leicestershire Foxes have beat Northamptonshire Steelbacks by 8 wickets. This match will resume in 5 minutes. Returning to the middle, umpires Casper Finnew and Surrey Sambugan. Your match referee is Helen Pan. Your scorers Debbie Beasley and Adrian Bull.
Welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium. 10 minutes to 6. Only half of the game done. If you've resisted the opportunity to come and watch the game on a ticket after 5 o'clock, at least you're with us on the stream. Gloucestershire need 312 to win. A century for Dominic Sibley, and I'm delighted to report there were 52 singles in that 100. Good support from Rory Burns, a bit of attacking cameo from Josh Blake at the end, and Gloucestershire needing 312 to win at a fraction over 6 and over. It's going to be quite a challenge against, all right, a depleted Surrey attack. Yes, they've got a lot of players away with the 100. 6 with MI London alone, so it's it just shows the depth in their squad, that they've got, say, 16 away. They've brought 14 here. They've got 3 injured. It's a payroll that many other counties would love to be able to afford.
Also, what they need to do in order to be able to compete across all competitions, because you know it's all very well producing the talent, but if that talent is then not available for you, then you've got to find a way to make it work. And Rory Burns indeed is taking the gloves. That's one thing to say. So that was no mistake on the part of those entering the information into the system.
James Taylor to bowl the first over. And Bancroft and Bracey are the openers for Gloucestershire. James Bracey taking the first ball.
Is that the musical performance still going on? I think maybe.
Yeah, there was certainly was entertainment before the match started, and there was a different act at tea, or at tea, whatever you want to call it, at tea, or the break between innings. Perhaps they're doing a long song that hasn't quite got to the end. Taylor, brother of Tom, who plays at Worcestershire, in and bowls and steered into the offside. Tumbling stop by Ollie Sykes.
Well, the one thing you'd expect with it being such a young side for Surrey is that they should be able to chuck themselves around in the field.
Well, the Sibley will do that after his
Well,
long knock. We'll see. He's at mid-off
he
at
is
the
out
moment.
there though, yeah. Credit to him for that, because might be a few who might have taken a bit of a breather.
Taylor gets close to the stumps. Half appeal, certainly from behind from Rory Burns, but I'm not too interested.
Quite breezy out there now as well, so the bowlers will have to battle that a little. It's a real sort of windmill approach that James Taylor has.
He's off to Yorkshire, of course, for next season. I presume he thinks he's got a better chance of getting in the side. Steered, well, more than steered, actually very carefully placed by James Bracey. First runs for Gloucestershire, pleasantly played. Away through point for a 4. That's the slightly shorter boundary towards the mound stand.
Certainly a bit of a nerve settler if you're Gloucestershire. It wasn't wildly overpitched, but there enough to drive, and Bracey confidently attacking it.
As you can see the wind now, just the way that the parasols are just billowing a little bit down in front of the pavilion. And the Bracey shirt as well for that match, and that's 4 more, same shot. Despite having a point and a squarish cover, they don't have a boundary rider on the offside, sorry, at the moment, so 2 men out at third man and long leg, very orthodox.
It's just a little bit wider, but we're still very much inviting the drive, and does have a new, admittedly white ball in his hand, but still a slip in place, entitled to bring them into play.
Taylor into, Bracey brings that into his pad. Give you some sort of an idea. Surrey, they were 43 for 1 after the power play, but thereafter, particularly maybe from 15 overs, they really just, I think Ed made the point, they just very slowly, almost imperceptibly, increased the run rate.
Yeah, it was 4 to 4.5 to 5, and then it just kept going up like that, didn't it? There was never a point where they accelerated in terms of wildly 3 boundaries in an over. There weren't too many of those. Might have happened once or twice, but that's about it. So
this will be interesting.
Hisham Khan against the county. It has to be said, one of many counties that he's played for the second 11s of, and one of those stories that we've had a fair bit in the One Day Cup. I suppose similar story to Savin Pereira from Somerset in terms of having to wait for an opportunity. Lively left arm seam. Didn't get to see him with the bat.
He comes through the SACA, trialled at various places, including having a game for Gloucestershire, already batted and got 86.
Yeah.
So
played at least a couple of matches for Gloucestershire's second 11. Just escaped short mid-wicket. In fact, it gets past mid-on as well. We're starting to think 1, then 2, and then quite a lot of people slipping over. So just the 1, but Bancroft underway.
So we're looking at him from a distance, and you are looking at him on the stream. He doesn't look the tallest, so I suspect it might be quite a skiddy kind of delivery.
Bracey preparing to face the new bowler in the customary way. The hip waggle off to square leg. There you go. There's the skiddiness. Bracey's actually done really quite well to watch that and nibble it down for a single.
Just the dab, really.
But it didn't bounce a great deal. But with this harder, newer ball we saw in the first innings, that the odd one can stand up a little bit, so you might just have to be prepared for the odd wrap on the gloves to cover the one that potentially sneaks down underneath. No slip here. Ooh. It was a attempt from Bancroft to repeat what Bracey did in the first over, but not coming off. So immediately, Surrey, especially I suppose with the left arm seamer trying to swing it into the pads, probably less likely to get a slip catch, but already packing in close on the onside. There's a short extra cover as well, but a short mid-wicket and a more conventional mid-wicket, still well off the circle.
Immediate cry of no.
Bancroft got 100 at the Oval a couple of seasons ago now against Surrey, where I think his wagon wheel would have been as extreme as Rory Burns's in terms of almost everything seemed to be played off the thigh or off the hip
I can tell you
for a single.
I can tell you exactly what I was doing that day.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Good start from Khan, swinging into the pads, Bancroft having to protect 10 without
I
loss.
was listening to you and I was painting the carport at my mother's house.
Gosh, what a thing to remember.
Yeah. What you kind of do?
You do, I suppose you do, yeah.
You know. It was a really nice day, weather-wise.
Oh, it was. It was scorching in London.
It was, it was a really nice day. And I thought, the sort of day when you don't mind doing, if you've got the cricket on and you're doing a job like that, it just, that's always with you, you know?
Yeah. Must have been about 36 in London, I think, that day.
It wasn't quite that warm here, but it was a very nice day. I remember it. Taylor in and crashed again through the offside by Bracey for 4. That was just in front of Tom Elam, but he almost went down to it in a half-hearted sort of way. It was, I'm going to put a hand there, but I'm not convinced I want to stop it. It was travelling at a fair rate.
Yeah, you're also thinking about that bounce off the square potentially, but Taylor having given Bracey a fair amount of width outside the off stump, it's not really swinging, so having to come around the wicket
changing the angle of attack. Bracey works that behind square. There's a chase round for Thomas. He can't reach it, so the ball will go almost to the rope, and it'll just be a single. I think Blake is kind of being hidden in the outfield today. Going to get that impression. But that's the trailer for the wagon wheel of any batsman that we might see.
Not sure if you saw that at home or not. No, we saw it though.
Other chocolate biscuits with marshmallow are available. Clipped away into the leg side by Bancroft. That's nicely played. That'll also go for 4. Point to the right-hander. They only had the one orthodox man at square leg and a mid-wicket. So when Taylor strayed, Bancroft said, thanks very much.
Yeah, you certainly can't bowl there with a maybe 60-yard boundary.
When you've got 4 on the offside, saving 1. Rory Burns with a yelp for something, not quite sure what, because that looked to be exclusively bat.
Well, he has already done some serious damage on this ground this season, James Taylor. 10 wickets in the match for Kent on loan from Surrey earlier in the season. He was quite emotional, actually, after he got a 6-for in the first innings. He was really quite emotional in his interview.
Steered away by Bancroft, but straight to Adam Thomas.
And I think that was when, of course, we had no clue about any. I mean, even at that stage, discussions probably wouldn't even have started. It was April, but you sort of got the sense of somebody who had probably found it extremely tough lately not playing cricket. And so deciding to make the move to Yorkshire in the hopes of some more regular championship cricket.
Here is James Taylor again, and Bancroft can't pierce the field. Straight to Ryan Patel this time at short extra, but it's a brisk start for Gloucestershire, 19 without loss off 3. See the target, bottom of your right-hand side of your screen, 312 overall, after Surrey having been put in. Made 311 for 5, a century for Dom Sibley. And good support from, in particular, from Rory Burns, who made 89.
Khan back to Bracey, only had a couple of balls at him in his first over. Picked up leg side, nobody out there, and that's another boundary. At the moment, Surrey are just bringing this short boundary into play from whichever end they're bowling from. He's trying, I guess, for the ball that pitches on middle and leg and maybe straightens to hit middle, because he got a bit of swing in his first over to the right-hander. But for Bracey, who particularly in the first 10 just loves that pickup, whether it's off a full or a short length into the onside, you can't be bowling there. It's a much better delivery.
It forced him to play into that packed area on the offside.
He's actually looped that in an area where he can get one. Somehow beat the bowler and the stumps. There's an awful lot of position to position fielding happening here in terms of everybody's going to the same position for the right-hander versus the left-hander, right? Basically nobody stays still. Almost thinking he might creep past the inside edge.
Derbyshire almost home against Glamorgan. Glamorgan need 46 off 3 overs with the last pair together. Good finish at Chelmsford. Hampshire need 18 off 3.3 overs, 3 wickets in hand. And Worcestershire need 46 off 6 overs with only 4 wickets down against Middlesex at New Road. So that could be bubbling up into a good finish as well.
So if Derbyshire win, then everybody in the country will have won at least one match. Derbyshire were the only team left that hadn't won, and Middlesex and Durham, the only 2 teams before today who had not lost, but Durham now have. And Middlesex might as well. Competitive.
Yeah.
Just fading down the leg side. So
Kent haven't given up against Somerset either, which may just tighten up Gloucestershire's group a bit. They need 44 off 6 overs. They've got 4 wickets left.
Akansh Singh, 32 off 15 balls. He certainly hit the ball well here. He's one of the. He sort of did what Josh Blake did actually, and just came out not exactly from nowhere, because Rory Burns had struck the ball well, but came out and hit a couple of big sixes, at least to get Kent over 200, because they looked for a while as if they weren't even going to do that. Bancroft sneaks it past cover just for one.
Bowled a better length in this over after that loose first delivery.
Yeah, it came back well after the boundary first, but it's got to be so tough. You don't know exactly, I guess, for how long you're going to be playing for this team for, how many opportunities you're going to get. It has to be a really tough position to be in a place in your head as much as anything else where you can perform at your
Sorry,
best.
you've only got 3 matches after this one.
Yeah. And then you're sort of thinking, well, am I almost putting on a show for other people here?
James Taylor to continue. Bancroft steers that out to short cover. Ryan Patel is there. So still the slip in, which is Ollie Sykes, I think. And then point, square cover, short extra and a mid off. Mid on short, mid wicket. Orthodox third man and a wide long leg was just being moved a little squarer. That's steered down to third man by Bancroft. Nisham Khan is down there. Didn't see much of him other than just fleetingly one over at the end when he came out to bat. But imagine Benji Flores is going to get the ball down from quite a height. We can't see him in the picture at the moment, but he's fielding it. He's fielding it mid on for Bracey.
There's been a no ball which I've missed as I was looking down for a moment. So free hit.
This is Taylor to bowl it, and it's paddled, scooped very effectively for 4 by Bracey.
Well, it's a good thing we're not on the radio now to describe that shot.
There's almost a back scoop.
He's got one leg off the ground. It's like the reverse Greenwich, but like reverse paddle help thing. It was a really well crafted shot, and again showing that actually behind square, particularly fine, is a good place to target today.
Taylor again to Bracey. We got that off the outside half of the bat, spooned out on the offside.
Saw it a lot in Surrey's innings. Almost either get inside or outside the ball and then go fine somewhere. Plenty of value for that.
Well, it's a bright start to a big chase at the moment. James Taylor staying around the wicket. What's a Yorker and well dug out.
Surrey got 43 from their first 10,
Yeah.
but they scored a fair few of those in the last couple of overs of the power play. They were 26 for 1 after 8 overs. But equally, they may not have thought they had to get 300 and ended up getting over it. So Gloucestershire can't really take much from that. They've got to go according to their own plan here.
For 1 straight away from Bracey. Pleasant drive to the right of mid-off. Derbyshire have beaten Glamorgan, won by 44 runs, and Hampshire have beaten Essex by 3 wickets.
So that was a match between, that Hampshire-Essex game was a match between 2 teams who'd already lost 2.
Difficult for Essex to get much further, you would have thought, from that position. Cut away pleasantly by Bancroft. That might go for 4. It will. Good placement. Nisham Khan has had ground to make up there, and he's not managed it. So there are some dot balls in these opening overs for Surrey. Sibley's going off, that's a surprise.
Slashed that, didn't he? I mean, it wasn't that wide. You know, you'd think if a batter hit you in that area most of the time, you'd think you could just... Well, you'd think you'd given away a lot in terms of width, but it was just dug in on a length, and Bancroft has got so much pace on that despite having so little width.
Bracey wanted another bat. Start of this
To do
over.
that with, apparently. Might not go for 4 though, because it's so far out there, but well, it's just... So it's quite honest, really, because from the angle that we've seen it, it's impossible to tell really whether that ball's resting against the rope or whether he's pulled it in, but obviously it was resting against it.
Nikhil Garantla has come on as the sub-fielder, by the way.
Oh, that's ball that Bracey wafts at. The Durham chemistry graduate, Nikhil Garantla. Another one who's had to wait a while for his opportunity around the circuit.
Hasn't played a great deal.
Another
Well,
South Asian Cricket Academy graduate.
Yeah, did he not make his debut against Gloucestershire last year in this competition? I
He
think.
may well have done. Certainly early on anyway, because I think he was signed for that competition. Straight to backward point this time. That is Garantla there. Gloucestershire have tended to have their best success in 50-over cricket lately when Bracey gets them off to a flyer. He's definitely the one that goes out and tries to attack the first 10 in a way that actually not a huge number of other players do. Mostly take the attitude of, if we're 45, 50 without loss or for 1 after the first 10, that's okay. But Bracey, if he's really in the mood, will look to score a lot quicker than that. It's almost like it's his opportunity, really, just to let his hair down, so to speak.
Yeah,
because he doesn't really get it in the T20, does he? Even when he plays. I mean, he's not always played in the last few years. He's been a bit in and out, different positions.
Down the order.
Yeah,
often.
this season he's been carded to come in at 9 a couple of times and not even come out. So this is his chance with the field up, opening the batting. He gets to free himself up and really try and hit some boundaries against a ball that's not moving as much as when he plays in the red ball game, even if he is now batting more in the middle order than he used to. But he was an opener when he first came through, and he gets the chance to open in this format. And in the Championship, they've had to say, well, you can't both bat in the top order and keep wicket. We think it's too much for you. And I think it may have taken a little bit of persuading, but the results are pretty clear with the sort of compromise between about number 3 and number 7 that has been reached.
Steps come out, just strengthen that leg side a bit, trying to quieten Bracey down.
Well, 7 and over for the first 6.
Keep that going.
Well,
And,
that's all just the small matter of scoring it.
yes.
7 and over for the rest of it. Looks like Ryan Patel is going to come into the attack. Taylor 3 overs for 28.
That's the kind of start that Gloucestershire would have needed, though.
So Patel probably coming on looking to do a similar job to Ahmed earlier, really.
Yeah.
Keep her up to the stumps, bowl very straight. Not put much pace on the ball. If you can get a bit of swing, it's a bonus, but really try and keep Gloucestershire in their creases.
So Patel right arm over the wicket, and that is worked into the gap by Bancroft. And for Dom Sibley, perhaps read Cameron Bancroft in the Gloucestershire innings.
Well, he will certainly start his innings the same way in terms of giving himself that time that not everybody does in 50 over cricket. So you have to go out and score at 8 and over at the start, which you don't.
Pacing of this chase very important. Patel round the wicket to Bracey, steered straight to the man at short third. No chance of a run there. So for Patel, split field on the leg side, he's got a man out at deep mid wicket, probably 15 yards in off the rope. That's the longer boundary. And a short fine leg, a short straight mid wicket, and a mid on. That's gone past Nisam Shah, and they'll certainly take 2 there because he's got ground to make up to haul the ball and then return it to Captain Rory Burns, who is keeping wicket today. So heavily involved in the game with the bat, and now orchestrating the team from behind the stumps. Chopped away by Bracey, a bit short and wide from Patel. And Bracey helped himself.
Again, there's not masses wrong with that, I didn't think, but I'll get a second look. I mean, it's not really short, and it's not a cut shot even, and there's a little bit of in-swing as well. The way that he's adjusted Bracey to manipulate that gap through backward points, quite some
Forcing
shot.
it away. Same shot, but not this time. Garant, this subfielder, is on duty there. That last shot went between him and I think he's Blake. Right, short third on the edge of the circle. Patel floats that up, and that'll be 4. Bracey won't need any second invitation for that. Fired away through the infield on the offside.
Yes, I'm afraid it was only a question of which part of the offside boundary was going to be found there. That was a long half volley. He has made a couple of not bad deliveries that Surrey have bowled look like long half volleys, but that was one of them.
50 up.
Yeah, so 43 ball, 50 partnership, of which Bancroft has only faced 16 balls, got 12 runs off them, but this is how the partnership works when it does its best business. And Bancroft is not somebody that's bothered about not facing a huge number of deliveries, but there's a play and a miss and just called wide, which Khan looks slightly quizzically at. But you've got, well, you do have 2 batters out there who have played Test cricket.
And of course, Surrey's big stand was by 2 batters who've played Test cricket.
Yeah. Against an attack missing so many key names, That's sort of what you've got to think, really, isn't it? You've got to think, you walk out there sticking your chest out, thinking, oh, I'm too good for this attack. Well, not in a way of being brash and over the top, but you go out there with that's, you know, you get the confidence of, we can chase over 300 here. May not happen at Bristol very much, but today will be the day. You've got to think. Good Yorker. It does get some nice shape, does Khan, and especially early in a white ball innings, with the way that most right-handed batters tend to be quite vulnerable to the ball coming back through the gate.
And he's been
Still
bowling
cause some
with the ball,
problems.
and he's bowling with the balls only being used from his end as well. So
Yes. Nice looking drive, and you might as well give up that chase because you're not catching anything once it's got past that infield. Elam gave it the chase for show, but I think he must have known he wasn't getting there. You don't really have to hit the ball that hard. Just lent on it, but placement, as we saw from Burns and Sibley earlier on with some boundaries through that area, placement's far more important than anything else. I wondered whether he might dig one in short, because he's got a fine leg back anyway, but he's clearly trying to pitch it up very full and get the maximum amount of swing. But I wondered whether he might just think, especially after having been driven for 4, just test out the middle of the pitch, might have a skiddy bumper on him. 2
other matches brewing right up. Gloucestershire need 14 off 3 overs, and they're 5 wickets down to beat Middlesex at New Road.
Well, that's going to find the gap as well. I'm not certain. I have to look again to see whether Bancroft exactly opened the face on that one, but he's got it through the 2 fielders standing quite close to each other at point. Hard to tell, really. He styled it out quite well, but it was the way that the head went snapping a little bit more towards point rather than staring right at it that made me wonder. But it doesn't really matter because it's 4 runs in the book.
And Kent need 19 off 3 overs with 2 wickets left to beat Somerset at Canterbury.
It's a good finish. Round the wicket now. This time it won't pierce the offside field. Elam at cover point. So who's out in the middle for Kent at the moment? They've got Grant Stewart and Matt Milnes. I mean, Milnes at 10 is about as strong as you could hope for if you're in the batting side's position.
Joe Denley made 20 on his last appearance for Kent today. And I had a couple of wickets as well, I think.
Trying to punch that one through the covers, but straight to the fielders. So
it would seem
10 off the over.
Seemed fitting if Kent could get over the line on Denley's last game. That's the odd shot that Bracey played earlier on. That sort of half scoop off the free hit. And it was a very odd stroke. Odd but effective.
Have a couple of club photographers here today bringing you those pictures, which certainly great to look at. Hope you'll agree.
Patel into his 2nd over from this Bristol Pavilion, and only 1 off the first ball though, out to Adam Thomas, deep square. Bracey rotating the strikes. Just to give you a clue where Surrey were, 43 for 1 after 10 they were. And they were 64 for 1 after 15, but that was where the accelerator just started to come into play.
It's so important to do that as well, whilst you inevitably focus on the boundaries. But you get a ball like that, just still to be in the frame of mind to go back into 4-day mode. And well, you almost don't really leave 4-day mode, but just in a slightly more attacking version of it.
Patel in, forced by Bancroft. Be a chase for Adam Thomas. They'll want 2, and they'll come back for it. That's tidy running. And I can go back to a phrase that you used in the first innings, Ed, which was, you don't play the shot you want to play the shot that the ball demands.
Yeah, and that's what's happened so far, isn't it?
That's what actually you really need to do here. Bancroft has a pretty straight ball from Patel.
You know, you
Demanded
bat
a defensive shot.
Yeah, exactly. And you bat you don't necessarily bat with ideas of, right, we want to be 45 after 10, or we want to be 50 after 10, or whatever. You don't have to break it down that way, because that then forces you into different things.
Bancroft cuts. That'll be 4. It's a forceful shot, and it went past Garantler at a rate of knots. He's quite close in there, at just behind square at point, but he wasn't going to lay a hand on that unless it was miraculous. It did go past him really quite quickly, and once he got past him, Thomas wasn't going to haul that in. Bancroft waits again for Patel, and that's the better length ball. He can only just push it to Ollie Sykes, but again, it's a profitable over for Gloucestershire.
The problem is there has been at least one obvious boundary ball and over so far from the Surrey Seamers.
In fact, there have been 12 fours already.
Here we go. Email in Cow Corner cricket clothing. With Fleming now in his head coach at England, should we get excited about the prospect that he might want the best gloveman behind the stumps and Bracey might get his call up again?
Sorry, supporters might say, well, folks might be in the frame for that then.
Well, of course, and it was Ben Folkes slipping over in the dressing room that meant that Bracey was then called up. Oh, that's gone straight up. Fine leg, hasn't really seen it, but settling and taking a good catch. Josh Blake, not with the gloves on, but ended up underneath the skyer without the gloves on, which I suspect wouldn't have been at the top of his wish list. But that is the end of this opening partnership, and Surrey would certainly have felt they needed that wicket of Bracey, as bright a start as he got off to. That is a shot that he likes to play, that pickup shot. Going for the short boundary and just getting underneath it.
Went a long way up. And got a good hand as he goes off because of the pace at which he set Gloucestershire off here. But he'll be annoyed that his contribution ended at 39. That brings Ollie Price out to the middle.
That's a good wicket for Hisham Khan on his Surrey debut. I kind of like the shape that he'd bowled with when he pitched it up and bowled it straight, but it was one dug in a bit more that got the wicket. Ollie Price to bat at 3 and just gives him another one a bit like Bancroft that likes to give himself some time at the start of his innings. And with that required rate just having been nudged under 6.
And he might have some spin to play shortly
He
too.
might as well, yeah. But he's definitely got time again just to play the way that he likes to play.
Kent have beaten Somerset by 2 wickets.
So they've got over the line actually with, yeah, didn't even get to the last over. Grant Stewart finding a couple of boundaries by the looks of things. Ending 35 not out, so that means Kent are now played for 1-2, lost 2, and so are Somerset. Somerset were third and Kent were bottom.
Yeah, that result has it's tightened the group up, but it's helped the two who are at the top, both on 12 points, who are Notts and Lancashire. Obviously, Surrey started the day with 8, as did Gloucestershire, so Gloucestershire could go third.
No, although they would be in a position if they won their next game to draw.
Oh, sorry,
above
Gloucestershire
Leicestershire,
only got
yeah.
4, sorry.
Doesn't quite beat mid off. It's a good looking shot from Price. But in any case, you don't really want to be dropping. You certainly don't want to be dropping below 3 defeats, because then well, it would take a very strange, all mashed up group for anybody to get in there. But certainly from both these sides' perspectives, really try and avoid getting that third loss this early. That's going to be a stinger for Khan. He's certainly got an energetic run-up, which I suppose is somebody trying to bowl relatively quickly and not the tallest. You tend to look that way, but that so often happens, growing in confidence after that wicket as well.
My screen says Worcestershire have beaten Middlesex as well, so that's the case. A lot of the sides batting second today have done well.
Slower ball there. Just looking for Price to chip a catch up early in his innings.
Looks like Derbyshire may be the only side batting first to have won so far today. Indeed, that is the case. So Hampshire, Worcestershire, Yorkshire, Kent and Leicestershire have all won batting second.
And that will complete a wicket maiden to close out the first power play. So everything looking rosy for Gloucestershire after 9 overs. And then there's a big blob at the bottom of the 10th over there, which signifies the wicket. And Khan's figures as well. He's gone from 4 overs where he's gone at a run a ball to 1 for 24 from his opening 5.
Which on debut is not a bad effort at all, and particularly when you're 26, you're conscious that the clock is ticking a little bit in terms of opportunities. So after the power play, Ryan Patel's going to continue, but he's got the extra protection of deep fielders out now, and there is that Blake at deep backward square fielding a easy single milked by Bancroft off the first ball.
So without getting too caught up in tables, because just
up
about halfway through, but Surrey could even go top actually on net run rate.
Wally Price waits, driven on the first bounce to mid-on where James Taylor does the fielding.
Lancashire and Nottinghamshire would have a game in hand, but if they could win handily enough, they'll be on 12 points for the better net run rate than those two. But obviously if they lose, then they've gone to their 3rd defeat already.
Patel quite an open action. Again, Ollie Price can't beat Garantla at point. Floros is limbering up just out of your picture. A few have come in after 5 o'clock to watch the Gloucestershire chase here. That's all thickish from Ollie Price down to Nisham Khan, who's on the boundary at third man. Just one for him. So Bancroft at almost a run a ball at the moment. But very much he's got to play in his own bubble, really, Bancroft. That's what he'll try and do. Cuts that shortish ball away out once more to Thomas, who's deep on the offside. Only one run, though.
It's also paramount that Gloucestershire don't do what Surrey basically never did in their innings and lose a couple of quick ones.
Price waits for Patel. Pretty to play, just dab and run there, but fielder was round quickly, going up to stop the single. So the wicket has brought a couple of tidier overs for Surrey, 73 for 1 after 11. There's the worm. Gloucestershire a little bit ahead, but just look at that graph. It hasn't got any spikes in it.
No, it's not a wiggly worm, is it?
No.
It's a flat worm.
We're going to see Floros, I think, from the Ashley Down Road end. Where did you say he was playing? Somewhere in Sussex, did you think?
Yes, I believe he was playing for somewhere called Middleton CC, which I will freely admit I have no idea where that is.
Tell you a man who would know, but he's not here anymore. TMJ Smith.
I don't think it's there.
No.
Manchester.
No.
Don't think Manchester's in Sussex last I looked, but perhaps I'm wrong. I wonder if Bancroft will have faced him out in Australia. So he's not played masses at state level and from opposite sides of the country as far as any matches. I'm not sure Bancroft plays masses of grade cricket nowadays, but the opposite side of the country anyway. Oh, it's Bognor Way, Middleton Cricket Club. Lovely Bognor. Have you ever been, Ian? You're more of a Devon coast man, aren't you?
Yeah, kind of. You know, I did a one-day cup game at Eastbourne.
Oh yeah.
When George Hankins and Jack Taylor got got runs, I think. It was one of those 240 plays 241 kind of matches with a good total, but not a really massive total. The umpires want something to happen here. Consultation between our ground staff they want. It's presumably because of Flores's slip at the end of the follow through.
Surely we don't need sawdust, do we? It might be the tamper might come out here.
They might want to. Is he created a foothold effectively that they need just to put some soil, and that very, very fine soil in with the tamper, obviously.
Well, this is all very exciting.
And obviously, because Nisham Khan was bowling left arm over the wicket in the main, we haven't seen that at that end yet. He bowled a couple of deliveries around the wicket in his last over. But other than that, Flores is the first bowler to bowl for Surrey from that end over the wicket. So that may have been the issue.
Oh, Mr. Randall. 240 played 241. Oh, it might have been about 240 played 241.
Is
It's
that right?
exactly 240 played 241. Eastbourne, 2017.
There we are.
Luke Wright, 84 for Sussex. Chris Liddle, 5 for 52.
against his old club.
Yes, I saw Crystal the other day. He's assistant coach in the 100 at the moment, I believe.
Was it Jack Taylor and Hankins from memory?
Well, I mean, of course it was. I mean, you already must know it was, given the fact that you got the score exactly right. No need to labour the point, eh? No. Hankins made 67 and Jack Taylor made 64 off 36 balls. Klinger 53 as well.
Yeah. The thing I remember about that day was it was one of those sort of breezy days with no sun.
Right.
And you don't quite know the impact of that breeze until you go home and find your face looks like a beetroot.
Jofra Archer opened the bowling for Sussex in the early days of his county career. 9.4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 38. Got rid of Phil Mustard and Jack Taylor right at the end.
Oh, I think that's Ben Simpkins out there, the head groundsman, just looking at...
There we go.
There's the tamper. There it is. Yeah, it's obviously, it's where he's landing that front foot.
Oh, mind that foot. I don't want to see that.
He knows exactly,
Crack a toe.
Oh, he knows exactly what he's doing. Well, all this, of course, is disrupting the flow from a Gloucestershire point of view. Reminder that Sussex were, were put in by Jack Taylor at 1:30 today, and they made 311 for 5 with Dom Sibley making a century that included 52 singles, I'm reliably informed. 89 from Rory Burns, who might well have got to his own 100, his own first List A 100, had he not really tried to throw the bat in the closing overs he was in, then out off the 45th. There's a bit of late acceleration from Josh Blake. 36 not out at the end.
Well, the other thing this has done is, by the looks of things, completely removed that front line from umpire Shanmugam's view. So it should be able to get way over it.
They remarked that crease between innings as well.
And now they've had to chuck a load of dirt over it. I'm just waiting for the ground staff to make their way off.
I have to credit Ben for the way he's actually kept this ground even vaguely green.
Yeah, I mean, I was at Northampton for that T20 quarter-final. There was not a blade of green grass on that outfield. Not again that we're having a go at them for that, but it's remarkable how this is as green as it is. I wonder if also, especially in the early going, it felt as if the ball was travelling maybe a little bit quicker across it, whether it's dried out from whatever moisture it received at the start of the day. It was very short. And one for the over.
You can see why Flores would get the bounce, though. He's a very tall man. We're probably going to be playing to around about 9 o'clock if the match goes the full distance. I wonder how late it will get before we actually have the lights.
Good stop at short mid-wicket. Might not have gone for 4, but would have been at least 2 if it had got by. And the pressure just being kept on Gloucestershire here. They were well ahead of the scoring rate, but things now being very much dragged back to pretty close to level pegging. Benji Confloros, his full name. Chili con carne? No.
You know I'd be after you in the queue for that.
can't eat any food with anything resembling spice, but yeah, that's a good middle name. That I don't think I've come across anybody whose middle name's Con before, but 3 first-class matches in his career.
Isn't Con an Irish surname?
Surname.
A Christian name, rather.
Well, I suppose it's short for Connor, isn't it? But 3 first-class matches, 6 List A games.
Interesting. They're going back to James Taylor. So, Ryan Patel. 3 overs from him. That's steered in the air by Bancroft. I think Garantler thought that might be heading his way for a moment. And the slight fumble by Thomas, but they've decided not quite wisely to not run on the half a misfield, I suppose you might say.
It's almost as if he didn't pick it up at backward point and was going the wrong way, yeah.
It would have gone past him quite quickly.
I don't think he would have got there if he'd moved immediately to his right, but his first step was definitely to his left.
Lee Price waits and steers that to Garantler's left, and there is no run this time. He makes the stop.
He was actually born in Canberra, was Benji Flores. And I suppose you don't usually see so many from the Capital Territory, as you don't, I suppose, from Northern Territory, but of course Gloucestershire had Darcy Short this season and last season, who was born in Northern Territory.
Big space on the leg side, potentially for Ollie Price, but it's kept outside the off stump by James Taylor and cut away for 4. Beats Garantler to his left, and Nisam Shah can't move around to his right and stop it. Well, he can move to his right, but he won't stop it. Forceful shot.
It's just the fact that it sits up, isn't it? Again, it's not massively wide, but it's just too short for the pitch where it's just going to sit in the surface.
Price waits for James Taylor again. Same shot, but closer to Nisam Shah this time. And they'll only get 1. James Bracey, the player, out for 39. And a brisk 39 it was. Tried to lift Khan into the mound stand and got a top edge, which Blake took a good catch at. It was swirling a bit, had ground to make up. Bancroft waits, and again that's through this very similar space. This time to Garantler's right. Thomas is the boundary rider on that Cannington Avenue side of the ground, keeps them down to 1.
I think what made it an especially good catch was the fact that he didn't see it absolutely immediately, and okay, he still had time to get underneath it and get his feet set, but quite often when you don't pick it up straight away and you get underneath it, it's still not really settled.
Taylor again to Price, who has to defend this time. Had the pleasure of Liv Daniels' company in the first half of the day. Liv will be back with us shortly. Gloucestershire women's captain, currently injured but heading back to fitness. I think the line is I can catch a tennis ball this weekend.
Now, some cricketers gone by who was they ever say that about Brian Close? An incredible close-in fielder, but couldn't catch a tennis ball.
Really? Oh,
I think I've heard that said about him. Absolutely towers over umpire Shanmugam when he walks past him, does Benji Flores.
that's where gets the bounce from. Said that he just lean a little bit away by dropping the left shoulder, and in fact, I'd even say Aman Rao might be slightly more upright than Floros is, so maybe that bounce that you you think he ought to get. He doesn't quite.
Short. Bancroft latching onto it, but not quite as far in front of square as he might have been targeting. Yeah, I suppose he leans to get his body through a little bit quicker, doesn't he? He probably generates a bit more speed through his action. I mean, it's just different ways of doing it, isn't it?
Well, it's the joy of cricket, isn't it?
Hmm.
No two bowlers have the same action.
Price onto the short ball. He'll get away with this. And Bancroft wanting 2, which is a good call. Plinked really over the infield. We did see...
Is that a verb?
It was plinked.
To plink.
Well, you can certainly plink a stringed instrument, can't you? You plink,
You,
plink,
pluck,
plunk.
you plug.
Yeah, you do, but you can plink it as well, I think. I think it's just an onomatopoeic word. We know Price is going to take it on. There's a happy hooker, is Ollie Price.
Comes with it. Well, it's an attacking shot, but there is an element of heart in mouth if you're a Gloucestershire supporter.
Yes, especially you don't always know exactly how it's coming through. Hand off the bat there. Force it away square of the wicket, but straight to backward point.
How long before when you see any spin from Surrey, I wonder?
Textbook. For defence.
Looking for the bat name, other branded bats are available.
I'm glad Bancroft uses a kookaburra though. There's something wrong about an Australian not using a kookaburra.
James Taylor is in his second spell. He had 3 overs at the outset. He's come back now in his 5th. Florence has got 2 overs for 7 from the far end. That's the kind of break that Surrey need to apply. He got the advantage of bowling to a relatively new batter at one end. Ollie Price pulls that, but they've now got just at least one player out on the mid-wicket boundary, who is Tom Elam. See him probably shortly. He bowls off spin, and Ralphie Albert, to give him his correct name, bowls slow left arm. So they've got both options covered, really. Surrey here.
Much may depend on how they bowl.
Bancroft waits for Taylor and cuts in the air towards Khan, who takes the catch. Didn't have to move very far. It was an uppercut from Bancroft, and Taylor has a wicket. And Khan took that really well. He's getting quite a hug from his teammates and the high fives too. And Bancroft has to go. So a second Gloucestershire batter perishes in the 30s. Bancroft goes for 33. As soon as he played the shot, he was looking where the fielder was, and he knew that, you know, however raw he may be in terms of first-class cricket, the fact that Nissan Shah has got this far suggests that, you know, he's not a poor fielder, not a really poor fielder, and that opportunity grabbed by him, an important wicket for Surrey, because Gloucestershire are ahead in terms of the runs at this point, but they are now 2 wickets down rather than 1, and Miles Hammond has come out to bat at number 4. So would these be Gloucestershire's 2 best players of spin?
Well, I think you'd normally say, and most of the Gloucestershire players would say that Hammond, in terms of the way that he can combat it when he's at his best, is potentially the best player of spin. But there's no obligation for them to bowl spin for a while.
No, well, they could keep going. Patel could bowl a full allocation if they felt that was what was necessary.
Flores has only bowled 2.
Gives Gloucester the right-hand, left-hand combination to keep the bowlers changing their line. Hammond off the mark straight away. But you've got 2 newish batters now together, and so we might see this as a point where they can just tick a few overs off, hopefully without too much damage.
Gloucestershire are now behind on the DLS, just as a guideline.
Taylor input off the back foot by Price. No great foot movement, but the weight was just an indicator there from his own reaction after the ball was dead that it may have just sat up a little bit.
But again, I said it towards the end of the first innings. It's kind of likely somebody's going to have to get 100 here.
Harris defends and tipped onto the stumps by James Taylor. Wasn't going at any great rate, but that's a successful over for him. 89 for 2 after 15. 64 for 1 is where Surrey were at that point. Welcome back to Liv Daniels, the Gloucestershire women's captain. Whose dressing room would you be happier to be sat in at the moment, or do you think there's not much in it?
I don't think currently there's much in it. I think it needs one of these 2 Gloucestershire players now to take responsibility and step up. Like you're saying, it feels like there's got to be a big score from someone here.
Well, it was the 3rd wicket stand that made the difference for Surrey. Can Gloucestershire's 3rd wicket pair do the same? For them, Flores is going around the wicket to Hammond, having gone over the wicket to the right-hander. So Miles has got a short extra, a mid-off, a point, a deep 3rd, and a boundary rider on the offside. The longer boundary that side of the pitch, that side of the wicket rather. And he'll pick up a comfortable single here. Out to Thomas. But having got a start where they were not far from the rate, and the comparative rates are on the bottom of your screen. So the rate required 6.4, run rate currently 5.9, so not much in it. Have these 2 got a little while just to really assess how they're going to attack the rest of this chase? Not with a ball like that, was wildly down the leg side.
We talk about in the women's side trying to absorb the pressure before you can then apply it again, and I think that's in 50 over cricket a really good kind of values to stick to. I think these 2 will take a couple, but I'll be interested to see now how they'll.
And so you were you saying you don't mind just assessing briefly and then saying, right, okay, we're going to push off the front foot, metaphorically off the front foot again?
Yeah, massively so. I think the worst thing you can do in white ball cricket is lose clusters of wickets, and that's something as a bowling side that you'd feel you're on top if 2 go down quickly. So I think these 2 will look to rebuild quietly, but also they've got the sweepers to do so now as they're out of the power play. So rotate and then hopefully attack from there. But I think, like you said, it'll be interesting to see when spin comes on, as these 2 are very strong players against spin especially.
Floros, right arm from very high over the wicket. And at the moment, Ollie Price just having a look at him. And it really was a like a ticking clock when Burns and Sibley were batting earlier on, wasn't it? It was just so the runs were just so consistent over after over after over. Once again short, pulled by Ollie Price, and Taylor can't reach that.
It looks like he's half given up there, actually.
And the ball was always likely to win that race, but he wasn't moving that freely.
Split those two fielders, but I just feel like
He wasn't diving for that, was he?
no. I think it's closer than he thought, but I think it was still run away. Burns and Sibley earlier on, rotation was the key. Like you say, like a ticking clock. No nonsense cricket, really.
Ollie Price waits again for Flores. That's again short. And Price definitely didn't want a single there. Last ball of the over. 95 for 2 off 16. To say the reminder of what happened elsewhere today. Derbyshire the only side to win batting first up at Repton. They beat the Morgan by, that screen does not show the scoreboard I want. They won by 44 runs in the end. So Taylor, having had a wicket in his last over, has been taken off, and Ryan Patel's back into the attack with a floated full toss, which is placed away by Hammond. He'll want 2, but I think he'll get 2.
He's got away with that there, hasn't he? The low full toss.
I think Hammond, having only faced 2 balls before that one, he'd been in a bit longer, he'd have really wanted to punch that away, but he's conscious about not doing anything stupid at this point. So Surrey with Nicola Garantler on the field as a substitute for Dom Sibley. Just moving across to point, and Patel in once again to Ollie Price, will only play it up to mid-on. So Derbyshire winning batting first, and all the other victories came from sides chasing. Hampshire chased 318 to beat Essex at Chelmsford. They won by 3 wickets with 2 overs and 2 balls to spare. Worcestershire chased 294 to beat Middlesex at New Road. They won with 10 balls to spare there. Nice little dab from Price down to third man.
That's a really lovely option. Something that we talk about a lot as well, is if it is wider, just dabbing it down to third man. There's always going to be a single there just to try and keep it ticking and keep it going.
There's no risk to that shot, really, is there?
No. It's clever cricket.
Yorkshire beat Durham by 7 wickets quite comfortably at York. Patel round the wicket. Hammond drives pleasantly. That will be 4, I think. James Taylor's on the chase for that. I don't think he'll haul it in. He won't.
Better effort than last down here.
He looked to be second favourite once that ball got past him. That's the shorter boundary. But again, that was a little bit of a floated half volley from Ryan Patel. And Taylor couldn't haul it in. Kent beat Somerset by 2 wickets with 8 balls to spare at Canterbury. And Leicestershire had a thumping win over Northants. Patel and again to Hammond, who can only find the man at short mid wicket. They won by chasing 247. They won with 11 overs to spare. Rishi Patel got a fast 100 there. They won by 8 wickets.
Looks like Patel here is really trying to pitch it nice and full with the field he has as well. But also this kind of short extra and mid wicket, both in nice and tight.
Again, it's a comfortable single for Hammond. He's just got to place it out of the reach of Ollie Sykes, who's in short on the offside. If it beats Sykes, it will definitely run to Taylor for 1 run. Michelle Khan's been off the field, so again there's a change amongst the Surrey substitutes. 20 overs, sorry, what, 85 for one. So Gloucestershire marginally ahead, but they have lost the extra wicket. And here is spin for the first time. So we're going to see Tommy Elam to bowl his off spin from the Ashley Down Road end.
Starting with 3 out to begin with.
And starting around the wicket. That's a surprise, Liv.
Hey, well, I would do the same. He's got deep cover, long off. A deep square that looks pretty much on square.
Hammond didn't bounce a great deal, backed away and found himself prodding that to Garantha at backward point. He's inside the circle, as is Nisam Shah, both those behind square. Elam, flattish. And Hammond says, I'll take a comfortable single out to Adam Thomas.
It looks like they're keeping in both their 45 and short third. They've obviously done their research on these two of paddling and reverses, trying to block that off as well.
So round the wicket to the left-hander, but over the wicket to the right-hander for Tommy Elam.
A more conventional spinner's fill as well, with deep square, deep wicket, long on, and cover.
Long on is out. And
there's that reverse.
Yeah, Price likes that reverse sweep.
Straight to the man that they've put there to cover that off. It's a good option. If it gets past him, it's gone.
Yeah, that's the slightly shorter boundary on that side of the ground. Rory Burns keeping wicket and captaining today. Elam
Again.
beats James Taylor this time. There is a chase round, but it won't be cut off. And I mean that it's not just an outside the box shot anymore, is it? It is very much a regulation shot, a legitimate shot now.
Massively so, especially in white ball and red ball cricket. It's a very strong option to have in your locker.
Price waits for Elam again and tries to go, and he's gone.
Given.
Tries to go for the orthodox sweep, and he's been stumped. He can't believe he's made a mess of that.
Stumped for wide, is it? Is he given?
I don't know if it was a wide, but my eye went straight to the umpire, and Price has to drag himself away.
Looks like he's shuffled across there before sweeping.
So this is Elam's delivery. It's gone behind him. Oh, his foot's up.
Behind the line either. He hangs his head down there, looking disappointed.
Just played the orthodox shot, the slightly less than orthodox shot the previous ball. If James can show that replay again, possibly.
It looked like it took a deviation of something, didn't it?
And Rory Burns he can keep wicket, but he's by no means a regular keeper. So Ollie Price going for the orthodox sweep.
It looks like it must have.
But his foot is definitely his foot is up in the air. That's the problem.
I wonder whether it's hit his thigh or hit his leg on the way through there, because that's definitely deviated off to his left.
We might, in due course, be able to get a view from the other end, but that might take a little while. So it's Jack Taylor who's come out to join
See if this angle
Hammond, and here is the view from the other end. This is a better view. It goes.
Oh, it's gloved down into the floor.
And Burns immediately going up for the stumping, and delighted that he and Elam have accounted for Ollie Price. So Jack Taylor in probably earlier than he would like in an ideal sense.
Off the mark straight away down to long on.
But
I'd be interested to see how many stumpings Rory Burns has. I did see that he had one in T20 cricket, but I'm not sure if he's had any in 50 overs.
I'll check that. but it certainly is a rarity. But it's an important wicket for Surrey.
Feels like you'd need a bit of a captain's innings now from Taylor to try and steer us home.
So we're going to have Adam Thomas bowling from this Bristol Pavilion end.
Oh, this says Rory Burns has 0 career stumpings in List A and Test, as well as first time cricket, with 1 stumping in a T20. Come on, Liv.
Good knowledge.
Oh, it's because he was in such surprise that we saw he had the gloves this morning. But he's done well so far and got himself a stumping.
So here is Adam Thomas into the attack with his right arm medium pace. Has bowled a little bit in this competition.
Because there was a bit of a debacle with him in the county championship where he took the new ball in one of the games and Jordan Clark kept wicket, did he not? So he's done everything so far this season, has Rory Burns.
Thomas around the wicket to Hammond. Just pushes that out on the offside, and Ed made the point about DLS, Gloucestershire 109. And the DLS at the moment, 135. That's the difference the third wicket makes. Pleasantly struck away by Hammond. It'll be a chase round for Blake. They'll pick up a couple. He can try to play that pleasantly away through the offside. Remember, they still need another 201 to win.
Currently not far off the required run rate.
Thomas around the wicket. Hammond again pleasantly out to the boundary rider on the cover boundary. That flurry of 4s in the power play certainly set Gloucestershire off on the right foot, and then to have both those openers go and Ollie Price as well, just as set them back a little bit. Jack Taylor drives just past the stumps, but
Nearly a collision.
because there was a doubt as to whether he'd get past the stumps anyway, and because Floros and Ryan Patel were going towards the ball together, he waited, and by that stage the chance of a single had disappeared. So 200 off 31 overs. Doesn't sound much, but a lot of runs at a steady and reasonably high rate here in Bristol. Lights aren't on yet, of course. We are 7:15. Still very, very good light. And there's an element of a rebuild going to be going on here, with 2 wickets having gone down relatively quickly.
Well, we spoke about it a few moments ago of that's really what you don't want happening, especially a 50-over game now. So these two will hopefully rebuild together and go from there. I think, like we said, we'll need a big partnership here.
Well, in theory, Cameron Darawal would be due in at 6, but if a 4th wicket was to go down, you wonder whether Van Buren might come out ahead of him.
Steady the rate rather than launch it to the stands.
You wonder whether Cameron is probably better in a kind of a shorter time frame kind of situation.
Probably the latter stages of the chase. My guess is that he'd be ironing up that shorter boundary towards the mound stand.
Tommy Elam continuing. Hammond pleasantly plays that away. Again out to the Thomas, the cover boundary rider on the Kennington Avenue side. Spectators walking round on the car park, going to the activation zone perhaps.
That bouncy castle's looking busy.
Taylor goes back and doesn't time that as he tries to force that away on the offside.
Still looking to dart it in here as he pushed that one through a little bit quicker.
Elam. Well, that didn't get up very much, and Taylor works that away to mid-wicket. Again, Thomas does the fielding.
Kind of the theme throughout today with this wicket is it's been varied, but there have been quite a few that have shot through quite low. Might have to tell the girls about that before Sunday.
Yes, the word is you're going to be playing on this same strip, is that right?
I believe so. He stayed low as well.
Hammond stretching forward a bit, but picking up a single. The last, one more to go in the over. So Surrey probably fractionally on top at the moment. Certainly the third wicket appeared to make a bit of a difference. Oh, that's gone wide down the leg side.
Again, not much bounce here from Elam. He is bowling a couple quite quicker, darting it in as the off spinner, not giving much flight, but that still has kind of shot through pretty low.
Sorry, at times were, well, certainly Sibley was using his feet to get down the pitch, even to Ahmed or even Will Williams at times. And Jack Taylor picks up a single off the last ball of the 20th over. So Gloucestershire chasing 312 at this point. Surrey were 88 for 1. So Gloucestershire ahead in the runs column, but also 2 further wickets down. A few words from Liv, and it'll be Ed Seaborn.
Be interesting now to see how these two take on the chase here. Hopefully looking to rotate and rebuild for a few overs before putting the attack back onto Surrey. But it looks like the spin so far has been stump to stump and attacking. But carrying on with seam from the pavilion end. Flick his legs. Ooh, he's made a bit of a meal at that down at fine leg, but they'll come back for 2.
Tall fast bowler.
Fine
Hot
leg
down,
for
yeah, grazing at fine leg, and then you have to, these days you have to sprint off and go tumbling this way and that. Duty's never done as a fast bowler now. You get a glare from your teammate if you don't do that.
No, you've got to do everything now. I reckon fielding's probably one of the main things people will look for. Main skill. You have to do all 3.
I was told that a while ago you were doing diving practice. Is that still happening?
Well, I think Fran Wilson herself is probably one of the best fielders in
Yeah.
the women's game. I mean, it's her catch against the West Indies that
Yes.
has done the rounds on YouTube and Instagram. So she's obviously big on us getting to ground, but I also find it really fun. I'm always in an extra cover diving around, so
Yes.
I do have great fun in those sessions. But no, we all have to get to ground. That's something we mark off at the end of each game.
So that's a position. That again has gone fine. Won't reach the boundary. Is that a position you've always fielded in? You take that on with relish?
I think through kind of age group cricket in my head, that's just where, if I was captaining, that's where the captain would go, is extra cover.
Rather than sort of mid-off, mid-on?
Or I let Emily Geach go at mid-off because she's kind of one of our most experienced seam bowlers. Again, worked off the pads towards deep square. Looks like they're throwing the ball into the pitch now from the boundary, trying to make it a little bit softer. Something you sometimes get told off for, so I think they're okay now with 20 overs in.
I suppose we probably should have been quite vague, actually. And we're not actually quite sure which pitch we're going to use here, just in case there's anybody from Derbyshire.
Derbyshire listening. I hope not.
Scoping it out for some intel. This may or may not be the pitch. Might be substituted
Could be
last
something else.
minute.
I've not officially been told. It's just my guess from looking at the other wickets currently. But they have done a really, really good job here, and the amount of cricket that's been played on these wickets with the Women's World Cup and all of our fixtures as well.
Yeah.
You can see now.
No water to work with either.
No, but they've done a lovely job on these squares with these nice new mowed lines.
Yeah, it's just a good thing there's some grass left to mow.
I believe while the men and the women are away at Cheltenham, there's actually going to be a pathway fixture here as well. So I think
Okay.
some of the under-16 girls are very excited.
Oh, bowled!
Straight through.
Hammond goes, and 4 down now. Gloucestershire are in real trouble. Have to look at the replay to see whether that kept low or just snuck through. He's a tall man, Flores, as we've been saying.
It's an interesting shot to try and play, isn't it? It's almost like he's looked to pull it, but then changed his mind last minute and kind of stuck in an awkward drive there.
Yeah, sort of half forward, half back, and then it's a full ball that's just gone through the gate, and 4 wickets down with another look here. It's quite wide of the crease as well, isn't it? Angled in, chop on.
Oh.
But underneath his bat, as he was sort of, as you say, was slightly forward and then hanging back, but it was a fairly full delivery anyway. And Graham van Buren comes out, who
Exactly as Ian thought.
has a memorable innings here. Graham van Buren against Surrey at the start of the conference championship year in 2021. Van Buren batting at 3, I think, in that instance, and came out and played an attacking innings, got 100 in a Gloucestershire run chase on the final day, where there was a bit of a rain shower that held them up for a while, and Van Buren just crashed the ball to all parts, particularly straight down the ground.
Him and Daz Ahmed put on a useful partnership the other week as well. GVB is a very, very experienced cricketer that has helped us a little bit within our kind of setup too. But he knows what he's doing, but also if it's in his arc, out the park.
It's in your arc, out the park. Is that a team?
That's what Gaz Dawson tells us.
Right. Off the mark.
Not out the park.
No.
It's a nice guide down to third man.
So is it just in general sort of helping out? Is it spin bowling, batting, wise words?
Wise words from Gaz. Well, just think.
Oh, sorry, I meant Graham.
Oh, well, he did a little bit with us last year. He came to 1 or 2 of our sessions, and I spoke to him a little bit about field setting. But him and Marchant and David Payne have all been helping us this year, so we're very lucky.
Little uppercut from Jack Taylor, and he'll get a boundary.
It's a lovely, well-weighted shot. With third being quite wide, he just guides that nicely down to the boundary.
Very nifty. Pretty much off his chest.
Bit Matrix-esque.
Yeah. Little sort of help pull from Jack Taylor. Yeah, Gloucestershire now really in desperate need of a partnership. They are about 40 runs behind on DLS, which again doesn't come into play on an evening like this, but shows how far behind, how many runs Gloucestershire need to score just to be sort of level in the game.
Again, guided down to third man by Graham van Buren. I think it will still be interesting though, with it having a shorter boundary one side. I always think the chasing team will have that in the back of their minds and something that they can always go towards. Obviously, you don't want to be too kind of fixated on having a shorter boundary, but it is always something that you can lean to and go to.
And also, just in terms of the fact that there's nobody in this, and this is the case with almost everybody in the Men's One Day Cup, in terms of there's no obvious death bowler. Gloucestershire have to sort of piece it together. They bowled a lot of spin at the death in this game, as Thomas continues. but it's still the case that you can. You don't want to leave too much too late. Of course you don't. But at the same time, you need to preserve wickets. And I'm not saying you'd ever do this, but you could face 8 overs worth of dots and it would be 9 and over for the last 20. I'm not saying you do that, but again, that's not an equation that terrifies the modern day player. Not when you've got somebody like Jack Taylor out in the middle, and they should score some runs in the next 8 overs ish.
Exactly, and you've still got firepower to come. Darrell, I'm sure, will be eyeing up that boundary there.
Yeah, Darrell, Ahmed. I mean, Aman Rao has actually been hitting the ball a long way in the second team.
11, yeah. Well, he's got the levers to do so, hasn't he?
Yeah. But you feel it's kind of got to start with these two, given the rate Gloucestershire have been losing wickets. Oh, he's done well to stop that. Backward point. In pretty close as well.
I was going to say, he's quite a few yards in from the inner circle there, and that's been slashed hard by Graham Van Buren, but he's done well to stop it.
I think it's the sub Garanta still in that place. As hard as Van Buren hits that cut shot, it's not a shot you'd want to be in the way of.
I hate fielding at point, personally. Well, I put Prathna ready or Megahern when she's not keeping. They're both very nimble, kind of sideways movement. It's a lot of spin to deal with.
Stick the youngsters there.
Yeah.
Oh, has he got him? I think he has, yeah. Just flicked that leg bail. And now Adam Thomas has a wicket. Gloucestershire in further trouble, 5 down.
Come onto his pad.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. But
it's just angle in and taking the top of leg stump.
Just slightly jumping as he plays it, but doesn't seem to have deviated enormously.
Just kind of stayed on the line, angling in. But you're right, he has kind of jumped up and away, expecting it maybe to be a steeper bounce than it was. Well, in comes Darrell. I'll be interested to see how he takes this now.
It is a very good opportunity for him, isn't it? Because we obviously know what he's done in T20 blast cricket when he comes in the lower middle order in the blast, and it's fairly clear what his job is. His job is to go out there and smash it. Yeah, exactly. But now this is not quite the first time, but it will be one of the first times in his career list day-wise. Obviously the back cage applied to him, but one of the first times he's come out here in a position where he needs to bat a bit of time as well.
27 overs still remain here.
Buren has thumped that, even though it didn't seem that short, but again, that boundary's so big, deep mid-wicket can get there. But yeah, I think it'd be... I'm excited to see whether he decides to go and just play his natural game and think, right, I'm going to tick off as many of these runs as I can, just playing the way that I play, or whether he will think, right, let's actually go the other way.
I think if you force a player to play in a way that's not their strength and not their game, then I'd rather he come in and attack it. If that's the way he plays most of his cricket and is successful doing so, then I don't see why he shouldn't. But then, as a thought, is the more Gloucestershire take here you want to kind of bat out those full 50, the closer you'll get.
Yeah, exactly. And it was a little bit like that in the Somerset game as well, in terms of there was that great partnership at the end when Ahmed and Van Buren looked like they might even just get Gloucestershire over the line, but if they just had that little bit more, and actually so often, especially with that, going back as I keep doing in these one-day cup games, going back to that point about the lack of death bowling, you'd be surprised, I think, just naturally how close you get by just batting your overs out.
I think it's one of the most important things in 50 over cricket, and I don't think enough teams do bat their full allotted 50.
It's been good as Flores. They needed somebody, Surrey, because I mean it's a while ago now that Gloucestershire were going great guns at 70 without loss after 9 overs, and they needed somebody to come on and tie things up. And as much as he's just taken the 1 wicket, Flores was that bowler.
He's hit that hard length quite often. Not afraid to chuck a few in shorter as well. Probably easier to do so when you are of his stature.
He's directed them well, though, hasn't he? They were a bit loose in the first 10 overs of power play, but they've given away very little since then, and Gloucestershire have found some ways to get out. Get Darrell underway.
I don't think he's got much of that,
No.
has he, as he pulled that away?
No, and it's a good thing he got it quite square of the wicket.
Could have been in trouble otherwise. Oh, so that was rolled back onto the stumps by the fielder for the umpire to collect and do the bails.
And of course, every over you've got to chuck the ball back to the umpire until it gets to that point when they select the 1 ball for the rest of the innings.
See, we don't have that in our
No.
women's games, but I find it tricky enough to remember to give it back to one of them.
Well, the worst though is when the umpire forgets to give you the ball,
I
and
have
then
to ask at the top of my run-up.
you sort of run in past them, bowl a shadow ball, and then turn around to the umpire and go, "Get the ball, please."
It happens quite a lot, actually.
Quite easy to do. It's so much to remember at the start of the innings, and you just forget the ball's still in your pocket.
It's driven on the up from Darrell nicely.
Yeah, for those Surrey supporters who may have missed it, of course, even though these two teams played each other in the T20 in different groups, Darrell 13-ball half-century against Worcestershire. New road that really had a couple of moments before, definitely, but that was the innings where he has really announced himself with a serious bang, equalling the record fastest 50 in the men's blast.
Well, we've seen them practice their range hitting, and he stood out as to someone who can hit the ball very far.
Well, Van Buren's hit that one fairly far enough for 4.
Picked up on the length early and just crashed it through mid-wicket.
And he can pull a ball like that when several players on the Gloucestershire side would not have been able to pull that one.
I think potentially similar to me when I bat. As someone has a smaller stature, you can pick up on length quite early, but it's also something really handy to have, as they've now moved into a kind of deep mid-wicket position. Again, cut really nicely. This goes between the two fielders and will race away to 4. He's pulled, now he's cut those 2 strongest shots from Graham Van Buren, and he's played them nicely so far.
Yeah, this one definitely was that little bit shorter. We have seen it sit up when it's been really short of a length. Problems of late have come, and it has been top of the stump high, really. That's good cricket as well, just a little dab and run.
4 then run.
So preview for me the game on Sunday then. I'm not asking you to do my prep for me, by the way, here. I'm just,
Oh
just
no,
getting the
I'll be back up here.
lowdown.
I'll be back up here again, I think, soon
Excellent.
as I'm
Shall
not
look forward
playing.
to that.
But actually. I think it's our first game back in the 50 over competition, so we'll be looking to kind of change our ways as the first 4 games. Unfortunately, we haven't put a win on the board yet, but hopefully we're looking to do so against Derbyshire, because last time out against them in the T20 Blast, it was quite an emphatic win. So looking to do the same in the 50 over. They're, of course, actually our first Tier 2 fixture here.
I was going to say, yeah, it's back to where it started, isn't it?
First game feels a long time ago now, but they've got a couple of people back in from the Blaze that have been on loan during that T20 period. So it'll be interesting to see, but hopefully we should get a win and get over the line, as I'll be nervously watching up from up here or in the dugout.
Right. Well, of course, you will have coverage of that on the Gloucestershire stream on Sunday, 10:30 start. So
Early doors.
Yep, it's an early start on the Sunday, but it'd be great to see as many people as possible in the ground. And if you can't do that, then please do join us on the coverage for Gloucestershire's women against Derbyshire on Sunday in the One Day Cup. And I suppose until Sunday, thank you very much, Liv Daniels. It's been a real pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you very much for having me, and hopefully see you on Sunday.
Will do. Thank you very much indeed, and best of luck. So a few more repairs taking place with the pitch as the players take a drink.
Does this have a little bit of the feel of the Somerset chase, where you're kind of coming from a position where you're sort of behind the game, but you're not yet by any means out of the game?
Yeah, I suppose so. And it again, go back to the fact that you sort of, I think what Liv and I were discussing really, you sort of have to plan to be there at the end of the game. Whether it's whichever way you want to put it, whether it's taking the game as deep as possible, as you often hear.
That's the phrase, isn't
it? Or whether it, whether it is just giving yourself the maximum chance of success. It would be one way, I suppose, as I say, that to look at it from the point of view of Darrowell going out there and looking to make a real dent in the score, but it has to be a massive dent then, doesn't it? You need 167 still to win. You wouldn't think you could get those in half an hour, 45 minutes, or at least change massively the complexion, where if another wicket were to fall, you wouldn't be right up against it again.
Yes. Did I read in the article that Nick Friend did with him that his 50 was scored in 9 minutes at Worcester?
Right. I couldn't tell you how many minutes it was scored.
I think he said that somebody said to him it was scored in 9 minutes.
They're fishing the ball out of the stands a fair bit.
Yeah. So after drinks, it's going to be Floros.
Allowing Van Buren to free the arms a bit for the cut shot. Oh dear, that's a bit of a blunder from Blake out there. Boundary, it looked like he got there, and I thought he kept it in front of him, but it just squeezed through the wickets.
Eye off the ball?
Sure. It's just off his thigh, yeah. Well, there's not a run there.
No, the rate required is not insurmountable from here. The problem is the wickets column, in the same way it was at Taunton, where Van Buren and Daz Ahmed got Gloucestershire to a point where I think it was 83 off the last 10 they need, something like that.
Sounded about right.
But you knew in reality that one wicket was probably going to do the game.
It's gone pretty fine, but James Taylor protecting the deep third boundary. But yeah, it's not, when you think where it was at the start of the innings, it's not moved masses. We're only talking about within the same same number. 150 comes up. Still not even halfway there, Gloucestershire.
There's a line to use there. I'm not going to go there. I'm sure you know what it is.
Don't know what's gone after that. No appeal from the bowler, though. Mid-on was convinced.
What about the line you would have used?
No, I'm not sure. I suspect everybody would be convinced about that. But
Yeah.
there's no trumpeter in.
We had a Pope in earlier, then.
We did have a Pope. I'm not sure that the Pope is a big Bon Jovi fan. Oh, it's hit hard from Darrow. Well, that'll be 4. Flashing cut shot. Fast hands. Fizzing away to the boundary.
Punch of gloves with Van Buren. It's the shorter boundary, but it was cut with some force.
Placement again, wasn't it? Just get it fine of backward point, and that was hit with enough force that it would have been for the other side as well. Oh, that's got underneath him, and nearly another Gloucestershire batter to be kind of caught on the crease or slightly hanging back to a ball that would have gone on to hit the stumps. Just skidded through. Was there a little bit of a puff of dust there?
Would have hit a 4th stump probably, but
So try and have a look. Yeah, you can see there's a little bit of a disturbance of the surface there.
so we're going to have spin for the first time now from the Bristol Pavilion end. So Ralphie Albert for the first time, 18 years old.
They would have hoped there'd have been 2 players of that same England under-19 vintage, with Alex French part of the Surrey setup as well, but French injured. Albert, who was part of the England under-19 World Cup squad that made the final before Vaibhav Suryavanshi did his thing.
He bowled slow left arm, but not that slow.
Of course, we saw Suryavanshi on this ground earlier in the summer.
Albert trots in, chopped away back to Nisham Khan, who has taken a wicket and a catch on his Surrey debut.
I believe he had his own dressing room, Suryavanshi, when he was here.
Chopped it to the offside by Van Buren to the left of Ollie Sykes. They scamper literally through for 1.
Well, CCB regulations, he is a minor, so needed his own dressing room. And his parents, I think, would have had to have been asked permission as far as media commitments, that sort of thing.
Albert from around the wicket. Darrell stays in his crease and forces that off the back foot. 1 more. Got to try and milk the singles if they can. Here, Gloucestershire just punctuate it with the odd boundary, and at least they stay in the game if they do that.
Living on a prayer.
Chopped away by Van Buren. You want 2. You might get more. You might get more than that. Run round from Thomas. They want 3. They'll go for it.
Good throw.
And a good throw. And they've got back. Darrell running to the danger end.
They're not living on a prayer anymore.
Because they're more than halfway there.
Indeed.
Thank you. Jack Taylor's father downstairs, regular watcher. Albert, oh, he's clean bowled. Darawal. Does he play down the wrong line there? Darawal goes. Albert's got a wicket in his first over, and that's going to make it pretty difficult, you feel, now for Gloucestershire from here. Quite wide of the crease. It's gone straight through the gate.
Does drift it in just a little bit. It is nicely bowled, but another one that rattles the timber.
Didn't look a overly threatening delivery, but yeah, Darawal, so he got some runs. He got 30 at Glamorgan, didn't he, I think, in the T20. And he got the innings at Worcester. But since that knock, it's almost as if perhaps the expectation has been high on him from that point, and he hasn't really got a score since then. Daz Ahmed out at number 8, and this is the partnership that got Gloucestershire at least to a point where they were not out of the game at Taunton, but they've now got to do it again.
Yeah, to get a 27 off 15 in the next game against Glamorgan. That was the game they were set 235 by Glamorgan, but it is an adjustment going into 50 over cricket for the first time, and now, as you say, this partnership back together and pretty much need more than what they produced at Taunton, and that was quite special. Gloucestershire going in with Rao and Williams and Luke Charlesworth as 9, 10 and 11, playing the extra seam bowler, which worked very well last match. Deep cover tracking round the boundary and doing pretty well to keep that to a single. So that partnership was worth 110.
That's what I was looking for.
Ah, sorry. Just.
So they've got to guess. They've got to. That's the sort of order you're talking of.
And if they get 110, then he's still got to find 42 from the lower order. So it's the magnitude of the task ahead of these two.
But they could find 110. Let's just say 110 by the 45th over. Let's just say that. You'd have quite a finish then, wouldn't you?
He's shown some real fight in his early Gloucestershire career as Daz Ahmed. It's his 10th list A game, but that was his first professional 50.
He's got some 20s elsewhere, I think, hasn't he?
Yeah, a few more than that. Got a 40 against Northamptonshire. The Championship, oh, that really has skidded through.
Comes back to your point earlier on that in a tight group, could you get into the knockout stages with 5 wins and 3 losses? Well, you might, but that would be ideally you want 6 and 2.
Yes, and also your net run rate is probably going to have to be good. And not only are Surrey from this position sensing a win, but they're also thinking about making that win as handy as possible. And as I say, there's a chance that even with 3 wins and 2 defeats, because of how bunched it is, they could sit top, albeit others having a game in hand.
So Ralphie Albert to continue from this Bristol pavilion end, and Daz Ahmed works it into the onside, but straight to Elam. Albert got a bouncy approach and cut by Ahmed out to deep cover for a single. The Yeah, goes on
Hospitality's doing well
the
today.
second level. So just introduce themselves to some of their other guests.
Oh, that would have been tight with a pickup. Garantler running across from backward point. Would have been really close, I think. Wouldn't have had much to aim at and throwing across his body, but
They've
direct hit, he
they've
might have got
left the
him.
gap at a squarish cover to Gloucester to play through, not in the knowledge that Thomas is the sweeper, and they've done that again then. One more. Not the best throw. I think Rory Burns implied that was he looking into the sun? He couldn't see it? Possibly. Van Buren got no room to work there at all. Albert Fields off his own bowling. Starts with a little walk for 3 paces and then wheels in. Van Buren can only defend. And sorry, just putting the squeeze on here. Here's a comparative thought. At 30 overs, Surrey were 148 for 2. So it really is the wickets column that is the problem.
It's the importance of partnerships that
for Gloucestershire.
Bang on about in 50 over cricket, but getting a set partnership, and Gloucestershire have had all of their top 6 so far reach 15 and nobody's reached 40. Oh, Ahmed having a big swing at that one. Just about saved himself with a thick outer part of the bat.
James Taylor was the player coming onto it, but he was never that close really where you thought it was a catch.
Ahmed going again, he'll just get enough to beat mid-off. Only a single though. Long shadow being cast by that floodlight pylon by the club offices that you can see across the middle of the pitch. Must be getting fairly close to the time the floodlights would be turned on.
As we know, they take a little while to warm up, so
it's a good job it's sunny. 5 to 8 and the floodlights haven't been needed yet.
Obviously if this was billed as a day-night game, which it is. A couple of short ones in this over.
Once again, that length,
Elam,
isn't it? You try and hit towards the top of the stumps. And almost every time you feel as though you might just skid one through 3 times in a row. You just bowl at the stumps if you're the spinners here. And
only 2
hold
singles.
your length.
Only 2 singles off that over.
But it's a good time to be bowling your young spinners. Elam, 22 years of age, and Albert just 18. Really liked how he bowled in that under-19 World Cup, and just keeping it quite simple, really, just bowling at the stumps, wicket to wicket, just doing it enough with the ball. Farhan Ahmed was the sort of X-factor spinner a little bit.
Here is Ralphie Albert back into the attack. Oh, and a scampered single for Van Buren. Set off quickly. All went straight to Elam at mid-on, but he's just deep enough on the edge of the circle that if the call is answered straight away, you can get a single out of it. Ahmed plays that one just straight to Sykes, who's a short extra. Albert's not quite in the Van Buren league for getting through his overs quickly, but he doesn't hang about. Ahmed, and that's again straight to Elam, but he's just to move 2 paces to his right. That's just long enough for him to rotate the strike once more. Boundary's dried up a little bit. Bearing works that a little bit square. There's comfortable 1 there. They might well think about 2, but it was never more than a comfortable single. Blake on the boundary.
6 wickets, 6 different bowlers.
Burns mixing it up. That's been a bit the tale of Surrey in this competition. Well, top order runs and inexperienced attack, so they've shared the workload round. Albert's lost his mark there, set off on the wrong foot, so turns and comes in again. Got a little tip and run into the leg side from Van Beeren. Tip the rate up a little bit. It's not far above what it was at the outset, but Surrey got to the point where they had 2 batters very well set late on in the innings, and as you can see, kind of coming back towards them, but it's the wickets column that's caused the issue.
And also right at the point when the worm was making its way above ground from a Surrey point of view. And it's a matter of, if you're Elam here, I think just continuing to bowl the way that he has been bowling until Gloucestershire do something different. Going down towards long on, it'll fall short. Flores at long on. And the tight bowling drawing the big shot. And when Surrey went down the ground, they tended to go more the other side where mid-off is up. Shorter ball, but again, he's skidding it through Elam.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the economy rates at the moment. Taylor and Patel have been the expensive ones. The others, either somewhere sort of anywhere between 4, which is where Elam is, and 5.5. There's just a little bit better than Gloucestershire all round at the moment. Can these 2 do enough?
It's sort of hard to know even really how to, you know, what are you thinking in terms of how to break it down? Because, you know, what can you leave for the back 10 to give yourself a chance?
You've got to get to 230, I think. 80 off the last 10.
Yeah, well, 80, maybe 85, but you wouldn't do too much more than that, would you?
No.
175 with 18 remaining. I mean, if you're 2 or 3 down, you're looking at a run rate of 7.6, and that's not scaring you.
No.
But again, just like that Somerset game, it's just that combination of required rate and wickets down.
I'm not saying it's help yourself to the next 60, but could play it without too much risk, you would hope. But then I'm sure Surrey know, as Somerset knew, that you break this stand and one end is open.
Well, then it's requiring something really special from one of the bowlers.
Cut away by Ahmed. Surrey quite happy to just see the board ticking slowly up at the moment. Buren knows he's sort of protecting the tail here a bit, but he's pulled that away, and that's gone for
Oh,
6.
he's
And the
dropped
gentleman
it.
in the stand has put it down.
Oh dear, head in hands.
He might have won something. Certainly we would have won the kudos of those around him if he'd have caught it. Just short enough, and Graham van Buren picking up the length and pulling it into the short mound stand boundary for 6. What can you do here? That's a respectful defensive shot.
Well, they've got 7 off the over.
Yeah. Do with an over with a couple of boundaries in it. Maybe a couple of overs with a couple of boundaries, just to get the impetus back. They think their way a little bit. Game is not done for sure, but there is a lot
Teetering.
a lot of focus on these two. Pleasant shot from Ahmed. Up to Flores for a single. One or two of the spectators downstairs, perhaps having been in most of the day. It's been sunny. You know, you get thirsty in the sun, don't you?
There's certainly plenty of fuel in the tank.
Seven bowlers used by Surrey. Only Ryan Patel doesn't have a wicket at the moment. All the others have one success. Gloucestershire, but had an opening stand of 70. And they went from that to where they are at the moment.
Use of the feet from Ahmed. Oh, that's very tight. In fact, it's surely going to be out, but it is a crazy bit of cricket all round. Where was that throw going? And where was Ahmed going? He smashed it straight to mid-off. As we take a second look here. And there's never a single there. He's hit it far too hard, and then
spared by a poor throw.
he was throwing a shuttlecock.
The lights are on.
Probably not going to make much difference for a bit anyway.
No, indeed. Probably a little over an hour's cricket to go. They might make a lot of difference even by the end.
100 balls left.
And let's be clear, 127 in the other format would not seem very many.
Unless you're playing at the utility bowl on a pitch that's been used 15 times before. Yes, it does reach that point when the automated graphics system that we have no control over decides to go to runs required and balls remaining, rather than overs remaining. Ooh, almost an excellent stop from Sykes at short mid-wicket. Scramble through for one this time. Van Buren having a bit of a grin with Sykes there. Always a happy man when he's playing cricket. Well, I actually say always. I mean, I think he's nearly always a happy man when he's playing cricket. Ahmed goes big, and that'll endanger the sight screen. In fact, it will endanger any spectators who might have been walking in Legends Walkway behind the sight screen because it cleared it.
It's a clean shot. I should want to say that Elam really had tightened things up and hadn't given anything too loose.
I mean, it's just it's been the length and the line that Elam's been bowling on, and eventually, he's forced.
One is too short.
But he's forced Ahmed into using his feet and going down the ground. So I still think you're not snatching your cat from the umpire thinking, gosh, I really gave one away there.
Well, as this is the point at which the ball is going to be changed, it may be that the one he's just thumped over the sight screen is the one that's thrown away. Only Surrey will know that.
That's a souvenir for somebody then. don't need it anymore.
It's been bowled off the field by the umpire. And we will now play with the other ball for the remaining overs, and James Taylor's coming back. It's been the most expensive so far of the Surrey bowlers. Van Buren on strike and cutting forcefully, as he often does. Down to Nisham Shah, who was also limbering up. I wondered if there might be a couple of overs from him.
Well, Khan's first spell was 4 overs for 24 to start with, wasn't it? And then he bowled the wicket maiden in the 10th over, which Gloucestershire have never really quite recovered from.
Does Ahmed wakes for Taylor again, another cut, a bit wider this time. There's a chase for Nisham Khan, a sliding stop. They'll get 2 though, because of the ground he had to make up.
He did well. We've seen a couple of times on the boundary when there's been a little bit of a mishap in this innings, but that was not one of them. He's fielded well and bowled pretty well as well.
Ahmed's gone, well, until that last straight 6, quietly about his business, but he's into the 20s. And both of these two going along at just about a run a ball at the moment.
That wasn't the most comfortable run there either. I don't know if you saw Graham Van Buren sort of doing a almost, what do you call it, the goose step in rugby. See around that single.
James Taylor into Van Buren. Oh, wanted a single past Ollie Sykes, but he couldn't get the ball beyond the man at short extra.
He just about beat the last defender, but I don't think he'd have much energy left to slide very far after scoring the try. It was a scrum half in his day, wasn't he, Van Buren, I think?
Well, certainly the build for it.
Yeah, well, I think that was what they said, wasn't it, when he injured his shoulder badly 4 years ago on the boundary.
Buren again. That's gone straight to Sykes. Running towards the non-strikers, and no chance of a single.
It was an old rugby injury that had aggravated.
In his time at the club, he's had a fair few unusual injuries, Van Buren. Just remind you about matters at Cheltenham. So at the end of this over, here is James Taylor. And Van Buren's off straight away there. Wanted to retain the strike. Got his single to Ryan Patel. It was a tidier over from James Taylor. 15 to go at this stage. Sorry, Prague will be in a stronger position. But with 10 overs left, they were 222 for 2 after 40 overs. And they ended up getting 311. So Cheltenham, of course, starts a week on Sunday with the Gloucestershire women playing the first of their 2 40-over games at the festival. The second one is the following Sunday, so it starts on Saturday the 8th. Sunday the 9th, the men's game against Notts in the Metrobank One Day Cup. That is completely sold out. Admission, if you're not a member, now completely allocated, so members can obviously still attend. All the details about guest passes, parking, all the matchday information, please go to the website for that Notts game.
Khan returns. That's been clouted over the leg side. Might not get to the boundary. It doesn't. Again, it's so far out there off the bat. Van Buren must have thought he'd got the boundary, but 200 comes up. Yes. And the Northamptonshire game, as we mentioned earlier, likewise also sold out for non-members.
Correct. Yeah, that's on the Tuesday. Tuesday before all that, the women play here on Sunday the 2nd. Coverage on the stream, led by Ed, for that game, and indeed the game on the 8th as well.
The limited edition bucket hat for that Nottinghamshire game as part of the efforts to raise awareness and funds for the Motor Neurone Disease Association. I expect that bucket hat, there won't be much of those left by probably the time the game starts. That's a lovely looking drive from Ahmed, but he'll just about only get the one for it, I think. Yeah, Fielder gets up to his feet quickly.
Well, they're going to be, oh, well, the shirt is pink and black, isn't it? I think. I guess the bucket hat will be a similar colour. Why do you think they'll all have gone?
Well, I should think, especially given that it obviously won't rain.
Oh, no. No.
Because it never does anymore. People will need something to protect themselves from the sun. Straight drive from Van Buren, quick pick up and throw. He's out by a mile with a hit, surely. And now it's going to get through. Van Buren's run through a long way, so they'll only get one overthrow.
He could have run 3 there, 'cause he's probably one
Yes.
one to the non-strikers end, one past the non-strikers end.
Halfway to the boundary, yeah.
And he's got back for a couple.
Well, a direct hit, and he wouldn't have had anything. And that would have been pretty much curtains. Barring something miraculous, of course, from the bowling unit. They fancy 2 here, surely not, no.
The placement was such that he thought Van Buren's first thought was, yes, can we get 2 out of this?
And then you realise it's a 55-metre boundary.
Blake's been out there a lot today. 1 misfield, 1 well-taken catch.
They certainly haven't suffered. I mean, but yeah, Burns was a wicketkeeper when he started. We shouldn't be surprised. It's just that he hasn't done it very much in his first-class career. But it was a smart piece of work to remove Price. So he wouldn't have had much time to see where that ball was coming and plucked it with one hand and got the bails off quickly.
Long on has gone back onto the rope.
Again, that's creamed away by Ahmed and forcing a good stop from Blake. Runs off every ball in that over, though, so they've grabbed 8 runs without scoring a boundary, and they need 7.5.
Yeah, Van Buren wants a drink or some new gloves, or both. It's been warm work out there. But he and Ahmed came together at 159 for 6. So they've added 48 together, these two. Just about keeping Surrey honest, you would say, at the moment.
I suppose we should welcome along our viewers from all around the country, as this is the only dose of Metro Bank One Day Cup left for the day.
Another dose on Sunday. Busy day Sunday. A lot of games. Gloucestershire up at Rugby School. Against the Warwickshire side, who've picked up a little bit.
One thing you have to say about the English summer is that there's, at some point, there is some cricket for everyone, whatever you like.
James Taylor to continue from the Bristol Pavilion end. That's steered away by Ahmed, and it's going for 4. First time, really, we've seen a misfield from Nisham Shah down there. Got to the ball, but a bit like Blake earlier, didn't get himself quite into the right position to make the stop.
50 partnership. I think it was always going to be tough because of the pace it had and also the angle of the rope. He did go feet first, which was an interesting choice. But I don't know, with the pace, if he tried to bat it back in going head first, I'm not sure if he'd have got that anyway.
55 balls, and that may be the end of the partnership because Flores is underneath it and he has the catch. And Ahmed is cross. He's very cross because he's out for 27. Another instance where you feel he's somebody who can get useful runs and then a soft dismissal.
We saw an awful lot of that sort of dismissal when Surrey were here for the T20. Just time after time, Surrey batters would do that. But just wonder, was that a bit of a rush of blood after scoring the boundary? He's obviously feeling it a bit, and I mean, he went after a short ball that he thought was there to be got after. But now, well, Graham Van Buren has got to get 100. I don't see really any way Gloucestershire win this game if Van Buren hasn't got to 3 figures.
Aman Rao at number 9. I don't think he's batted yet in the first team games that he's played.
Did bat against Leicestershire.
Ah.
Made 6, but he has, as we've been mentioning, he has been getting runs
in the seconds.
Made 92 not out against Somerset at Taunton Vale, 63 against Nottinghamshire. Got some runs across some of the second team T20s as well. Made 47 off 24 balls against a fairly decent Glamorgan second 11 attack at Bath, but it's a different situation.
What's his approach going to be here, I wonder? He's tall, of course, so the bounce shouldn't be an issue for him. Plays the first ball quietly back to James Taylor.
It's more if it skids under him.
Yeah.
Because we've seen that a couple of times.
So I'm not saying it's like watching Courtney Walsh bat, but the willow does look quite small in his hand.
Batting with a toothpick.
Yeah. Rao, front foot firmly placed, and then it's a defensive push out into the offside. So yeah, Surrey have got this, you would think, where they want it at the moment. They've got one batter in, but you've got 9, 10, 11 at the other end, and the rate is still they should have plenty in hand, you would think. Now, cricket is an odd game at times. But somebody from Gloucestershire, other than Van Buren, has got to pull something out of the fire here. And Rao be in this situation, certainly at this level for the first time. Got to show certainly some composure. And some ability as well. Floodlights now on here in Bristol. James Taylor to bowl to Rao. And that didn't carry any great height to Rory Burns. But a wicket for Taylor in that over. Second wicket for him. And Gloucestershire certainly with quite a lot to do from this situation. 13 overs to go, 101 remaining, 101 to get, but they are 7 wickets down.
Bringing the changes, Rory Burns. Back comes Flores. So we're back to his overseas to try and remove Gloucestershire's one remaining top order player. As he played into the gap, he'll fancy a second, but he won't be able to come back for it. Or maybe he will be. No. Deep cover's just coming off the boundary in time to back it up. I think we might possibly be having another... Oh, no. No, it's not another race. There's a security guard leading a pile of used cups off to the bin. The snake is no more. You do have to be quite careful when you're batting with Graham van Buren. Aman Rao, I don't think was for moving really anyway, but you are liable to see a figure tearing at you at breakneck speed at any given moment, which you've just got to be a little bit prepared for. Sometimes his enthusiasm gets the better of him at the non-striker's end. Aman Rao underway. And it will be in the early stages of this partnership. It is still one boundary and over, but it's only a boundary and over if Rao can get Van Buren on strike.
Yeah, very much so.
We did get a half volley there and picked out Patel at short extra. It's a funny look to it out there at the moment in terms of it's neither natural light nor floodlight. Crepuscular light. He wants a single here, and he'll get it this time, despite the direct hit from Khan. And that's 50 for Graham van Buren. 50 from 50. 3 fours and a 6, so it's not exactly been a flurry of boundaries, but around the boundaries that he's found, he's rotated strike, and he just hasn't had somebody to go with him.
I think it was predictable that he came in above Darwell as well in the batting order. Bear in mind, when those wickets were falling, it just needed somebody with a bit more 50 over experience to come in at that point.
That's a good looking shot from Rao. I don't think it'll be mid-off though. And Surrey won't mind that too much because Rao will retain strike. So just 4 off, not over. Required rate nudges over 8.
Yes, it's going to be tight on runs as a comparison, but not on wickets when you get to the 40 over mark.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire might be marginally, might get to a point where they're marginally ahead on runs, but sorry, we're only 2 down at that point. So does Aman Rao have 1 or 2 big shots in his locker, I wonder? Not yet. He's not. Wanting to give his wicket up and stop the support for Van Buren. But he's got to just rotate the strike more than he's been able to so far. Fair, only faced 8 deliveries, but a little bit more aggressive there. Didn't time it though. More applause from Elam for James Taylor.
And important, these chats between Van Buren and his, maybe not quite tail, but getting there. Gonna have to talk them through this.
Rao works that into the onside. You've got another single. Dom Sibley's been off the field for most of their reply. He did come out, but I think it was probably within the first 5 overs that he went off, and Nikhil Garantha has been fielding for him since then. Van Buren tries to pull that away into the leg side, and he's cleared the infield. It's gone for 4. So it's certainly a much needed boundary.
I've seen that a couple of times already. It's just the difference. So that's just a sort of good length ball really from Taylor, but because Graham Van Buren can get in a position to pull it, and because we're still in the second power play, there's basically always going to be somewhere for him to hit it.
Taylor will try and reply, and Van Buren's got a ball that's bounced on a wicket end just in front of Tom Elam, but he still managed to stop it, and also therefore prevented a single. So Van Buren could do with getting the strike at the end of this over. Only 5 from it at the moment. Chat between Ryan Patel and James Taylor before he set off, and Van Buren says, okay, I'll just take the single, thanks. I need to dominate the strike here. He knew that was the last ball of the over. 2:21 for 7. Van Buren holds the key from here. Gloucestershire having had a good start, and in fact, other than Darawal, everybody else has got to double figures.
I wonder how much further Burns goes with Flores and James Taylor. Imagine those two being the, well, I say more experienced. I mean, it's not as though Flores has played a great deal of cricket, but he'll still have played great cricket at a high level in Australia. So those are the bowlers you'd guess he'd be looking at if this got tight to bowl late on. But he must still be thinking, well, I take 1 wicket and it doesn't matter too much who's bowling at the death.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
But you know, do you bowl them all the way through? Could do. 8 overs bowled by Taylor, and Flores in his 8th. It's not exactly a conundrum. 91 runs still to the good, and only 3 wickets to take. It's gone after that, and that will find the boundary, I think. Yeah, again, the pace of the ball just too much for deep square, even having got a hand on it. It was a good effort, but just well placed enough.
2 fielders out in that area as well. So you had to really pick quite a small gap and find the pace of the shot as well. And he just about found both. It's a long hit out towards that part of the ground. Thomas and James Taylor converging on the ball. He just about did enough to split them.
Again, short. And same gap, 4 more. I'm not sure that is where you want to be bowling to Graham Van Buren.
Taylor hasn't looked the most energetic in the field at times today. Second ball that's not gone that far from it, and on neither occasion has he managed to haul it in. So a good start to the over from a Gloucestershire perspective, and they're going to put an extra man out now on the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, if he is going to persist with bowling short at Van Buren, then you've got to put somebody else back there, which now means everybody comes up on the offside apart from deep third. Everybody back on the edge of the circle as well, basically. So Van Buren could just decide to drop a single here. They'll get a single anyway.
My question was always going to be, could they play a little dab and run and almost pick up an easy 2 with those 3 fielders also deep on the leg side?
I suppose you've already got 9 off this over and you need 8. Anything that Rao could get here you could look at as a bonus, but equally, you know, if he just wants to block, then you take the game another over. And he'll do a bit more than block. He'll drive it through extra cover for 4. So he can play.
You don't make a significant some significant scores in the seconds unless you've got some ability as a batter. So he just stood tall there and picked the gap. So this has been a profitable over.
13. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. 13 off the over. It was a good ball. No need to go after it. So 12 ahead of where Surrey were after 40 overs, and 5 wickets behind.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Looks like we're going back to some spin as well, which I quite like. Just not really tossing a few up, but asking Graham van Buren to do something different.
Yeah, and I tend to have a rule of thumb in my head that if you need 75 off the last 10 and you've got batters well set or wickets in hand, you tend to back the batting side. Now Gloucester want fractionally more than that. The problem is they have one batter set and 9, 10 and 11 at the other end. That's the problem. Here is Ralphie Albert back into the attack. A little dab, very, very fine from Van Buren. Nisam Shah's on the chase. They should get 2. They won't get any more than that because Shah has hauled that in just in front of the rope. It's only his 6th match in one-day cup cricket, Ralphie Albert. Van Buren with a pull into the leg side. Bit of a hoik that in truth. I'm going to get 1 out to Tom Elam. Now then, this will be interesting.
Yes, will Rao think this is this is tempting?
Does he have the patience? Is the point, or just the calmness of brain, just to say, right, can I find a single and get Van Buren back on strike?
There's nobody down at fine leg.
We thought about winding up for that and then played a much more respectful shot out on the offside.
Something tells me, though, they don't think Aman Rao has a paddle sweep in his repertoire from this field. There's nobody fine of deep backward square.
Much more orthodox. You'll get 1. And you've kind of no problem with a number 9 batting in an orthodox fashion, have you really?
No. Well, what do you reckon? Is he okay with getting Van Buren on strike every other ball? Is that enough? Does it need to be a little bit better than every other ball?
Albert in. Van Buren can get that pass round, but he can't. And as a result, he's pinned at that end. So this is a tighter over. I mean, 13 off the last over, only 4 off this one, but I suppose the net effect of the 2 is the same. Lost you just about on the rate. Dewey getting out of the over with at least another single and can't get it. Well bowled by Ralphie Albert. And Van Buren there raising his bat. Second 50 in the tournament for him. And he got left stranded at Taunton when the tail went, when Daz Ahmed was out and the tail went without him.
Yeah,
being able to get to his,
not out.
Yeah, being able to get to his 100. Quite a long chat here between the very tall and the not so tall.
Well, you say it's a lovely chat between Graham van Buren and Aman Rao's belly button. It's not quite that, but yeah.
So Floros, having been expensive, has been removed out of the attack. We go back to the spinners. And Rao has got to get Van Buren back on strike here, you feel.
But there's that tempting short straight boundary.
Rate just over 8 at the moment.
course, now in the final phase of the game. They do have 5 in the ring for now, and that does look as if that's what they'll go with. No, thought they might just drop long off back at the last moment, so they will only have 4 inside the circle. I think it's probably just going to be the one. It's reached that stage where the crowd are just beginning to feel that it's worth getting into this a little bit, encouraging every row single, even though it has to be supplemented by Van Buren boundaries. Strong connection, but long on is there, and it's not easy to find boundaries off the off spinner. You're kind of hoping for some width, maybe where you can go over extra cover, but they've been tight in their lines, these young Surrey spinners. Rao kind of creating his own width there.
Played one very nice drive for 4. But other than that, it's been singles, and Gloucestershire just teasing the crowd a little bit here at the moment.
Oh, fired in quickly, saw him coming.
Need a big over from somewhere.
Hmm.
Maybe a 14 or something.
Yes, or they need a... Well, you know, you're kind of relying on a little bit of help from Surrey as well in terms of just a couple of really loose ones, because at the moment they're not providing that.
Rao went back there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Again, he's just threatening to wind up a little bit.
They are allowing him singles. They've taken the decision that actually we don't mind. We're not gonna risk Rao playing a big shot. Just going to keep it to ones. Into the onside behind square, and it's safe. Only a single off the bat. Wondered whether deep square might be in play, but it's an over of 6 singles, which, again, the required rate 8.5. It hasn't climbed massively, but it's just about whether Graham Van Buren can hold his nerve, and the worms are meeting.
258 for 4, where Surrey were at 45. I think it was former Gloucestershire coach Richard Dawson who first heard say the phrase "take it deep." It was one of the ones that he would always say. Almost about it. Actually, any game of any length, 4-day game, no worry, take it to lunch or whatever on the last day, and then you can decide whether you think it's worth going for the win, or whether you've got to just batten down the hatches a bit.
Going back to Taylor.
2 overs to go. He has.
It did seem as though they were building the pressure quite well with
the spinners.
The spinners, but again, you just get that feeling, I guess, of plan needing to change. It's 3 fielders deep on the offside boundary between extra cover and deep third, so he's obviously going to be bowling out there.
Taylor to Van Buren. He's worked that away on the leg side for 4. Stepped across. And the Flores had to go to his right. He couldn't haul that in. It was to club players would call cow corner. It's not the longest boundary to that side of the ground. He's quite a long way outside off stump when he played that. James Taylor will try again. Oh, slower ball. Van Buren takes the single. Sorry, won't mind that because they would rather bowl at Rao, I suspect. So he probably thought that when they had Gloucestershire at 159 for 6, that they might be able to wrap this up relatively comfortably, but Van Buren's had other ideas about that.
And also you just know that the genuine rabbit has pretty much been eliminated from the professional game now.
Who would be
Well,
the genuine rabbit? Brow waits for Taylor. He did well to get a bat on that at all. That was almost Yorker length, and it's the 250 up for Gloucestershire. So they still need 62.
he's played that really well as Rao. Couldn't get much better in terms of landing the Yorker right at the base of, not obviously right at the base of middle stump, but at middle stump level with Rao's back foot.
Parkinson at Kent wouldn't be much of a bat, would he? I don't think. His first class numbers wouldn't be great. Van Buren on 75, make that 76, only get one. Again out to Adam Thomas. Someone's got to come up with some. Was it one of the games? Was it, I would say, Leicestershire, where Tommy Bullman and Craig Miles got the runs last year in the chase?
Yeah.
And that was about a 290.
Finished it
wasn't
off.
it?
It hadn't got to do quite as much as this, but yes.
Rao waits, hits that in the air. It's going to be safe. They'll probably only get one, though. Once again, Thomas with a slight fumble, but they won't risk a second run.
It's a good shot. He hasn't middled it, but just as Surrey did, you see your infielder and you clear the infield and you know who you've got to beat. So 8 off this over, and the ideal finish would be a single, and then Gloucestershire have got the requirement at least off the 43rd.
Van Buren run a 3. Not many 3s out here, to be fair. Taylor's a ball to him. Oh, that's way wide. Surely a wide. Actually, overall today, we've not seen a massive number of wides. Only 6 before that one, and there were only 7 in the Surrey innings. That's quite low for white ball cricket.
Too bad, especially towards the back end of an innings. You might be targeting the wide line a little bit.
So Van Buren will have another go, and he will get the single he wants. There's never going to be more than one there. Out to Garantla, and he'll keep the strike. And every over that Van Buren can start facing the spectators down below us that have either come in since the tee or they've been here all day, their hope will grow a little more. 58 off 7.
Yes, I think if you were just thinking, oh, well, I'll just have a sit down in the bar area maybe and give it a little bit and see whether there's a bit of a late flurry, you'd certainly be back out watching now. So Elam still to continue. Oh, that's tight, but no. Umpire Shanmugam says not out. Elam just asking whether it was going down the leg side. And when bowlers do that, you sort of get the impression that they felt it was too. Well,
not by much.
No, it was angled in from wide of the crease. Still, you do get the feeling that as pace has been taken off, as the spinners have bowled, that's looked more tricky to get away.
Now, how long does Rao wait? I wonder.
Not much longer, but he doesn't
No.
connect. But you're sort of thinking, where's, you know, where are you looking to?
Where's that Darrell
Hit here.
explosive
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, there's
barrage going to come from?
it's not a sweeper. Van Buren tries to go wide of long on. They might turn and go here. They will do. How's the throw? It would have been out with a hit, but again it gets through and then almost. No, it has hit. It's hit. What a throw.
Floros with it.
I didn't see those bails come up, but they did, and Aman Rao on his way. Van Buren will be on strike, but it's cost Gloucestershire their 8th wicket. There wasn't much hesitation. Oh, it just was. That's a bit nasty. I mean, I couldn't see those bails behind the stumps. It's just done enough to make him dribble off. He fought well there, did Aman Rao, and had to be a little bit of the sacrificial lamb to try and keep Van Buren on strike. So now it'll be up to Williams to perform the Rao role. I think.
I mean,
He's very outside of the stumps, but
but he is a long way short.
He is. Oh yeah, great piece of fielding. Floros, I think it was, with the direct hit. So 257 for 8.
I don't think, we've seen Will Williams. In fact, Will Williams got a half century for Lancashire at the Oval, I think, before he came to Gloucestershire. And obviously he's got one significant score here, but he's got to just play the role of trying to get Van Buren on strike.
The problem is Van Buren's running out of rope a little bit himself as well, but again it's tricky because the almost the most obvious boundary option with short third and backward point up is a reverse sweep, but Van Buren's not a reverse sweeper, so Elam kind of knows if he bowls it straight, Van Buren's play is probably to have to go down the ground, but there's long off and long on back. Williams trying to wait this for a second run, but he's not going to get it, which means Williams on strike for the next over. And Elam is doing a fine job from that Ashley Down road end. As much as we're saying there's no obvious boundary options, you are still defending a short straight boundary, and you know that if there's any width, you've got Van Buren who can cut a ball off his shins through the short offside for 4. But it's just held his line and his length, making life very tricky for Gloucestershire here. And the move is to go back to Albert as well. I think they have recognised that Van Buren is happier when there is pace on the ball, and potentially also at this stage soft ball pitch that's being used a second time. It's not easy.
Elam's got 2 overs left now, and Albert's still got 5 available. So what will WSA Williams do in this situation?
Williams, Salter, Austin Williams.
Answer is to slash it fine for 4. Well, he's paid for all the bat. So a slash of a attempted cut shot. In the safest place he could have hit it.
It's about the first time Albert's bowled a ball like that. I mean, again, yes, it may have been off the outside edge, but you're always bringing that possibility. Oh, dear me. You can tell it's nearly 9 o'clock and we've been going nearly 50 overs. I haven't been drinking, I promise. You know what I was going to say.
Williams again. Just steers that into the leg side and gets Van Buren under strike.
He can hit spin, Will Williams. Thinking back to the one-handed slog sweep at Derby for 6.
So Sykes and Floros both back now at wide long on and a very straight long off. And Van Buren's got no room to get that away at all.
It was short enough that you thought he might rock back and have a real go, but it was quick, just slid on.
That's wide outside the off stump. Van Buren waits. And we get one out to Ryan Patel on the edge of the circle at extra cover. He wanders in now to be closer for Will Williams, who's still got that gap if there's any width offered from Albert at all. He has to defend though. Back up the pitch, this is the 45th over Gloucestershire. Still ahead on runs of where Surrey were at this point. They've done, in a sense, well to get it to this stage, but after the start they had, as Albert finishes another tidy over, one snick off the first ball, but that's where we are. That's what the worm of the run rate. Gloucestershire with a brisk start, brisker than Surrey, but now they've almost come back, and they've obviously the circles of the wickets lost.
Yes, it's about those, isn't it, rather than so much the actual chart.
46 off 5.
Certainly good experience for Elam and Albert bowling at this stage. The first time Van Buren showing signs that he might want to try and target straight down the ground, but he's clearly still not feeling this over has to be the over yet, or I really just have to cut loose. And you wonder whether next over or the over after that, that's probably going to happen. Williams fancying 2, but again, it won't be on. It's just so hard to... You certainly aren't getting 6s square of the wicket on the leg side with Elam bowling. The boundaries sort of have to come offside or straight, or you've got to hit it so hard into a gap. Again, that'll be straight to long on.
Yes, I think if Gloucester should get to 295, they'll feel it. Feel a bit annoyed, I think, that they've got that close.
Williams cutting to extra cover. Patel did
And
a bit of a 360 there, trying to field the ball.
They haven't lost it at the end. They've kind of lost it in that cluster in the middle.
Yeah, those crucial middle overs that so often determine. Tried to pull, thumping into the pad. They've scored off every ball this over, and if they finish off the over that way, it'll be 10 and over for the last 4.
Yeah, Ollie Price was out off the last ball of the 18th, and Jack Taylor was out off the last. So they lost 3 wickets in 5 overs. Price, Hammond, and Jack Taylor.
So that's what it'll be. 10 and over for 4 overs, and Williams on strike. So Elam's got 1 more left from that Ashley Down Road end.
And given how he's bowled, you'd probably think he'd bowl it.
Somebody else will have to come on and finish. So unless they've got another spin option up their sleeve that I don't know about, well, it might have been. I don't think they'd have bowled Dom Sibley at any point, but he's off the field anyway. It'd have to be either medium pace or seam up.
So Albert to continue, 40 off 4 overs. Van Buren, another brave effort, defiant effort. But Williams is at the other end and he can't do anything with that. And every dot inches the game towards Surrey from this position. Williams will nudge a single into the leg side, and Van Buren is getting to the point where he can't wait any longer.
Yeah, he does it. And Albert, okay, might be turning it away from Van Buren, but there's not been much turn out there. I think now probably is the time where he's got to go to the short leg side boundary, find a way to target it.
All very fine. Oh, it's too full. All he can do is play the same shot to Elam coming in off the mid-wicket boundary, and Surrey more than happy just to see the deliveries tick down and the runs only tick up in singles. Williams again picks up one more. It's almost if he doesn't want to let Van Buren down by getting out here, to feel there's obviously there is no chance if Van Buren's in the almost no chance if Van Buren's in the pavilion. Albert to him. He's gone high and long, but it's going to be caught surely, is it? Yes, by Floros. So he's had two big moments in the field today, Floros. He's run out Aman Rao with a direct hit, and now he's taken the vital wicket of Graham Van Buren, who has tried to steer Gloucestershire to a position where they still had a chance. And in the 47th over, he goes for 85. And with him, realistically, Gloucestershire's hopes also leave the stage. Luke Charlesworth will come out at number 11, but it's the last pair together, and there's an awful lot to do from here.
It's been another great innings from Van Buren in a position where, you know, he's probably been good for 100, but hasn't been able to get there. And he really did run out of partners at Taunton, and here he's both run out of partners and run out of time. Had to go for it. It was just far enough outside off stump that even though it was quite short, and it was a ball that might have been short enough that Van Buren fancied tucking into it, just couldn't get enough, got it straighter than he might have wanted. So down to the last pair.
So Luke Charlesworth will take guard. Albert's second wicket. And what can these two put together in the last 3 overs? It's down the leg side and it's given us a wide. So it's probably cup run territory for Gloucestershire from here. They've got to win all of the last 4.
Yep, and possibly need some help.
Charlesworth works that away into the leg side. I mean, we're going to see, best part of 600 runs here today.
Yep.
But just from that point where those 3 wickets went down relatively quickly, and it kind of exposed Van Buren in the middle of Van Buren batting at 6 when he was down to come in at 7, but kind of forced by the situation to come in one place higher. Not that he's not capable of doing that, of course. And then he's had to steer the rest of the innings, manoeuvre the rest of the innings to a position where Gloucestershire at least could think they have a chance with 5 overs to go. With him still there, they did. But they're going to be just short.
Yeah, and I think Surrey were canny to go back to spin. It'll be a wide as Burns removes the bails. Yeah, just the way that Sibley and Burns compiled that partnership. They got the finishing flourish from Blake as well, which is another key part of this game. And it was 36 off 17 balls from Josh Blake right at the end. Chasing 290, be very different. Singles fine from a Surrey perspective.
So Gloucestershire could be again in that sort of 20-run category.
Oh, Williams swinging with all his might. Just to the edge of the circle. Elam, look at those figures of 1 for 50. 3 balls to go, and it wouldn't stand out in a scorecard, but his value's been much bigger than that. And certainly not for the lack of trying from these two, but they're not really in the side to go out and belt sixes. We've gone for the reverse. Again, umpire says no.
Bold of Luke Charlesworth to try it.
This is the time for something a little bit wacky. Way outside off stump. Hit hard by Williams, bursting through Elam. And again, only for a single. So 30 off the last two, and Elam, say 1 for 51. There are times when sort of walking off feeling a little disappointed with 1 for 51, but that will not be the case here. We get the congratulations of his teammates, because that has been a crucial part of Surrey's victory here. They needed somebody to come on when momentum was starting to build. For a while, Van Buren was finding the boundary often enough that Gloucestershire was still right in this, and then the boundaries really dried up when they put spin on here.
So 2 overs to go. Ralphie Albert. That's again almost a partial stop by him. 1 more to the total. 283. Just remind you, on Sunday, there will be 2 matches available for you to watch, because both the men's and women's teams are playing. Ed will lead our commentary from here in Bristol on the women's game starting at 10:30. The men's match is at Rugby School, and Warwickshire will look after the stream for that game. So you can watch both matches or flick between the two on Sunday should you so wish. But at Rugby School, the start is at 11 o'clock. So we're literally going through the last couple of overs here with Surrey basically having the game in their pocket eventually. But Gloucestershire have kept them honest right until the point really probably when Van Buren was out, and that was in the 47th over. Last ball of the 47th. Williams clears the front leg and finds a 6. That's a big hit from Will Williams. Almost at the end of Albert's spell. He's cleared the front leg out of the way, and it's just cleared Benji Floros on the roundary. It was in the slot, and Williams has done enough. That's gone very high in the air. Sykes is coming round under it, and Sykes takes the catch, and the game is done. Williams is out. Albert takes the final wicket, and Surrey are victors here at Bristol, bowling out Gloucestershire for 292. Chasing 312, so they've won by 19 runs in the end with 1 over remaining. And there's the card which tells you the story of a good start in the power play. But when Bracey was out, Price Hammond and Jack Taylor could not substantially support Bancroft, and then it was left to Van Buren and the lower order to see how close they could get Gloucestershire to this target of 312 set up by Surrey after they were put in. But it's the team with the biggest budget, I think you could say, across the country, the biggest squad.
And the biggest number of absentees.
Yeah, the biggest number of absentees that take the points.
Yep, and deservedly so. They played pretty much, and we said it in the first innings, they played pretty much the ideal blueprint of a 50 over innings out in front of us, and they got to 311, and that has proven to be just enough. And a bowling attack which is so depleted in terms of, as we said earlier, not just absentees to the 100, but also injuries even to the players that they would have planned to have play in this competition. Now, nobody's going to shed a tear, but at the same time, it's an excellent effort from the Surrey players that have put on the shirt today and have put in a very professional performance, particularly with bat and with ball, and they held their catches as well. I mean, that catch at the end from Sykes, caught it so calmly. If he dropped that was probably over the boundary for 6, and then it's 14 off the last over, and suddenly there's just a glimmer of hope again from a Gloucestershire point of view. Van Buren outstanding again, but I think probably the most telling thing about that Gloucestershire innings, one batter dismissed in single figures, so lots of starts, but nobody quite able to do enough to supplement Van Buren's 85. And Gloucestershire falls short, and as you say, now they probably do need to win all their remaining matches. They've still got the likes of Lancashire and Nottinghamshire to play. Those are two teams that sit above them in the table, so might be a chance if you can get on a run, and those are two games that you've got. But yep, there's going to need to be a run towards the back end of this tournament for them.
Yep, lot to do to get into the knockout stages from here. Thanks for your company today across another sunny day in Bristol. Thanks to James Healy on the cameras in particular. Surrey, having been put in, made 311 for 5, a century for Dom Sibley, 89 from their captain Rory Burns. The wickets, such as they were, shared. Ollie Price picked up a couple, one each to Jack Taylor, Daz Ahmed and Luke Charlesworth. Gloucestershire started briskly and brightly. They were 70 for 1 after 10 overs. But Bracey was out by that point, and he'd been the aggressor. And then Surrey just squeezed Gloucestershire in the middle overs. Van Buren's 85 kept them at least in the hunt. Some good support again from Daz Ahmed, as there was down at Taunton. But in the end, not quite enough, and it would have left them with too much to do. The Surrey bowling figures: Taylor 2 for 62. Hisham Khan, who bowled only at the start, 6 overs, 1 for 32. Ryan Patel didn't take a wicket, 0 for 28. A success elsewhere, though. Floros, 1 for 48. Elam, 1 for 51, the only bowler to bowl out. Thomas, 1 for 22. And Ralphie Elbert with a couple of late ones, 3 for 48. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage from Bristol today. We're back on Sunday for the women's match at 10:30, and our colleagues at Warwickshire will cover the game at Rugby School. That will be also on the stream on Sunday from 11 o'clock. You'll enjoy your weekend, and do join us if you can for the double header that will round off this first weekend, as it will be the first weekend in August. From us all at Bristol, good night.